I'd say my sister's hug.
I hope we're hot mics right now. This is the most wholesome conversation.
Yeah. No offense. British people though?
No, we're kind of claps.
Man, I had
too much Geordie Shore and Jersey Shore and all that.
I had a friend that went and studied both in the.
Well, there you go. Be careful.
Okay.
Yep.
Hello.
Okay,
everyone.
let's rank attractiveness of women. Jacob, you go
I
first.
think Hungarian people are the most beautiful people in the world.
I think they're second to you, Jacob.
Oh.
Aww.
Well, I'm also part Hungarian, so.
Hell
You know
yeah.
that?
No, you're not.
25% Hungarian. Yeah.
That's
You are?
a lie.
Vinicate, that's Hungarian.
Wow.
Is it?
That's a lie.
And I'm 100% Hungarian because I'm Bulgarian.
Well, there you go. Well, that's what I thought, but.
Hi.
That cut off in the most opportune.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, you cut out.
Nope. Yeah.
kind of just found CS on my own. I know it was like 2004 or 5.
Actually, it was some of my friends. We played, at the time we played TF2, the Team Fortress 2 game. And they started playing CS and they invited me to play and I just played some with them.
Like, I was like around 4 or something. My uncle introduced me to CS. I was watching him play and then, yeah, since then I'm playing.
I think it was just like in the after school thing when I was younger. Like they had some PCs and you could go there and play. So I think it was just, that's kind of how I got introduced to it. And then eventually I asked my mom, can I get Counter-Strike at home? She said, no way. And then after a couple of years, she ended up saying, okay, let's chill.
It was my brother. He would play 1.6, so I don't remember myself, but he told me that I played when I was like 4 years old, first time. So
Nice.
yeah, but I had no memory myself, so that's it.
Yeah, it is funny because I was playing Hockey League.
Oh,
A casual Hockey League with a friend. And he just said like, have you ever played Counter-Strike? And I was, what is this? And I tried to search in the Steam. And I think it was like 5 years ago.
My friend showed Counter-Strike once, but my PC was trash, you know. And I used to work with my father to buy a new PC. And I was playing like with 30 FPS and 20 FPS.
No one, I just follow from internet and start play.
Probably my father, but he didn't introduce me, he just played it and I saw it.
I only watched my brother play and I didn't play, just watched and learned it. And when my brother goes to school, I played, yeah.
guess it was my dad. Probably like 5 years old when I was playing Counter-Strike Source, just like offline versus bots. And I like loved the game since then.
Yeah, it was my daddy. I was playing with, I don't know how to say it, but up him. He was teaching me. Yeah, I has like 6 years old.
When I play CS online and we have a team and he said our game is very interesting. Its name is CSGO and after I think 2 or 3 months I tried to play CSGO.
My brother, I was like 7, 8. I go with him like to the local houses to play, and I think he's my brother.
I remember like I was around 7 or 8 and I came to my father's friend and his son played CS and I think he played 1.6 Fast Cup on Dust 2 and it's really like, I really liked it. So I started, I mean I didn't start playing because my mom didn't allow me, but after some years I did.
Welcome everybody back. It is day 2 of the StarLadder Budapest Major, and trust me, yesterday was a bit of a wild ride. It may have not been exactly what everyone expected, but hey, the Counter-Strike continued, the games continued, and Donna, you rocked it. It's your first day on the Major. How did you have fun? Was it good?
It was long, but super fun actually.
Super fun, very long. That's what the Major can deliver, but also lots of heartbreak, lots of craziness that can go down with it all. I got to start by looking at FaZe's situation. Super strong start, but then they struggled at the end against an NRG. And then it was NRG with Daps as the coach, wasn't just bringing the vibes. No, he was playing off instinct. He was playing very smart. He was actually calling a game, running circles a bit around karrigan that netted them the win. Then looking at FlyQuest. These guys, okay, they've been in this situation before. They've had the 2-0 start, but this time things look different. Azza has made a difference and they are looking oh so good to potentially make it through to stage 2. We can't say just yet how that would go. And then on the other side, Legacy. They were supposed to be the kings, the expected kings, but they have shown some struggles. They have shown some weakness. Now they got to turn things around. How did it look over on the B side of things?
Well, I think it was kind of like a mix-up. Some definitely some upsets, but also expected results. For example, Parivision losing the first best of 1, I think a lot of people didn't account for, but then they came actually back on the second. When it went to 1-1. I've also had a talk with Jamie a bit. I think they played against the Huns. Ask him actually how it felt for him to play against a team like the Huns, because they're playing online CS against Europeans all the time. And he said, yeah, actually they made it pretty hard for us because they have a completely different style.
It's not easy.
Yeah, so it was really interesting to see also like all these teams from different regions coming together, fighting against each other. Teams from Brazil, China, Europe, obviously, and yeah, also my highlight yesterday, 100% was NIP against Lin Vision with the Snappi Masterclass. That was actually crazy. I think that was on train. Yeah. Snappi Masterclass, I talked to Shush about it later, and yeah, I think he was a bit surprised as well about that performance, but good to see that some teams that maybe started the day a bit like, let's say, with more pressure ended then on a good note, but of course we also had teams who are now 0-2, and there's a lot of pressure for them today.
And that pressure is in the form of elimination. Remember, now we're at this stage where 2 teams are going to make it through to stage 2, and 2 teams will find themselves eliminated already. That is the tough, gut-wrenching moments that only happen at the Major. To start on A stream, we're going to have Legacy taking on Red Canids. After that, we'll have FaZe versus NIP, and then we've got FlyQuest taking on Fluxo. That's an interesting one because both them teams, some people wouldn't even think they would be going forward. And then to end it with MAT versus NRG in America's matchup, where one will definitely be making through to stage 2. How's it looking on B?
So on B we have Bait versus Pari, both are 1-1 right now. I think that's going to be a really tough matchup. I think they're kind of like on the same level. And Fnatic against Imperial, also both teams 1-1, so still everything is possible. But it doesn't look that good for Gamer Legion against Rare Atoms. Also, I don't want to know how many pick'ems got destroyed by Gamer Legion, because a lot of people had them maybe going even 3-0 or just like to move on to the next stage, and now they're 0-2, so they're on the brink of elimination. And we have Hans against Lin Vision. Both teams from Asia, also 0-2. They struggled a bit. Although I have to say, especially like the Huns, they put up a fight. So I feel like they might actually take it today.
Oh, all right. You're giving us a prediction in there as well. We'll see how it goes when the games get underway. But for now, we need to head back to the desk and continue with the StarLadder Budapest Major. It's day 2, baby.
Thank you so much, James and Donny. Yes, as they alluded to, only day number 2 of stage 1 here in Budapest, but so many upsets already on the card. Some teams now on the brink of elimination, others within touching distance of progressing to stage 2. Joining myself for a Biz to find out exactly how it's going to go down, I've got Pimp and Ted to be guiding us through the best of ones. Ted, your first day at a major yesterday. Tell me, how was it?
It was great. You know what? I think it could have been a little bit worse. I think we were able to power through, and there was a lot of upsets. It's always very interesting when we kick things off with the best of ones, and you have a lot of teams that are unknown quantities. But yeah, it was eventful, I want to say.
Yeah, always eventful. Day 1, best of ones, you know, a lot of challenges for all the teams involved, obviously also for us, but it was a fun day of Counter-Strike. When you look at the results, it's one of those where, as you said, best of ones at a major, you come in with different expectations, you think certain teams are cut out for it, you think certain teams are cut out to be the 0-3 candidates, and at the end of the day, I think everyone is feeling the same thing, you know, the pick'ems are rest in peace, and everyone is like scrambling for points in that regard.
Is it a hot take to say that I kind of enjoy the best of ones? I kind of enjoy the chaos that it ensues, and we will be wrapping up the best of ones for stage 1, that is. This is the schedule for both the A stream and the B stream. If there was one matchup that you would say, Ted, the viewers cannot miss at home, which one would you pick?
I feel like we have to address it and say it's FaZe and IP, right? Both these teams, obviously respected organizations, big names on either side, and I feel like for both NIP there was positives and negatives in day 1. For FaZe Clan, it was very surprising because things started off well, and then everything crumbled against Daps and NRG. So I feel like this is the big one. The fact that there's players on both sides that have never missed out on being top 16 at a major whenever they've attended, and now one of them is going to find themselves in the 1-2 bracket. This is going to be pretty intense.
Should we sum up maybe some takeaways just from yesterday? I know you'll hate this, Jacob, but should we start with the good? Should we take our biggest winner from yesterday? If you had to pick just one person, or one team rather, who would that be?
I think I'm going to go with Fluxo, to be completely honest. I know there's a lot of different candidates. I think all the 2-0 teams are in contention to be the biggest winner, obviously. A lot of surprises in that regard, but the most surprising to me is Fluxo. I think everyone thought them coming into this tournament. The boys, Art over there as well, not necessarily a team that would do too much damage, not necessarily a team that would be in a position to qualify for stage 2 and let alone go 3-0. So for my money, you know, together with EliGE, that's the biggest surprise, because I did not have them high in my pecking order.
Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit shocking as well, right? Because Art, again, it kind of felt like he was one of those in-game leaders, maybe not to the same extent as with James, but pretty similar situation where you ride the wave for the same team for many years, you redefine the Counter-Strike that your region is playing, and then your career just starts going down. And he's been struggling with that team, but yeah, I feel like now they've just surprised everyone. I've actually decided to go for FlyQuest. Maybe not for the same reasons, because I don't feel like going into this major, as many people expected FlyQuest to actually do badly per se, because they have been going through a lot of good changes. Obviously JKS arriving in the summer, Azure now being the coach, and some of the changes that are being made inside of the team when it comes down to the system. But I have been pleasantly surprised by the progress when it comes down to, let's say, Vexside's individual performance, who's been given a lot of those more active roles, and just in general how much deeper the playbook looks for the side of FlyQuest. I feel like now they're finally looking like a confident team in themselves.
I feel like you can kind of breathe a sigh of relief if you're a FlyQuest fan, finally. But Ted, there is a caveat that you were alluding to, because they've been in this situation more than once where they've gone 2-0. And what's happened after that?
Yeah, this is a bit of a tough one, right? And it's very difficult to be having that conversation after they just got 2 wins and they were able to have that comeback on train against Legacy. But the last 2 majors in a row, FlyQuest started the exact same way. They win the BO once, and then come the best of 3s, they just lose 3 in a row, they bomb out, nothing's working. I feel like the big difference right here is going to be the presence of Azure as the new coach. Yes. Everyone on the team has been praising him so much. He will have to step up and help the team in terms of holding on the atmosphere, being able to keep the mental in check, and make sure that they're not choking this one, because they have put themselves in a great position and they have a favorable matchup.
It's a team that's matured, you know. You bring in experience in JKS, you bring in Asa, as you said, and also the other players were there to experience that in Austin, right? And you learn from those experiences. Obviously, we remember what happened last time around, but those players will make damn sure that's not going to happen again. And I'll also argue the level of competition for FlyQuest this time around. Yeah. Look at the matchup they have today. That's a great opportunity of going 3-0. I'd say they're the favorites in pretty much any 2-1 game they get, regardless, maybe facing FaZe, we'll see. So I'm not too worried on behalf of FlyQuest, and especially considering they already bottled it once, they won't do it again.
Okay, your favorite time now, Jacob.
Yay!
The biggest losers. Who's taken the L after day 1?
Oh, I think FaZe, to be completely honest. I came into this tournament, you know, trying to be optimistic on behalf of FaZe. I think to myself, you've had a boot camp, you have time to practice. You were saying that part of the reason why Jacob didn't work out was the lack of practice. So show me in the best of ones that you are significantly better than the opposition, that you're significantly better than the rest of the teams right here. Show me that you have players like Twist, Frozen, broky, karrigan, legendary in-game leader. You are supposed to win every single game here with ease, regardless of it being a best of 1 or best of 3. So when they lost yesterday in that second game, I was thinking to myself, come on, man, it cannot be true. You're losing to NRG, and I don't want to take anything away from them, but losing to a coach, losing to a stand-in, being FaZe in stage 1 of the major, it's a goddamn disaster. And they already killed my hope, you know. I thought FaZe maybe come in to be a playoff contender if they could figure it out. But
it's already dead. After one best of 1 loss,
that's
already
how fragile they are.
Might as well just eliminate
Send them out.
apparently.
You know, the only thing that could be a silver lining, I actually had a look into that yesterday. The last time FaZe played a main Swiss at a major and they went through 3-0 was at Boston. 2018.
That's your silver lining. That's your silver lining. Yeah, well.
They've always been losing a best of 1 or a best of 3 or something along the way. I do agree with you that it was atrocious yesterday.
They lost to a coach.
We're talking about Dust 2. We're talking about Dabs being in the server. We're talking about broky and Twist combined having less AWP kills than Exotic on the other side.
Oh, Lord. Okay, is that your bad also, Ted, or is there somebody else you want to
No, I'm just adding because FaZe is pretty bad. Yeah. I've decided to go with GamerLegion. I feel like it's a bit of a low-hanging fruit, but in the end of the day, Rez and ZT are the 2 lowest rated European players after day 1. Rez, in particular, the lowest rated player as well on GamerLegion. And I just feel like it's a little bit disappointing, having given the fact that they didn't play the most difficult of opposition. And I think even though a lot of us could have had our concerns for GamerLegion going into the major, it was kind of a similar story to, okay, we might have our concerns, but they surely make it through stage 1, right?
That's the question that will get answered later on today. But first up, we still have some of our 1-1 matches, which does mean there are a couple more best of 1s coming your way. And this one is truly the Battle of Brazil. We've got Red Canids on one side. A lot of people, particularly somebody to my right, put them as their 0-3 against Legacy, who, for my money, I put them in my 3-0. Maybe I was just a little bit influenced from Austin. But Ted, what of the takeaways, just initially top level for both of these teams?
I feel like it's very interesting because we get a Brazilian derby in that type of a game. And usually the difference between Legacy and Red Canids under normal circumstances should be quite massive, right? Legacy has been in the top echelon. Even Lux, in an interview yesterday, said that he's putting their team in that same group as teams like Mouse, let's say, that are not the top favorites to win the event, but they still have an opportunity to make playoffs and actually make some of the top teams struggle. So I feel like they should be the big favorites, but just the fact that these players are coming in from the same region, they know each other very well, and you have that extra tad bit of competition when you're playing someone from the same country. I feel like Red Canids could be able to give them a bit of a fight, especially in the BO1.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting matchup. You know, obviously 2 teams who are coming into this game with a bit of a different mindset. Yeah. As you said, Legacy, they're supposed to make it to stage 2. Red Canids, not necessarily supposed to make it, and not a team that a lot of people had expectations for. Even in the first game against Fnatic yesterday, one would argue they should have won that game. They weren't looking necessarily too bad on Ancient. Went into overtime, Fnatic edged it out by the experience. So for them to get the second win yesterday and put themselves in a 1-1 position, now having a domestic matchup, as you spoke about, that could be a silver lining. That could be a ticket, you know, into the potential area where we can have the conversation whether or not Red Canids can be a stage 2 contender. I want to see a bit more from them before I make up my mind, but for them to be 1-1, that's better than 0-2.
Just going back to Lux's point about, you know, the confidence level, putting themselves basically on the same level as Mouse. Do you agree with that? Do you think that's maybe overestimating themselves?
I was one of the people that said at the start of the tournament, I think Legacy will make playoffs. So I do like
Has that changed?
I feel like they've gone through a massive journey. No, it hasn't. I don't feel like it has, because I agree with Frey. I feel like yesterday they started the game very well against FlyQuest, and it was just a couple anti-ecos, a couple half-buys that they lost, a couple clutches to JKS on train that turned it around. So for my money, Legacy is still one of the best teams in this stage. For my money, they are the best team in this stage. So it's just a bit of a tough pick for Red Canids.
Are you sold on that? Doesn't sound like you are.
I mean, I agree with them being one of the best teams in Stage 1, but I also have a tough time seeing any of the teams from Stage 1 making it into the playoff, to be completely honest, and I want to see more from Legacy. I agree with you that they have gotten a bit of experience, you know, played some of the bigger tournaments throughout the year, but what we saw in Austin was more of an outlier, you know. I don't feel like they've confirmed for the rest of the season that they were top contenders, so I want to see a bit more, but, you know, they can start off by winning against Red Canids and get back on track, which I think, given it's a domestic matchup, could be a tough experience for Legacy.
What's one of the more interesting head-to-heads that you're looking out for in this one?
I feel like one of the silver linings for Red Canids is the fact that Drop as an in-game leader is actually a little bit more experienced than Lux is, right? Both these players have been on a similar journey, right? And when you think about the craziness of Brazilian Counter-Strike, Lux was playing under Bigos era, Drop was playing under Art, right? And Lux turns to an IGO, he picks up his own project, Drop was on MIBR, but then he picks up his own project, but he actually has played more majors, he's played more Tier 1 Counter-Strike than Lux, and this is one of the things that could give them a slight edge going into this game.
It's an interesting one. Obviously, Drop, as you said, have experience, but not necessarily in that role being an in-game leader, not leading a team at a major as well. So it's a big task ahead for him, you know, to rattle off the guys and make sure that they're fully focused. I will say, as you said, Freya, you kind of alert to it as well, and you're trying to poke up the conversation. It's best of ones, you know, and I love the fact that it is best of ones. And I think a lot of the teams that we don't necessarily expect to do too well at the major, they're specialists in playing best of ones. They play online qualifiers, they play online tournaments, they play more best of one games than a team like Legacy, who go to the Colognes, who go to the bigger tournaments, who never really get to experience that anymore. And that could be a silver lining for a team that know that they have to go in, play one map, and perform at their absolute highest, which we saw for Legacy yesterday versus FlyQuest was a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a challenge. Tell me about Dumao and Lato, though, because it was two names that we just kept on bringing up during Austin. So much impact there. Have they been as consistent as you would like them to be for the rest of the year?
I think they're performing up to the level of the team right now, and I think that if they were to make the case that they could play at the playoff here at the major, you're looking towards those two, and they have to deliver. They have to deliver at a very high level. They've shown they can do that before. I think it's two very talented players, but people kind of describe them as talents, and I think there's a certain time frame where you go from being a talent to a forever talent, and that's how I kind of look at those two players. That yes, they play Counter-Strike at a high level, and yes, they could probably fit into perhaps a Furia if someone were to leave or get caught at some point, but they've been around for such a long time, and I haven't seen that steady progress where they've gotten better and better and better. They're stagnated at a high level, but is that high level good enough for Legacy to be a playoff contender? That's where I kind of worry a bit.
I would actually respectfully disagree on this one. I feel like that was the case for a long time, right? Because when they came around with Godsend and then they played with Cold Zero for many years during a couple seasons of Pro League, especially everyone was saying those kids are the future of Brazilian Counter-Strike. And then there was that moment, as you pointed out, of 2-3 years when we didn't really see anything,
That's
right?
a long time.
So they were turning into forever talents. But I feel like this year, the fact that Lato was able to get his first career MVP at CAC, the fact that obviously both of them played very well in Austin, and now they had to go through a bit of a gap at the start of the season where they had a couple very difficult events, and they were still able to bring themselves back up mentally and become a better team in general and better individuals, is actually filling me up with hope. I feel like both Lato and Dumao have been developing in a very good way.
Who are their counterparts then, if we're looking at Red Canids and maybe where some of that, tailored Brazilian aggression is going to be going down in this one?
Yeah, I think you're looking at KRiMZ, probably. You're looking at another very experienced rifle. Obviously, he was part of Pain for a little while. He played a couple majors, played a couple top 16s at a major as well with Pain, and he had a great showing yesterday. So yeah, for me, KRiMZ, and maybe to some extent Venom Zero as well.
Yeah, I think both of them played well yesterday, and both of them will have to show up. I think it is going to be that individual powers back and forth. The map of Nuke is interesting to me as well. Your Legacy, you get to start on the CT side. That could be a tough, you know, trial of error coming in for Red Canids in that regard. I think, you know, as much as I want to talk up this matchup, I feel like there's a disparity in both individual skill level on the two sides. I think there's a disparity in experience, and regardless of how much I want to make the case that the silver lining is domestic lineup, going toe-to-toe versus each other, and it's a best of one, I simply can't imagine a world where Legacy haven't found the level. So if they were to lose now, that would be a big issue for me, because then we have to have the conversation of not whether they're making the playoff or not, but whether they're even making stage 2 or not.
Well, let's do the predictions for our sponsor. Anybody going with Red Canids, or is it Legacy all over?
Maybe they're fans, but yeah, I feel like we're starting with Legacy on this one, especially because of Nuke. The map pool is just so much deeper, and Nuke is one of the maps on which I'd say Legacy could be competitive against some of the best teams in the world. So.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Legacy are heavy favorites in this one. It will be another big surprise if Red Canids were able to take the win right here. It's not impossible given the circumstances of the best of one and given what we saw from Legacy yesterday, but it'd be hard for me to make an argument that Legacy are not the heavy favorites.
Considering that you said Legacy are, you know, your favorites throughout the entirety of stage 1, would it be a disappointment to see them, progressing through to stage 2, but if they did it in, you know, a 3-2 fashion,
I think it would be. Yeah, you get your opportunity to have a bit of a wake-up call after the FlyQuest game, because then you can say, well, we started well, we were in a great lead, but then we just choked, right? Let's just reset, show that we're the best. This is when they need to prove it. You're playing against a team from your own region. You're usually not losing to Brazilian teams. You need to show it here.
I'd agree with that. There's also different ways of winning your games, because even though they were to win this game, if they struggle, if it's a hassle, if you can see the gameplay is not necessarily as clean as you would like it to be, that could also be a bit of an issue. And I agree with you. I buy into the point that we should have high expectations for Legacy in stage 1. I also do agree that they are one of the best teams in stage 1, and I would love to see them go through and play good Counter-Strike, so we could talk about them in stage 2 as being a potential threat. But if they're going to struggle against Red Canids, if they're losing the way they did to FlyQuest yesterday as well, then again, it becomes harder and harder and harder to make the case and make the argument that it's a team that could potentially go all the way to the major.
If we're looking at them starting on the T side of things, then what are you expecting for Legacy to be throwing out here?
I mean, I want Red Canids to play with pace. I want them to come out and really throw in a spanner in that regard, play with a bit of that Brazilian passion that we know them to do, and try to apply pressure early on. Because if it gets into a late scenario game where the rounds are being played out, I feel Legacy have more experience.
Well, I'm sure passion going to be delivered in buckets and spades. It's time to get Red Canids and Legacy underway.
Yes, Desk, thank you for your thoughts, and we're jumping into the first game of the day. Another best of one to kick it all off. We got Legacy, we got Red Canids, and a head-to-head Brazilian affair where I think the Desk unpacked it quite nicely. We're expecting Legacy to just ramp up into the game now. Me personally, I saw Train versus FlyQuest and thought, oh no, they've made a mistake, and sure enough, they lose there. So it's about getting it up and going now. And up versus Red Canids, this is Red Canids' second most played map and highest win rate. That's the one asterisk on this. Down into the B site, we get opening kills, man advantage for the T's. Dual Berettas moving through the control window, and so things seem secure. But where's the bomb?
They're holding on to this lower site for now. Bomb sits atop, and the plant, oh, it's a fake plant. They're still insecure about what they're holding, but Che in this spot, they've got a really good position, I think, and yeah, Dooley's gets that first kill, not the second.
Peels back slightly, Sadzin into the clutch. Gonna be tough to get into this one, especially whenever you see somebody on the top silo. Even more difficult now that he's gone ahead to give up. So it's Red Canids Mohan with an aggressive take down into the lower bomb site, following through and taking a T-side start.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They've been impressing, and I feel that because like they've even got this far without playing Nuke. Now they get Nuke. They're going to be more comfortable than ever. It's kind of interesting because you know that both these teams know a lot about each other on this map specifically, but you got this Brazilian derby now. It feels like all bets are off in terms of who's gonna win.
Well, I think especially because imagine if you're Red Canids watching Legacy go on this tear as of late. There's no head-to-head between these two teams. Even when we talk about domestically, Legacy just kind of having an edge more often. this particular head-to-head, that just hasn't occurred. So you're watching Legacy kind of live out your dream, become this top 10 ranked team in the world, and suddenly you get a chance to take them down a peg. You get to do it on a map you're clearly comfortable on.
But also remember, there could be lots of scrims.
Sure,
So they're the same
fair.
region, right? I don't think it's a coincidence they've both gotten really good at Nuke, and again, I think emotionally, there's just something about being the favorite in a region where you just don't want to play your domestic underdogs. It doesn't, I don't think it'll feel that way necessarily to Legacy. They're also coming off of a day where they didn't go 2-0, which they seem like the most clear 2-0 team in the stage. Now losing to FlyQuest, there's no shame in that. They played extremely well, but still, Legacy, you'd expect them to have been able to run through it, especially since they're power up since Austin, and them already obviously showing us what they did at Austin.
It's uncharted territory for them to be favorites like that, though, so falling victim to the hype, perhaps. Trying to follow through into main. No sketchy situation offered up by Legacy just yet. Still a couple bodies inside A site, but no immediate follow through. That smoke's going to cool off Red Canids. 5v3, you know, the pistols are out on the field. They'll be content to just sit here for a second.
They'll chill, peel back, get some more information, and they have enough time to regroup if they'd like to, and allow Legacy to make a wrong move since they have to take a risk. And it looks like they got what they're looking for. Legacy assuming that they were going to go for that outside cross, leaving Sads in alone with the scout to defend.
It's good tag damage. At least a second member of the Canids lower.
There we go.
He'll finish up Cowes on his own, but again, very much on his own. No rotation nearby. Cautious about what angle they'll come in from. He doesn't know where this pack has gone off to, but 15 seconds makes it weird, and as he switches over to the Galil, that's when the Hut player comes through. Good pressure from multiple points of this A site, and that's going to be Red Canids to convert it. Sure, take it down to the last 10 seconds, but you take your time, you lose one body. I don't think they're going to be upset with this outcome whatsoever.
Man, they got the rotation they were looking for. They didn't run into the site with more players, and with their low HP guys didn't go into the pistols, so I think overall it's scary, but still successful here, especially if they end up saving 4. But we'll see if that happens or not. Looks like they're saving in the right direction, and therefore 4 alive here for Red Canids. It's pretty solid. What was the team? That's escaping me. What was the team that History played on before? Was it Fluxo? Let's just check on that. But I remember definitely being impressed by him as well.
Definitely the team I think that comes into this stage of the major with the lowest expectations internationally, and yet trying to take a peg down out of Legacy. This would be a big upset. We'll be looking at a Legacy that then find themselves on a much more difficult road. So inspired by the other upsets of day 1, Red Canids looking to hold on to this momentum. You'll be given a reward versus pistols in round 3, so well-earned start to the attack. Just go through the same motions of the round prior, because you know Legacy are always very plucky in these kinds of buys. The pistol threat is real when Legacy are in the server.
Yeah, he did. He was the opera for Fluxo. That's when we first sort of saw him turn heads a little bit. Okay, some pressure on ramp. Dumao here gets the first kill.
Right,
they slowed this down.
A bit weird. You've got a player in front of the smoke, so again, that's that threat of the pistols with Legacy I was talking about. They meet their maker towards the ramp, but they did a good job of it last round to recover. Again, didn't lose as much. This one's certainly sketchier. MAC-10 still in play now in Sadzin's hands, but as Lotto goes for a reposition, we do see the Red Canids getting dangerously close to this. SMG's been added to the equation of the upper defense, and it's going to be Lotto to just stay tucked in.
They have to worry about Hut at the same time. CTs want to push. Perfect moment to do it.
Oh, it's a bit labored. He takes damage in return. You've got low health bars for the Canids. Great grenade from Che Jesus off the backboard.
A bounce.
And that's Dumao down. Softened up from ramp and finished off. Nissim's flank soon to be in position, and it feels like Canids have hit the brakes a bit too long. This Hut player's not going to turn around, I don't think. Waiting for his chance, they actually jump in on him, and so bomb hits the ground. Man advantage taken. Vent player cleared, though, back to the 2v2. And as Nissim clears over towards Squeaky Door, they will finish this. They do it with even less.
Yeah. That was so good from Dumao there in the ramp. I mean, they smoked it and tried to make up for that 1 kill, but that was obviously really risky for him. There was not a second player that could come through that smoke to trade. So he put a lot of the weight on this round on his shoulders, and instead of playing from the 5v4, which they could have, well, they kind of went all in. Snade was excellent. They nearly recovered the situation, but Legacy also had to make some good moves to actually close out, and they did. Got to make sure the T side doesn't get out of control early. Because they had that 4-save round last, they can buy again, even if Cowboys only has a Tech 9 on this round.
I think those are the nature of the rounds that Legacy are looking to win today early on, right? I know they're such a scrappy team, and they just roll off of momentum when they know they shouldn't be winning, and then suddenly they get that boost of success. They grab it with both hands and try to run with it. So this is an excellent way to kickstart their CT side.
No pressure on the cross at all. 3 walking slowly, and we've seen Legacy rotate quickly downstairs. They've been looking for this moment, I think. And they'll pre-smoke this even without the audible. This is very smart. Dodging the flash too.
Lux out of bullets. He gets traded out, and then History is going to roll that down into the B site. Nissim thought he had a little more space, but he comes out to a very prepared History, going in for a second kill. And all the while, Drop will be content to sit outside. So no pressure on the cross. And then Lux just kind of swarmed by numbers.
Was that Lux not, did he mess up a reload? Because he had that free rotation down the vent. It didn't seem like he shot that many bullets, and then he had to reload after like 5 or 6. Maybe could have made that a 2K, so it might have been a mechanical error.
Yeah, you don't want to be stuffed on a smoke like that with 7 bullets in your mag.
There's not a lot of incentive to try to quick switch after reloading. You still hear the sound after you do the reload, whether or not, and it takes the same amount of time. So, you know, if you had gone for that quick switch, that could have maybe cost them the round, to be honest. Lux is someone I think on the come up for Legacy that has just been the most impressive as like an underrated story on the team, just calling, clutching, and putting together some incredible rounds. What was that PGL stat? It was 30. That was Lux, right?
Yeah, well, it was just all of Legacy, essentially, back at Bucharest very recently. The amount of clutches, I think it was like 4 players on Legacy were in the top 5 most clutches for the event.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, it was like Nissim and Lux tied at 13, 14.
Right.
You know, we're talking multiple players. Majority of your team in double digits clutches.
Yeah, it was mental.
Still not enough for first place. But not a bad result, and one that they thought would kind of power them up coming into the Budapest Major. Luckily for them, that injection of winning round 3 cash-wise gives them another bye here, as losing out to Red Canids in the 4th puts the CT side back into a very dangerous spot. You know, saves on the other side of this one.
This one's just with a lurk. Let's see if Che ends up going to clear this or if he's just holding back.
Ramp player sees an opportunity, but a bit labored means venomZera gets the trade back. Good challenge from Dumau on red, and Sadson wants a piece of this ramp action but gets burned away. So holding on to the 4v3, it's Red Canids to go downstairs. And there's no resistance here just yet. We see that scramble coming out from Secret, dropping utility in front of venomZera.
Oh, but they get control side.
And as they sink 2 players into it, they will plant on that side of the silo, knowing ramp is not going to get challenged in that timing. Red Canids knew the window, and now they're just going to sit drop inside sight, awaiting that potential of a flank, but the flank's not coming.
History has another molly here as well. This could make things a lot worse if it comes down to the last second of time. venomZera is the first person to have pressure put on him, and Drop wins his 2 duels.
Tries to get another one, but the op's gonna clip him on the other side of the fire. venomZera, instant headshot. It's pressure for the retake, and he wants nothing to do with it. Off of the bomb site and away, it is Red Canids with a 4th round, 5 rounds into play.
Damn, and that's, you know, winning that last round with a Tech 9 to work with, and now winning this round, absolutely destroying the economy here for Legacy. This is an awful start for them, but a great one for Red Canids. Doesn't get much better than that. This was, you know, this is taking a little bit too long to get this kill. Maybe he can open up for another, but Drop. What a ball team. It's about to get real scary here for Legacy. We are still doing best of 1s today. And the thing is, it's kind of wild. Again, we've seen, you know, normally when you play 3 best of 1s in a major Swiss, you're playing the same map at least twice. But so far, they've played 3 different maps, and they got their best one for probably their hardest matchup.
in a place too where surely confidence is a bit shaken up if you're Legacy after yesterday. Talk of the town was like that train pit kind of scrambled them. Maybe they weren't too ready for it. This is one of the teams trying to play 7 maps. Specifically so that in these best of ones versus underdogs, you don't kind of fall victim to a veto. But as their pool remains varied, so does the challenge. You got to stay sharp all the time.
I would definitely criticize Legacy for, only be able to operate really well as underdogs, but they're now a tournament-winning team, so then they made another final, and a final that they could have won as well. So I still believe in them beyond just the gimmick of, oh, well, people don't expect us to win, so that's when we'll do our best. We know they can do better than that. They play top-tier CS. But it's been an up-and-down couple of days now.
Not the first team to come into the Major as a favorite for a specific stage and kind of fumble. And always a chance to still recover, but it's best of 3s on the other side of this one if they're not able to regain control of this half. I mean, right now, under a minute, still a scout in hand for Sadzin, and Red KRiMZ do a good job once they have still 5 players or a man advantage of following through in these, right? We saw them even recover almost this 3 versus 5 that Legacy end up winning. Their one and only round so far. But trying to keep layers on this one, a bit of complexity outside. It's going to keep Legacy questioning things as they kernel up. And last time KRiMZ made this mistake of walking into the ramp room, losing 2 players to Dumao. Now it's going to be Sadzin trying to deal with pressure from both sides of the A site. And it's a clean headshot that gets him into the bomb site. But the recovery's right there. And we get this push off of the site. Big Deagle pickup from within it. 5-7 comes back. And with lobby control here as well.
Oh, come on.
The pistols just don't mix.
Wow, what a round, man. From between the pistols and the scout headshot, that was masterful control of the situation. And Red KRiMZ are probably really unhappy because they had the full split they were looking for. They had all the players in the right spots, but everybody hit their first bullet for Legacy. And I mean, that's just for Legacy to get back into the game. This is for Red KRiMZ to really crush this half, so that's massive from Sadzin to kick it off. Dumao saves his yelling for the Major.
It kind of veered away from it a little bit, but I think kind of when the going gets tough, tap back into what you know works. Proven entity in Austin.
And they're trying to make this frustrating for Red KRiMZ, but so far it's still such a great start. Now, we did see in their first game, they were 7-2 versus Fnatic, let them back into the game.
Right.
And ended up losing.
Such a critical round as well. Twice now, Legacy have gotten away with it. It's going to give them runway to try to get the real rifle rounds rolling.
But that really is a deal. Again, we look at the clutch stats and everything. It's like they will win pistol rounds versus you. They will win clutches, and if you get over that, then
problem this time for the KRiMZ is that obviously last time they lose that hiccup, they still come out with a force buy. This one's kind of more of a reward for Legacy, having pulled it off a second time. Looking susceptible to consecutive round losses are the attackers here and now. They'll try to take it towards the ramp. And it's Nissim to hold with the first. Doesn't shy away from taking a second peek, buys that bit of time and space, more importantly, for Sadzin to still try to post up on the angle.
Yeah, they don't have a molly for him, too. So, oh, someone's coming into this dry. Yeah. Oh, but he doesn't get the kill.
Still falling back. Tough. Oh, what?
Wow.
No way. With just the pistol, Opper still standing. Worried about some kind of pressure outer, but for now, it's just this crawl through the smoke.
Cal is hoping that was broken open, but instead has to wait now. It's in an interesting spot, but they're going to be aware of this. They're going to be careful. I think Sadzin knows he's just done his job. He just has to play a passive angle, lock down as much map control as he can, and just let the Red KRiMZ burn out.
Connects to KRiMZ. AK to the ground momentarily, looking to get picked back up, but he's got other ideas. Powering up on the hold, sitting pretty 9-4. One kill for the road for Che, but it's Legacy to convert it. Good on them under pressure towards the ramp, but I didn't feel like at any point Legacy were willing to panic. You know, even Sadzin's retreat, I mean, okay, well, panicking with the USP in his hand, but still getting a kill on that runaway. forced to run away, and then into the cover, kind of gets a chance to catch his breath, and then delivers 2 clean shutdown frags in hell.
Yeah, it's definitely calm with Nissim's first kill as well. And
yeah, that's a little panic, but that's as bad as things got.
Yeah.
And then look where it gets him after.
So the low buy doesn't work out for them. And it was a force down. They don't have any money left over. This will be a pseudo attack pause they talk about next round.
Gonna have to dig deep. Look at drop.
Oh,
Man's
yeah,
found a
he's
chance to read the paper.
Well into the notes.
You think it's the news or the comics or straight to the funny section? Oh, my stock portfolio is doing horribly this morning.
I don't see the Legacy obituary anywhere.
Yeah. Just making sure that their names aren't on that list either. And at least until there's best of 3s rolling, you know it's not elimination. This is a great chance for Canids, though it was anyways. Highest win percentage on Nuke versus domestic opposition. Getting torn apart on the hut play. That round goes about exactly how you'd anticipate with nothing bought into it. I hope Drop's done with his reading. Into the next round we'll go.
Yeah, let's see what they have in store for us. We are just in 1-1 games, you know, so it's a little bit less pressure than yesterday. I feel like, you know, everything's just about like, are we going to get 2-0 or, and again, I feel like 1-1 is kind of calm. Like if you, as long as you, I think everyone comes in, as much as you want to win everything, you just go, at least we win 1 game.
Yep.
Plays a lot of pressure off of us.
I think also in the 1-1 pool, you don't have to play again today.
Yeah.
Win or lose this best of 1, you go back to the hotel, you reset, and even if you're 1-2, it's a best of 3 tomorrow. You know, the opening days of any stage of a major, going 2-0, 0-2, that is the nightmare fuel.
You just got to pray your form is right. And
Yeah.
It's rough.
You can have an off day today.
Ooh, this is a pretty quick cross as well, and the rotations this time aren't quite as fast. Your Lux is going to be late to this, and they're going to let him by. And this smoke lets him know that they can actually get forward.
Wow. Able to get away from the vents. They don't pounce on him. Sadzin trying to get into the action, takes a bullet to the head. His history yet again has been good from the double door cross to get into the Astralis plant zone.
And this next kill, if it's a CT, I don't know if a retake's going to happen. They got to be very careful about this because this round is still alive.
Nissim just glued to the monitor trying to find his moment to strike. We go
Doubled
2
up
players, 2 right, inside this vent. 1 gets cleared. Will they anticipate a second? That starts to frazzle the players on site, but they've let History go unnoticed. And so Lotto, killing Venom Zera, puts it back onto History. He's 2 kills into this round, gets a 3rd over towards the single door, knows the route with the last one, and he damn near clutched the vet in there, but he'll play with the time. Forced over into the corner, gives himself a flash, and he's got this. 4 kills or not. It's a clutch for History and a clean entry that also pushed him past Sadzin's op, put that bomb down, and allowed for Red Canids to pull off this 5th round win.
Again, we're getting the same rotation downstairs out of Lux through the vents, and he's trying to get there as quick as he can, but it feels like Red Canids are getting down there even faster every single round, and that play ends up working out beautifully. Looks like the note taken has paid off. They try to make do, but the double up event, this was just a little bit too much. Delayed for time, and obviously History could have died right here and the round would be over, but he was clutch to make this happen.
Especially sketchy with that glass still intact.
It's, yeah.
Having to shoot that on the runaway,
While
man.
walking back,
That's just one more mechanic input. I don't know.
No, definitely.
Good on him to get over that.
Very solid composure. So, I mean, we're seeing some good rounds from Legacy, but it's like, they're kind of like Kickstarter rounds, but they're not following up with a good rifle win. Instead, it's Red Canids, it feels like, winning the important rounds, and then, you know, we'll see what happens versus the low buys.
Yeah, that streak of 3 rounds is just the first one. You win with less. You follow up versus a force, and then the freebie. So let's see if they can do real rounds. Get into the final 3 of the first half. Oh, Lux gets that
19 damage dink.
Right?
Okay, they followed it up.
Makes it look a bit easier. That kind of shakes up the cannons, but that's ambitious, Lux.
They thought for sure it was going to be an upper exact that he was just getting in front of. He had no ammo. He could have just held back, though.
Nissim peels away from the trophy room. Would hate to be a second victim. You just lose what was man advantage.
Yeah, he thought he was about to pull off a flank again. The comm right there was they're coming upper, but that wasn't true. Now they'll actually reaggress towards it, and Lotto, if he throws his nade, he's going to get called out.
Yeah, they know he's here, and he's not able to shut down Che. Molotov on Nissim's feet forces him into the action. Che gets himself a double kill, and this was 5v4 with plenty of bodies on this upper hit.
Yeah, it was a miscomm, a misread on the situation. It was a good start, but that in-between timing for Red KRiMZ, and they catch him off guard one more time. They even managed to push back the flank before they went back into hut.
6 rounds on a T-side of nuke. They're going to be feeling like they're sitting pretty.
They're slotted, man. I mean, when they get downstairs and Lux is a little late, or they get out of hut and you got someone throwing a smoke, that's not normally where you catch Legacy off guard. They're usually really good in the moments like that. We'll probably see them pull off some moves like that themselves on T-side. So at least Legacy still have some money. Even though they didn't win those rifles in their 3-round streak, they built up an economy. But still, we're nearing the end of the half, and Red KRiMZ's got to be feeling pretty proud of themselves.
Especially with more rounds to win. Lux will be beating himself up for trying to walk through that smoke. Surely feels like a bit of a gift to just get the KRiMZ back in. I like that they didn't rush it either, still flushing Nissim back from the trophy room, making sure they had that little bit more space, especially when we saw already Nissim's flanks into lobby have cost them as they set up for their A-hits. So small adaptations here for the KRiMZ, and it works. But an 8-4 T-side, ooh, tempting if you are the attack right now. So they'll put all the effort they have to in these final 2 rounds of the half, trying to pull off that lead. I'd say problem for them is it's gun round versus gun round, but that actually hasn't served up too much of an issue so far.
Really want to worry about these outside crosses, but they're not going secret. Ooh,
that's
a nice find. This is just huge because they see that off falling back. Now they're just vulnerable outside. Oh, and they catch a push hitter.
Doom out, gets flashed into the hut, gets dropped, Sats in, falling out of heaven. Early. Now they're going to know about it, but Lotto pushing off-site, at least recovers. Critical 2K. Somebody had to step up in those moments.
They're thinking, though, this is a really big opportunity. They know that the CTs are going to be really worried about upper. They have lost health control, so they have to watch the back of this. And I think the mid-round is perfect here for Red KRiMZ. Oh,
even
they catch that,
better,
too.
Because now there's ambiguity. 25 seconds, you're not quite sure what they do off that frag.
I think they know that lower's open, but they still are tentative about just jumping on it. This is a bomb by itself at the moment. But Lux could stop this.
Gotta give yourself enough time to cross over. Venom Zera is the one with that bomb, 10 seconds.
He's waiting for Che.
And as he goes over the cross, CT makes contact. Now a ton more pressure on Che, already sitting 50 health. He's gotta commit to it, and he doesn't.
Oh.
He tries to tap it out, and that is just a bit of a fumble on the crossover. The deep angle from ramp ultimately costs them, and Legacy win out 2v2.
I appreciate them waiting for each other to try to go through, but Lux handles it very well. Like, he stays in the doorway while they don't have enough time to, or the utility to block it off. And even though they double swing together, it's just, they have one chance to kill him. They miss that one chance. And so a nice punish here from Lex, who he's just been having an okay couple of days.
Great 3K from Lotto ultimately, because that A-site was going to get just scooped up by the attackers. But him pushing from beyond the silo, trying to get into hut to just maintain some kind of a control was critical to get Legacy their 5th. KRiMZ come in with everything that they can afford. Final round of the half, back again to the outer smokes, but there's vision over top of it. This posted position from Satsin's going to give him all the info he needs. Meanwhile, utility pressure into the A site. Doom out burns 1 and 2. And as he gets pressured by utility himself, he's going to be banking on his teammates to hold this. KRiMZ take a second. They are still on the perimeter of this site. One drops down the fence. Kawez Tech9 entry opens up the B site, and this time they're not going to waste a moment.
Oh, now it's scary. They can't go down the vent that easily. Oh, Lotto's not even going for the drop just yet. That bomb's getting planted. They have decon. They have a squeaky lurk as well.
Nissim over towards the ramp. Doesn't end up getting any vision. Drop, 49 health. Walks into the op of Sadzin, who's now looking for that next layer of a hold. But remember, KRiMZ just working with the Tech 9. It was enough to drop down into the vent to get this opening. But now he's going to be calling on history to come and join him as those players have already crossed beyond the vent. It's that looming threat behind them. They opt to double up inside of the single door. Missed flash to the bomb site. Certainly not ideal, but that bomb's ticking. And as that Galil tries to get to the action, it's another successful late round moment here for Legacy. It's 6 rounds of a CT side, but slow improvements, piecing these together, ties this game at the half.
Nice! Porra, guys, vamos, porra! Que gostosa! Que gostosa! Nice! Linda história! Nice! Porra! Boa, caralho! Boa, guys!
Things could have been sketchier ultimately, but still 2 rounds at the tail end of that. Legacy showing us that late round, they still have the ability to contain a situation. Great challenge out of KRiMZ, has to be said, and great half as well. You're never disappointed if you walk away from a T-side nuke with 6.
No, totally. I think they've got to feel pretty good about today. Not showing us that even yesterday. Like, they played close to Fnatic. That game went to overtime. They got to win. They're the team this event without the expectations, right?
Smoke in front of Che. He'll not be able to stop anybody from challenging site. Pressure on KRiMZ now. Loses a teammate above him. Still plenty of layers left.
Boy.
Or I say plenty. Everybody just gets popped instantaneous, and it's history to the 1v4. Now he knows there's one behind the blue box, but he's got nothing to do about it. Wants to save his Kevlar Berettas. Nissim's got other ideas. So Legacy jump on this opportunity, win their T-pistol, much like the KRiMZ did back in the first half. And this is their chance to now just kind of run away with tempo.
Yeah, they got to show us they're warmed up and that they're ready to take them on, and they're the best sort of, what they're looking for is to be the best Brazilian 5. And the reason that they're in this stage is because they didn't go the pain strat of like missing the right events, not losing too much. But they're 2 teams now that we know are very close to each other, but Legacy just have to work a little harder this major and play from this stage. And we get reminded every stage one. There are teams that are rightfully doubted, but everyone's so good these days that it's very hard to know who's going to show up. And Red Canids have already impressed quite a bit. So even if Legacy play close and win this game, they'll still be happy. They'll still be proud of themselves, and we'll still leave knowing that Red Canids impressed, but Legacy are doing their job.
Yeah, I think there's some teams where close games might shake them a little bit more, and they just maybe won't find as much satisfaction from them, and that's fair. You set your expectations of yourself wherever you want. But Legacy, I think, in these nitty-gritty games, they find a way to still pat themselves on their back. You know, they never get too down in the dumps about a close match or whatever.
They feel like very present.
Yeah.
I can sense the gratitude from Legacy when it comes to their wins, for sure.
Never strangers to a dogfight. Legacy in the lead. Ever so slightly.
This is an interesting stack, actually, because they're all coming this direction.
Was assembled towards ramp originally. Just keep that Galil going.
Hey, AK can't do that.
Lux finds 4 frags with 35 bullets in that bad boy. And that's going to be Legacy to pull ahead.
There's some good kills for Lux. He needs to get some confidence back into this game.
Damn near doubles them right then and there. So, obviously that was Canids giving a chance over, not coming in with anything but their USPs. So we get a round 3 bye in the second half. It's got some limitations, clearly.
No kits. Am I right? Yes. Yeah, no kits.
Well, just don't let them plant. Easier said than done as we get this rambunctious bunch trying to cross outer. Oh, Nate didn't go deep enough. Looked like it would have exposed something. Instead, KRiMZ takes a shot to the head, and look how quickly things can go from 0 to 100. Doom out just charging down through the garage, gets himself 3 frags.
This round's a wrap. They can't even rotate.
You know, they tried trucking out frag grenades, looking to apply a bit of pressure. He sees that as an invitation. He is on for an ace. A Galil versus a full buy, and he just walks through them one by one, mowing down every body that steps into that crosshair. 5th frag right there for the taking, denied. venomZera is going to chop him down one shy, but still an excellent round out of Doom out.
He wanted that ace at the major, and it was just a freebie. You know, the round's over. He's done his job. An amazing round out of Doom out. 4K entry, cleared outside all by himself. Not even the best gun that he could have had.
Very effectively kind of found the Canids not supporting one another, right? 4 separate 1 versus 1s, all very clean kills.
That's going to happen on low utility rounds. You got to make up for it by just putting your rifles in position to just get some, you know, 60-40 fights. And, well, he came up against all of them easily. Let's watch that back.
Sprays through on KRiMZ. Good prediction of Che's peak.
Everything's to the head.
The first player to even damage him was the CT challenge.
Yeah, he had a magnet. Magnet to everyone's domes here.
Oh yeah, he did want that ace.
Yeah.
You can put that mic up, brother. Your teammates still have to hear it. Duma's got the pipes, and he's also got the kills. 16 and 6. 15 rounds into play. Sends Red Canids back down to the pistols. And this T-side's looking to just take off.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they make so much money off of that, too. The one thing you miss when it's one guy runs through your opponents like that is that round wasn't close. There were so many saves. That's that last rifle, or that last anti-eco, Lux got all the kills. Already built up a big bank. Very disheartening moment here for Red Canids, who put in so much effort on that T side. But an awful start to the second half, and it could get worse right here.
KRiMZ popped.
Perfect zoning with the molly in the clear.
Going through the motions, doing it well. You know, you can always bank on Doom out to kind of operate successfully on his own. This is another instance of that. Doesn't end up dying, giving a gun over, gets out of it as well. And now we get Lotto just clipping venomZera. I think he saw probably a smidge as that smoke was coming back to full effect.
Yeah.
And that's all he needed to find you. And suddenly behind that frag is a completely vacant upper hit. So Legacy to secure double digits, not wasting a moment since this T-side has started.
No kidding. I mean, everything's just perfectly in place. And again, what we're looking at is 5 saved. No joke. Red Canids probably try to use their small amount of resources here to just try to find some exits if possible. Like, otherwise, it's going to be a nightmare for them to climb back. You know, the CT, we talk about the CT benefits and the CT advantages you have, but it really only comes when you've got that full amount of money. When you have that buy like you had last time with no kits and only rifles, no op, half armor, so you can even get headshotted by Galils, and then half of the utility, not full incendiaries, CT side advantages kind of disappear at the same time.
Cleaning house as well.
Yeah, he's letting him have it.
Unfortunately, we haven't really had that lifeline moment for Red Canids, and there's no kind of close call that you can kind of hype the boys up about. This is feeling like a bit of a free fall moment on the defense.
Yep.
Again, second most played map, highest win rate. So there's plenty to go off of, but you've got to make sure that system doesn't collapse in the face of Legacy's challenge. And just the pace and the timing and the individual levels now that are starting to come out of Legacy, particularly Dumao. You know, it feels like Dumao's more than happy to give you a challenge. And if he can make sure that their war machine never gets going, then this game's going to be over before Red Canids can realize. Here comes their next buy round, at least. Up in history's hands. You got to shut this down right here. You were tied coming into the first half. You lose pistol, sure, but you haven't been able to slow it down. In the one gun round, you've got a chance to play. Second gun round for Red Canids CT side right here has to be different.
There's a lot of players that need to get online. We've seen some good moments, but yeah, the kills, the deaths are starting to climb. So looks like another outside play and a default here. History looking for a pickoff. That would make things easier. And this is technically their best buy of the half so far, with one kit and an op to use. And yeah, you see a team like spending all their money, you just want to bleed them dry. You can come in fast if you want to, but it's always a lot scarier. Oh my, he's got by. He's got by. Oh no, this is Jay in secret. Oh my god. Like, he thought he had his head in the wall.
Caution of the smoke, but tucked over towards secret instead. And now suddenly I feel like Jay's in a better spot. That was Sadson to take a look at it. He is going to be operating on his own versus 3 if they come this way.
It's scary for Jay. They molly the stairs. They're kind of watching this, but not really.
Well-timed peek. Catches one off, but now you are very much locked into this corner.
Oh, what a shot.
Sadson's going to hunt you down. Nowhere to hide there if you are Che. And so found out with the wall bang, Nissim looks to activate on timing. He's gotten past just barely, I thought, but instead takes a quarter of his health down. And now you're playing this game of chicken versus the support that misses. An op shot whiff by History is huge. And now Venom Zero gets popped trying to clear up from the corner. Sadson there to close it. Wallbang into secret. Legacy flawless on this T side.
Oh, that is the ultimate heartbreak now, man. That's just one small shot missed, and it's just like a series of dominoes from there. History had a chance to shut down that lurk. They caught him walking out too. He could have got killed multiple times.
What a nuisance Nissim is in that ramp room.
And then Che dying this way as well. Oh my god. I mean, they knew he was there, but still an off shot to the head.
Yeah. He could have been on the boxes, crouched behind the boxes, close corner, along the wall, but it felt like that was a homing missile of an op shot. So we go 5 rounds straight at a Legacy. Haven't looked in the rear view since switching over to the T side, and look at the tempo thrown out yet again. Dumao challenging into the lower sight. Che is walking out, unprepared, not ready for this pace.
Oh,
this is a huge change up in the tempo, and they leave Lux just floating around outside. He'll find his. Drop has given you something to work with, at least one kill back the other way, and this chase from Kawaz is going to keep him preoccupied, but he's walking into a whole pack of Legacy players. 2 backs turned with the cover. Sadson catches him just around the box.
Yeah, he was looking that way. He was reloading, or he's switching, but got it together just in time. It's disheartening, but also like Legacy ripped it from you. Like the way they won was just so clear. And now it's like, what do? You're not going to see that one op shot. That's the only time they had an op this half. They missed that op shot. They lose the round. They lost all the rounds before that. They won't see that again.
No, I think, you know, I don't want to sugarcoat Legacy's struggles so far these last 2 days, but I think this is the kind of half that is going to get Legacy back to where everybody's expectations were. They will reference this, even if they, have struggles in the best of threes. I think this is that turning point where everything, for the first time here in Budapest, just works. Individual levels, certainly good enough to close out this game.
Yeah, they'll all look at each other and be like, hey, we're back.
There it is, right? We've tapped into it. We've tapped into what we know we can deliver. And this, what was 4 versus 2, does get whittled down low. Drop could still offer us something. It would have to be a 4K on the round. And he'd have to get these last couple with only 50 health. They spot him, they swing in, and we get that successful trade out from Legacy. Again, could have been cleaner with 4 versus 2. But with this momentum that they're rolling with, I think just happy to see 12 at the top of the board.
Just one more clutch for Legacy. Even if it's a close moment, it's a double swing where they were planning for that, and they get the kill. They're delivering. They're getting all the good shots in. They're moving as quickly as they want to. This has been a fantastic T-side. I mean, how can you say it's not? Like, Red Canids have been at a standstill since this half started.
6 rounds in a row. Domination in the pistol as well, just with the tempo, right? The pace of play that Legacy have brought to the attack was evident from the first round on the offense. Slotting right into the terrorist side. It's got to be a gut-wrenching one if you're the Red Canids, because you were in this game. You had done seemingly the hard part. 6 rounds on the attack yourself. Sure, lose pistol, that's one thing, but look at the amount of, that's the first time it gets boiled down to a single survivor.
Yeah, and now, I mean, the money's already out of hand. It's
a damning graphic.
Not getting any more ops to work with. It's history on a scout this round. Legacy know that they're on the ropes. They're just looking for a final blow. And they're really expecting a lot of, there's the outside cross smokes, the CTs are still holding back here, but obviously Legacy here are gonna put a lot of pressure on ramp. This really comes down to history's rotation, but again, he only has the scout to work with.
This has been a real problem for them in this ramp pressure. There's a follow through with bodies here. Legacy gonna keep.
They lock one downstairs and they open up hell.
Dumao about to peek into what could be 2 if he decides to overstep, but sometimes happy to let them come to him, and it looks like that's the plan. Lock into the corner.
You can't see the vent rotation. They're trying to guess, whether or not the CTs are going to overfill down here, but they're still mostly upstairs.
Drop sitting solo on the site right now. Utility starts to trickle in. That presence could spook Red Canids to throw another player down. Molotov on Drop's feet. He will bring Lotto with him. That's one thing. Dumao looks the wrong direction in the lobby.
He didn't get cleared.
Kawes didn't clear it.
No.
Now,
what? He just looked by him.
He was on your screen. He was on his screen as he looked past. Interesting spot here between Kawes and Dumao, but at the same time,
how many more hurts do you need?
If everything goes downstairs at the same time, then what could still come together? I mean, Bomb is sitting on Nissim's back. He goes to finally plant this. Kawes isn't close enough to stop that bomb plant, and it's Dumao who ultimately strikes first. They get off of the site, they come up from control, and they're gonna still end this. Getting away with 2 ships crossing in the lobby. It feels like Legacy have finally arrived in Budapest. A flawless T-side. A reference moment for stage 1. A type of Counter-Strike that will make you believe that they could go on in this event.
See, we've got Damal joining us now. And Damal, what was interesting here, despite this being a Brazilian matchup, you going up against the Red Canids, you guys had never faced off against each other. Had you practiced against them before, maybe when you were back home at all, or is it not a team that you have too much experience against?
We watch their games when they play in Brazil, because just we like it to see people in Brazil, how the people are improving. But I think we didn't practice too much, just maybe some practice in Brazil. And yeah, we don't know too much about each other, you know? Yeah.
So this was a lot more of just looking, preparing, going through the motions of it all. But for you guys right now, if you compare this to the Austin Major, right, there was not many expectations on you. This year, you've started to win, you've lifted a trophy, you've made grand finals. Expectations are higher. Do you feel any different being here? Do you feel any extra pressure?
Yes, we feel like a pressure because of expectation, but I think that's something that's normal. It comes with anything in life, but we have to deal with in the best way possible. So as long as that pressure is bringing us energy and more focus and more hype to each other to show our game, not to other people, but for us, as we did in EliGE, we didn't have too much expectations, but we are trying to show our best. So looking to this point, that trying to be your best version, I think this is the most important, and we can see this in both ways, the expectations and reach out expectations there.
Nice.
I wanted to ask you specifically about this game on Nuke. It didn't start too well for you. You were down 1-4, and I believe only 2 rounds that you win in the beginning of the game were force buys. Is this something that you are kind of hoping for, that it clicks to come back in these best of 1 games? Because if you have a slow start, it's just bound to happen. You will have bad economy. So how do you take these force buys? Do you anti-strat specifically for this?
To be honest, no. This is just about mental. We are ready that we start CT on Nuke. We expect to be doing good rounds and having the advantage. But as soon as we don't have, we have to look to our mental and find every little of strength that we have and advantage in some ways. Because you can be winning, but you can be sleepy. You can take advantage of some angles and everything. So we have to be aware of it, and that's what we did. And even force buys and everything, we were trying to read them. And I think this mental force is just about being present, you know? Yeah.
How does it feel to go into the best of 3s without, backs against the wall? I mean, you still can technically lose, obviously. It will be great to go through, but how does it feel? Does it give you a little bit of a breathing room?
Yes. I mean, playing best of 1s is... you played already, you guys know, so it's hard, but best of 3s is much better because then you can look for a long game, you know. So you can lose a map maybe, or maybe you can look for more details, and then you get hype in the middle of the game or whatever. So yeah, everybody prefers best of 3. Yeah.
And lastly, Damal, I want to ask, just when it comes to you right now as a team, obviously we're expecting you guys to go far within this major, but do you feel like you as a team are in the shape where you can be title contenders, making it through the playoffs, going this whole gauntlet you would need to go from stage 1 all the way to playoffs?
One thing we talked about a lot is starting in the stage 1 can make us be more in the process, and in the process I mean that we can improve in every match and every day. Yeah. So we can look more to not only failures but good things and details where we can have more things to look up, you know. So I think that's the best thing, that starting stage 1. Of course we wanted to start stage 3, but we have to look at the good things, and at the end of the day it's all about improving. It's not about money or anything, so yeah.
That's a really good mentality, man. Thank you for the wise words. Good luck.
That isn't fed at the top of the throne of the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Who is the best AWPer of all time?
Full time, simple.
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 Device.
Manesja.
Manesja.
Sasha. Simple.
Best upper of all time is Simple for sure.
Simple's peak was amazing.
Simple.
Falling.
Yeah, man, I have to say Simple, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Simple, it was just at a different level when he played. Probably in the near future, Molodoi is in the goal, but overall it's Simple by far, yeah.
Zayu. Zayu. I think, I don't know, Simple is not playing, so I would say Zayu, I guess.
Simple, I think, still.
Simple.
Simple.
Device.
Simple?
Or Molodoi. Wait, but is all time or? Yeah, all time. All time I think it's Simple.
For me, Simple.
Simple.
That would be Simple.
Simple.
Simple for sure.
I'll give to Zayu. I think he's more consistent from all the years he's been playing.
I think Zayu.
Okay.
Simple.
I would say Device.
Zayu, I think all the time. Zayu.
From the past, Kineas, now Zayu. Yeah.
Zayu. Simple. Probably say Simple.
Simple as Saibu. I think a good case for both, right?
Of all time, probably Simple.
Simple.
That's simple. 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 Simple.
Currently, Saiwu. Previously, Device or Simple.
I'm gonna go with Zayu. I know everyone's saying Simple, but I'm gonna go with Zayu.
Kineas.
AWPer for me, Simple.
I think it's Simple, but in the same spot, like fighting for the one is Zayu.
Who's the best right now?
I think Zayu.
Simple. Zayu.
Simple?
I'll just say Zayu.
Sorry?
I'll go with Zayu.
Simple. Simple.
Zayu.
I think Simple.
By Simple.
Simple.
Falling.
It kind of has to be Simple, but Saivu is getting there slowly because he's been doing it and he's not stopping. Yeah.
Legacy back in action, and now just one best of 3 from advancing to stage 2. A team touted at the very least to be advancing to the next stage. Jacob, sure, it started off maybe slightly complicated, but once Legacy got all their ducks in a row, there was no doubt who was the better team in this one.
I think you're right. It was a bit of a messy start to the game for both Legacy and Red Canids, but when it stabilized, when we got into the nitty-gritty of it, when we had 2 teams who were able to purchase weapons and actually play Counter-Strike properly, it was clear to me to see that Legacy were one step ahead. Not only as a team, but also some of the individuals we spoke about. Ladder, Dumau having great showings and were kind of able to carry it over for Legacy in a game that, yes, seemed close in the first 12, 14 rounds, but essentially was never really close.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we had that conversation before the start, right? Ladder and Dumau are the 2 people that need to show that they're on a higher level than everybody else on the team and everybody else on the server, matter of fact, in a game like this. And I feel like this is what they did, right? As you pointed out, when the team was struggling, when some of the rounds were not going their way, Ladder was very solid with a lot of the multi-kills in towards the A-bomb side. Dumau was like a monster, just running around the server and devouring people. So I feel like what we got here out of Legacy was first to prove that as a team they were a little bit better, and then a prove that when the team is struggling, they have the individuals to get them out of the hole.
We don't have too much time to dissect this one, but I think we should take a look at, I guess, a potential turning point for Legacy to get back into the game. Round 6, what was the story?
Yeah, that's kind of where it all changed, because the first couple of rounds were a bit messy. Round 3 was also a force buy win, so round 6, we have it coming here for you right now, is another force buy win coming in for Legacy, and that kind of changed the tide of the game just a little bit. You see the purchase right here, it's very strong on the side of Red Canids. You're leading 4-1. You're supposed to win this round, especially when you catch off a scout, you know, falling all the way back to the bomb site, gets the first kill, stays alive, covers for the mate on the bomb side, and now we see Ladder. The individual level we spoke about, Ted, right here, shown in full force. Those deagle works, those deagle shots, that's just a high-level Counter-Strike.
Yeah, absolutely. It is high-level Counter-Strike out of an anchor player, right? And this is one of the most impressive qualities of Ladder as a standout performer for this team. The fact that he's not really supposed to be the star if you just look at the roles, in the way that he's being utilized. But he's one of those players that is always going to be able to put himself in a position where he gives himself a chance if the enemy team is not perfect in the way that they execute onto the bomb side, right? And this is what makes him such a high-level player, as you pointed out. And I feel like that was a turning point. That was around the time when Legacy were struggling to pick up buy rounds, and it kind of sent them off on a very good track going forward.
Speaking of turning points, we've got to see one from our next 2 teams. Maybe one more so than the other, because NIP, okay, it's great to see them back at a major, finally. But for FaZe, already starting off in stage 1, we had higher expectations, and apparently, Jacob, you've already given up on the hope for FaZe?
Given up in the sense that I was just wishing for them to come in and own stage 1, you know, so we could build this storyline of maybe FaZe have figured it out, maybe the boot camp, maybe the practice, you know, maybe integrating Jacob into the lineup. And I know it was just one best of 1 yesterday, and it's just one best of 1 today against NIP, but let's be completely honest, when you have Frozen, when you have Twist, when you have broky for that matter in your lineup, you're supposed to own it in stage 1.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned broky's name, by the way, because yesterday was a very fun day for him. Not. He had 3 AWP kills on Dust 2 against Exotic on the other side, right? And this is one of the conversations, because Frozen had a phenomenal game 1 on Nuke against Rare Atom. Twist was decent, but you can't just really look at those 2 and say, well, FaZe are just going to clean everyone in stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 because they have 2 very good players. No, they need their AWPer to step up. Jacob is filling in, and we know there's a lot of mixed opinions on him, but he's not really the guy that's supposed to be playing well, and he was their best player yesterday on Dust 2.
What's the AWPing saying on the other side of the equation then for NIP today?
I feel like Rinko was very solid yesterday. Even in the game that they did lose, he was still playing well. And a lot of people forget that because Rinko has been around for such a long time, and obviously he was one of those guys that are coming out of the CAS region that were supposed to stand out. He's actually playing his first major right now, and he has been playing a very good game.
And that's why he can rely on a guy like Snappi. He can rely on the in-game leader, you know, to help him out a little bit in that regard. I think that in-game leading duel between karrigan and Snappi is interesting for many reasons, obviously. karrigan, we know his history, we know his accolades. Same could be said for Snappi, but people kind of, I guess, undervalue what he was able to achieve with ENCE, what he was able to achieve, you know, in the early stages within Falcons as well, and that kind of ruined him in a sense. Not necessarily the team where he could figure it out, and now he finds himself in NIP, where, let's be completely honest, he took that team, built it from the ground up in the first VIS system where it was a bit flawed, and now they find themselves at the major. I'm not saying Snappi is a world-class in-game leader, but I think he's done a decent job with what he had to work with in NIP.
That's the thing. I don't think you can really compare the accolades of both Snappi versus karrigan. One definitely is head and shoulders above the other, but the history between these 2 players as well is just pretty insane. The fact that we still get to see them at this Counter-Strike 2 major as well, going head-to-head on Overpass this time. What do you think of that?
I feel like this is aligning very nicely with the conversation we had about the AWPers, right? Because Overpass throughout its entire existence as a map in the map has been a very AWP-heavy map. I think it is interesting considering that when it comes down to FaZe, this is where you will need broky to put in a little bit of impact. Obviously, Frozen and Twist are still in positions where they could shine. But on the other hand, I've actually watched NIP play a couple overpasses. I like their overpass. I feel like there is some depth, there is some variety to the CT side. I honestly feel like even though they did lose against NRG, I still feel like they might be able to make it a very close game.
Well, maybe time for you, Ted, to put your money where your mouth is in our sponsored predictions. We were talking about this in the green room. I went with FaZe. I believe you maybe went with FaZe.
I did say FaZe, but I am on the edge of going NIP. You know what? Just for the purpose of entertainment, I will say I think because of the map, I think NIP might have an opportunity because of the AWP fight. But in reality, FaZe should be winning this game.
Even starting on the T side of Overpass, you still think that's going to be all right?
I feel like their T sides have been pretty creative. Yeah, we have a couple teams in stage 1 that actually have somewhat of an identity to the way that they approach their T sides. Fnatic is another good example, and they're both Fnatic and NIP teams that have been struggling. But those are teams that are not necessarily copying everything from the top dogs. They are trying to put in some tweaks from their own stuff, and I actually appreciate that very much. So yeah, I think there could be an argument to be made, but FaZe should be winning this.
I'm glad you brought up broky when it comes to Overpass, because I want to apply a bit of pressure to broky. He's obviously a story player, been around for a long time. I think we're looking at a broky right now that if he doesn't find success with FaZe, there's a world where he's not going to be playing tier 1 Counter-Strike, maybe ever again, at least not in FaZe Clan. So now's the time to step up if you're broky.
Well, it's just time to see if FaZe can step up to the challenge at hand. It's Overpass versus NIP.
Yes, Overpass where this one goes down. A big question mark is this is where NIP have already faltered at this very same event versus a coach in NRG. But, well,
hey, no shame in that.
Went on to beat FaZe, so it looks like both these teams have been sent here by the same Grim Reaper.
That's right, and we saw the game. It was pretty incredible. You couldn't expect it, but you had to be impressed by it. I don't think there was any luck involved. My goodness, Daps. He's that guy.
Challenge of a T side here. Ted seems to be the guy in the room that's got the most confidence in NIP. He was brave enough to say that he thinks there's a possibility, maybe, that they have success.
They showed some creativity for an outside chance of possibly playing this game well.
I wouldn't call that a prediction. FaZe, the favorites to win this. Unfortunately for NIP, just been kind of struggling throughout the season. Same could be applied to FaZe. So why don't we let the Counter-Strike do the talking. Jacob missing a chance at first blood as this is NIP getting dangerously close to the B site. We hit a minute mark. Twist has got this flash to try to interrupt things, but goes back to the pistol as Jacob takes down one and a second. Not able to completely shut down the short side himself. We get the rebuttal back. Even 3v3, Twist slides down to the site, hopes to go unnoticed, and this smoke could damn well let him go unchecked in the corner as karrigan comes in with not only a distraction, but impact. Frag found, man advantage taken, and Shush trying to exit site. Lowered slightly, 18 HP, cleaned up, Snappi to the clutch, pressured from all directions, goes down with nothing. Twist comes out from that corner with success, and it's a FaZe Clan CT pistol win.
Twist was their strongest feature when they played Overpass in Chengdu. That's a big reason I think they're comfortable coming here. It's a map for both these teams that's on the lower end of the pool, which is not what you normally see coming up in best of ones. So that's something. But Jacob, yesterday, he was Mr. Multifrag, and he starts off the day the same way. He was basically the only player that was like doing better than he was supposed to, and unfortunately for FaZe, they just needed like a little more help. But that was a good sign. I mean, if Jacob can be good, and they put a lot of emphasis, I think, on this break and making this team work as a 5, I think that means that, you know, they want Jacob to be comfortable and show us why he's the young rookie they wanted to give a chance to come play. Then it's a start.
Referenced multiple times, just kind of needing a break from event to event grind in order to get systems online with his inclusion. Not to say that having Rain for one more event was a burden, but it did kind of delay the process that clearly FaZe were trying to put in place for this very major. So now you've had that chance. And there are circumstances yesterday you can point to. FaZe want to find an excuse. They're out there to go for, but...
And so what's the deal with NIP, man? I mean, their 5 is actually, it's looking pretty good.
Right.
But they're constantly underperforming. there was a moment there where I was like, okay, they grinded their way all the way back to be able to get to the major. That's pretty impressive considering where NIP started. Yeah, I mean,
down there in the rankings.
No, I don't think anybody would ever attempt that challenge of trying to climb the VRS rankings from where they were at. So that was good. But since then, they still haven't really overachieved.
Scout shot comes out from broky. Missed chance. Find by Frozen. He'll find his. And karrigan just challenging. To hell with the scout. Just get it done with the USP. broky throws caution to the wind, slides through with a double kill, and Twist is there to clean up. There's no way he missed all those scout shots, only to go running forward, W key down, USP in hand, and finds 2.
That's kind of embarrassing. 2 USP kills. Yeah.
That's kind of what broky does, though, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I meant for NIP.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, you look at this team, and it's like they've got some pieces here. They've got some solid pieces. I mean, Kaspersky is somebody I feel like is a really good person to try to build a team around. Wrinkle, you know, when he first joined, he took a big career risk in coming here because there was a lot of hype around him, and then to go to NIP, who are obviously not in a great spot, he was signing up for the job to try to recover the team, you know, be the reason that they became good, and I respect that. But again, together, they got here. But have they shown us that they can really advance? Like on my pickup, I have them going through. But I almost have a regret about it, you know, just because.
Because they're losing.
Because they're losing, and there's rose-tinted glasses about the potential, I feel.
Yeah, it's a lot of potential, and it's still unrealized.
Yeah, but we'll see. Here, Overpass is a chance. His phase don't look perfect either.
Although still confident enough this round to go for that prod down through Monster to let Frozen kind of flow his way back towards site. It's going to be a slog of a T side for NIP. FaZe have got a lot to prove because, again, expectations back to an all-time high. Coming into this, everybody thought that this pack of teams was just going to be easy work for FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
We all drank the Kool-Aid again. Just tastes so good.
So good, man. So sugary.
And yet FaZe Clan yet to sweep a 3-0 at a major since 2018.
Nice dodge.
Twists, gets vision, flash pops, sees 2. Jacob and karrigan there to clean up. So far, so good for FaZe Clan. Couldn't be asking for more at this moment.
I mean, genuinely, starting on Overpass, not getting CT side, and then losing the first pistol is probably the worst start on any map in Counter-Strike. It's the worst feeling, for sure. So it's overall a great start here for FaZe. And CT side on both halves of the maps, just about connecting with your Opper on A and with your B players, Twist and Jacob. We'll see if the chemistry has really come together. It'll be about them, like we just saw, doubling up Monster side, being able to dodge a flash, taking aggro for each other. Wrinkle gets a kill on Jacob. This is nice.
karrigan, though, is going to get the trade back inside
such a
connector.
Big win. Yeah.
Makes sense that Jacob kind of gets targeted. I think he's been having this willingness to go for those monster fights, a couple spam shots here and there, so the op finds him.
He just wants any reason to walk out here. Kaspersky. Oh, nice kill.
He's got a second frag. That's big.
But a second guy in con. Will they be ready for that?
Frozen only working with an MP9.
Oh, they will be.
Triple here for Wrinkle as he finds each point of contact that FaZe have offered him and hasn't missed a shot in those 3. So excellent stuff out of Ninja's Opper here in their first gun round.
We're going to get an ace. Wrinkle is in a great spot to catch this next frag as well. I mean, Twist has got to move eventually.
Gonna try to wait it out. Twist sees shadows, chance to strike.
There it is.
Wrinkle right there. That's 4 bullets, 4 frags, and he's not gonna reload. Would love to find broky as his 5th victim.
I love it. He's coming in from CT as well. This could be the moment with the op. Oh, with the bomb, and he gets by every bullet.
What about 5 kills, 5 bullets, and a bomb plant, Launders?
He's leaving. Could have just taken that shot. That would have been great.
But he does what's right, puts that bomb down, and guarantees that 4 rounds into this T side, Ninjas in Pajamas find themselves a round win. And
Hats off.
when we talk about the equation for success in Ninjas in Pajamas camp, we look to Wrinkle as this player who's got to have impact on an op. And if they can bring that op element to the table, remember the stat that Ted dropped at the start of the day. It was Exotic who had more op kills than broky and Twists combined last night.
Yeah, and
so this is
no
a great
shit on anyone.
Yeah.
Exotic was incredible.
Yeah, sure. But also, you know, broky kind of leaving some out there. So we'll see as this game goes on. But right now, it's a great first sign from Wrinkle. No denying that the first round win of NIP has his name stamped across it.
Any T round. It's going to feel great, especially on just a raw rifle like this. It's just the lowest friction situation. Every single push was caught as soon as the idea came to play. So, again, you can watch back, highlight Wrinkle, packaged, because it's all him.
Each time a smoke faded or this pressure applied by Frozen.
And just love that every shot's easy. He's right there, right when the peak's about to happen. That's just...
Trade on Twists.
An excellent read of this device-like. Excellent read on the situation.
Well, he is in ninjas and pajamas after all.
Right.
Jacob's job is starting to get more difficult as these buy rounds have come through from NIP, whether that was the op pick off of last round or this frag grenade. And for somebody like you said, who had just a merry old time last night. Well, my words, not yours. He pulls off of that half wall, tries to join up with Twists, slightly more passive, and in that moment, Kaspersky starts to get dangerously close. All while they get that walkout through the monster. I mean, this is Ninjas setting their eyes on this B bomb site, kind of questioning as to why there's so little resistance. And Snappi's been able to slip the net for the time being. Broky's up in heaven without a gun in hand, but now he takes that poke at it, and it's Jacob to fall first.
That was kind of silly from Snappi. He ends up dying right there, knowing Broky's up in heaven.
karrigan's going to apply some pressure on Connector, but he just gives himself right back into the Wrinkle angle. Frozen finds one, returned back in Con, and this is going to draw broky to the action on the B site. Bomb confirmed, plant attempt once, just the fake, now the commitment. And broky's not able to go for this because he knows there's pressure closer. Kaspersky,
they're just leaving this
up on his grill, but this is NIP to make the most of it. Second round one, and they're consecutive.
You know, now it's the second time that happened. I'm not sure how I feel about it with all the con play that's taken place. Maybe they're just not expecting Wrinkle to be coming B with the op over and over again, but it's the perfect counterplay here to what FaZe are doing. They're just making these rounds look a little bit too easy. There are some teams right now on CT side that aren't playing con at all. Actually, they're playing back, like you see, like Aurora, for example, who are an excellent overpass team. They'll play from CT, they'll spam, they'll boost. They do everything except play the spot that they're trying to frag in, and I think that we see why that's a good idea. Here, it's very face-on into con, trying to take these duels, but there's a lot of utility from the T side that they can approach safely, and if they take short control, can really punish you for. So maybe FaZe need to change it up a little bit because it feels like the meta is moving away from it. And maybe they're getting unlucky and they can prove us wrong. But for now, 2 rounds straight for Ninjas, they're got to be feeling pretty good.
I think Snappi's going to be real confident with, you know, maybe kind of stepping into the op. Cost him his life, but still a lot of space taken by just finding the right timing. Surely that's an essence of a read. Everybody from NIP got real close to this bomb site with quite little resistance. And they didn't let that chance slide by. Curious to see if Jacob gets zoned for a 3rd consecutive round, right? Remember, opt, naded. He hasn't been operating with a full health bar in some rounds now. Wrinkle in anticipation of a boost starts in Connector as opposed to trying to pick from it.
And again, they're not spamming. So the fact that the Ts can keep walking up this way, even if they're, you know, if FaZe are going to play in con as well, like you should still be trying to put pressure on Wrinkle's walk up on this short side using, again, boosts and things like that. But they haven't really been doing it. Oh my goodness, that was just a free
first missed shot.
Yeah, I think we were surprised to have such an easy opening right there.
You do not anticipate that. A lot of the time people have walked into the scope. Oh, Jacob gets spammed through it. Twists reapplies the smoke grenade, operating on his own on this side of the site. You've got karrigan trying to wiggle his way into a supportive position, but just that FAMAS, no utility for karrigan. Certainly doesn't have a lot to offer here, and Wrinkle just preying on them at the moment.
It's so snappy, isn't it, to just copy and paste something that's working. You can't give up these kills. I mean,
missed shot from Wrinkle. Shush will catch Frozen top connector, so things just going perfectly for NIP.
oh, FaZe are looking a little bit silly right now. And, you know, stylistically, everybody knows a Snappi call, like his game plan. It can look obvious, but he can make it work because he just made it work the last round or the round before that. I mean, it's on FaZe to change up. And if they're going to keep losing kills to an op that can roam, that can face con and you're always in con, and then can walk up short and you're never mauling him back or trying to boost or do damage to him before he peaks, well, then this is going to happen. So I'm not going to lie, this is actually a terrible sign for FaZe. Losing rounds like this is not like them. But if you're Nip, keep going.
Couple of missed shots this round makes Wrinkle feel a little more human, even though he still got his impact, not taking that from him. But,
yeah,
you know, the first round when it was 4 bullets, 4 kills.
Again, I feel like he's almost caught off by how quick the kills are coming in. Like, he's walking up short. He's like, okay, I got to work a little bit harder this round. Oh, wait, no, I don't. He's just standing here with his back turned to me.
Yeah, you're never ready for the deer that steps onto your front yard.
Yeah.
But, like,
is that something you had to deal with growing up?
Sometimes, yeah. It can happen. From where I'm about.
You get drunk and...
You know, deer walk up on the yard. Ever ready for that one? Well, we've already seen Wrinkle hunting down this kind of a boost when he was down inside of the connector, but Twists looking for an angle over top. Isn't going to find much. A shout out to our official betting partner. Snappi getting closer. And as he steps closer, he's not alone. Wrinkle back behind him. This is going to be
spotted.
A huge ask with Frozen with a Desert Eagle, and the fact that he goes down with nothing, and we've already got NIP on top of this bomb site. You'd think it was there for the taking. broky's got the answer already, and that causes NIP momentarily to pause. Twist is right behind him, so that's the 2 rifles in position. Meanwhile, simultaneous monster push going down on the other side of the map. But FaZe know if they commit to A, they have a chance to stop this. So they'll sit pretty at 45 seconds and hope that NIP don't double back. And if they do, if NIP do decide to run this back towards B, now those pistols are pushed into a corner where they could still slow things down.
It's actually FaZe that wish they could rotate to help out because they've only got 2 guns here, but they almost feel, you know, certain that it's going to be the A site. They can't even respond to that one molly.
It's well placed. Flushes both the defenders out of position. That does open the door from behind, so the flank is on, the pressure's on, and Twists is going to collect the kill to EliGE.
They could actually go back to B now if they want to.
Shush is the bomb carrier. He's got Wrinkle back towards connector, but Kaspersky finding space towards Bank. They're going to try to run this bomb in. Now Shush pressured, but as Nate finds broky, and that Bank push comes back as FaZe wrote off the threat. And so NIP just kind of slammed their head into that A site until they break through.
I mean, I know FaZe didn't have much to work with there, but it's just looking really messy. It's not looking very threatening in any of these positions. They're losing too many players too easily. Something is not clicking right now, and I know that's just been a constant issue for them, but yeah, NIP are probably pretty happy about the way things are going. And that was a tight spot, and they got their way out of it. They also, it feels like with Snappi, they use the anti-eco towards A. Most of this game plan is going to lean towards B. We know he's a guy who's 70-30 to one site, you know, and he finds something that works. He really knows how to just make it so painful. Get that knife in and twist it. That's the Snappi strat. He likes to attack from the front.
Played a dangerous game trying to send Shush towards the dice box, though, with that op on the hunt.
Yeah, there was definitely ways to lose that round.
Yeah. But they get through it, and I think, you know, when FaZe have those kinds of opportunities and you evade the upset, NIP is just going to laugh that one off and try to get back to what's been working. We'll see if they do continue to head towards B. We'll see what kind of difference FaZe can offer up. Some pressure here, I think a welcome sight. You were talking about how NIP were able to just get so close for so free.
No, they need to get chip damage here, they need to get spam damage, they need to control combat, not just necessarily by pushing into it.
You can try
Lurk
spamming
smoke
it.
is out.
They don't find any damage towards Khan.
They're not respecting this lurk smoke.
Kaspersky walks right into the bomb site. Isn't able to control it for the headshot onto Twists, but that's broky down, so op removed. Changes hands to Twists instead. All while karrigan looks to get frisky on long. But they're considering this threat already. Wrinkle looking to walk up and join.
So he'll eventually have to get off this angle. It does come down to timing. karrigan's waiting for that like 50-second mark to go.
Frozen spot, gets found out, traded out effectively.
And they're actually making this over towards B. karrigan, they're gonna make him a non-factor. Oh no, they're flashing up A.
Twists eating those flashes in the process. Commitment comes through. They're going to try to charge it in. Snappi. Oh, gets covered. Huge pickup by Wrinkle just as it looked like Twist was going to stop that bomb. Clearing of the long by the bomb carrier, though. You put that right down in front of karrigan. Can he hold it on his own? Second and a third.
What?
They walk right into the crosshair, and karrigan gives us a FaZe Clan multi-frag.
That's just nasty out of karrigan. A beautiful 3K from him. Could have easily been traded right there, but definitely stood his ground. That was awesome to watch. They were going to be so unhappy about that because that could have been a bomb plant, the round win. All with one kill. That was an insane shot from Wrinkle. Only a hand was sticking out, and it wasn't even a wall bang.
FaZe buying themselves a lifeline off that one. Chance to stop this attack in its tracks. Again, we get karrigan trying to pressure down through connector, but again, it comes up with no damage.
It's okay. I mean, even if you don't do damage, it's still zoning. So it's like a molly, you know, you just want to make sure they don't feel comfortable. Oh, that was a chance. That was a chance.
Oh, he knows it.
Not flashed, held the angle the way that he wanted to.
Nice aid. It's going to give Twist something to think about.
I mean, with Wrinkle's punish game right now, you got to match him.
Talk about zoning. Twists back to the pillar. Wrinkle back into the peak, finds another player on that angle, and Kaspersky catching a headshot means you've got two elements to a successful entry on this B site. If it's the op and his AK that are going to be ripping players off this, yet again, Snappi content to switch back down to what originally was working, hitting this B bomb site in a gun v gun round. karrigan's going to be called on again, and he finds himself another double. Can't manage to get that third one this time around, and unfortunately, no teammates in sight.
Man, I don't even know if they're even going to try to go for this. This could just be a plant. 2 kills that came up because a molly was missed on the B site, and they still can't even find a way to win this round. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to mince my words here. This looks awful from FaZe. The way that they're falling apart on the B site, you're not going to see tier 1 teams do that. Right now. The chemistry's way off. It's just way too easy. And I want to give Wrinkle as much credit as possible because he's finding these chances. He's putting himself in, I want to say, obvious spots on obvious timings. And I think he's probably even surprised at how easy it is because he'd probably sit there and wait 40 seconds and try to work a pick, or they'd triple nade the wood wall and then wait for someone to peek and he'd get a wall bang or something like that. And he's playing well enough right now. He'd probably hit those shots too. But he doesn't even have to do that, and that's the worrying sign. Now, the fact that there's no nade punishes on those short timings, there's no molly punishes, there's no boost ups to catch them walking onto short. There's many, many openings here to kill people who are playing in short. FaZe are not capitalizing on any of them.
They just
this should not happen.
Right.
Like it happens once a half, maybe.
Yep, sure. Whether it's that half wall or just playing behind this pillar.
Because you're a rifle, you know an op is there. It's the 5th time that he's been there. So it's fool me once in this spot. I mean,
fool me 6 times.
Fool me 6
Call
times.
it a
Maybe it's
wrap.
back on you, I don't know.
Let's see if they change it up. At the moment, it's not that looming threat of Wrinkle. They throw it back on Kaspersky, and he's going to have 2 players pushing into him. There we go, getting off of the bomb site. FaZe Clan getting active and find a man advantage for their efforts.
Well, let's see if they flash.
But it doesn't mean they're going to get away with it. Snappi crawling forward, gets the return frag, and now that op is covering it. So if the second CT peeks in, It could have been a kill, but nobody actually comes at it, and Wrinkle's still waiting for another target. Switches out the guns as smokes come flying down, and that's going to be an invitation, but is it such an egregious miss because it's to set up karrigan? He was at least along that wall. Makes the most of an awkward situation. Oh, dangerous game, bro. You're just going to go jumping back?
I'm sure they knew that. Op traded hands.
100%. So playing a game of chicken and trying to go into short again, but
no kill back for this push either.
Oh, lucky that Shush wasn't ready for that one. Had a Molotov in his hand momentarily.
Oh my God.
It's a quick chance run back from karrigan again. 2 times now he has just run away desperately, jumping away from these duels, these chances for NIP to come back into this B site again, rip-roaring their way through the setups. karrigan just trying to run for the hills, but NIP will not let him escape that long.
This is beyond painful to watch, I won't lie. I mean, it's, again, nip, keep going, but wow. The second push off a short, another kill back, no trade instantly. Snappi's getting a multi with the op after it trades hands. Oh boy. They don't even have to hit all their grenades right now. Or is that one to interrupt the smoke?
Pistols. Try to jump back. Again, Twist is going to be the guy, the front runner, to try to step it forward. You've got, again, players just kind of jumbling up on each other, but it's not there for the taking as NIP peel back. More than they could ask for on this T side already, and what should be a 7th one added, barring Frozen's famous pop-off, or these pistols catching more than one player unprepared. Into the heaven smoke, Kaspersky just going for the monster play instead, you know, kind of sensing that this short push, seeing as they went for it a round ago, makes sense you catch them there again. FaZe Clan try to make it happen, and they just walk into NIP's trap. Shush opens the door, sweeps them under the rug, and a deep push here from Kaspersky. That Famas never even got a chance to get into the action. 7 rounds on a T-side overpass, guaranteed.
And, you know, bravo Nip here. They avoid the short pressure, and when you come out monster, you don't need anything else. If you get everybody out and there's no one playing on the right side, they have no double setup, there's no one on the wood wall, no one on the pillar, no one on headshot, then you can just really cause havoc. And even if a bunch of players have pushed short, you can smoke them, all of them off, and take the site however you want. Watch your flank afterwards, like they had Wrinkle doing on the short tunnel. So very solid anti-eco. Looking to just start to run away with this now.
This is a pistol and a 3-0 start for FaZe Clan that has now gone down to a 4-7 NIP advantage.
Yeah, and there's no luck involved, man. It's a lot of unforced errors. It's kind of a lack of everything. I can't lie. I did not expect. I thought that FaZe would win this game. I thought that they would. You know, it was Nip's form that would look a little bit off. It's definitely the opposite right now. No more of these kills.
I mean, why not try it again?
Yeah, why not try it again?
Why not try it again? It's the last round of the half. It's worked,
you know,
basically
the amount of
all half long.
That if they had started broky here, he would have got a free frag.
And we haven't seen him posted up with the op down here once.
Did we get a single boost?
One time, Twist, when he had the solo M4, they started it down there. But in terms of actually peeling a player off of short control, no. They've just been so focused on setting up this kind of forward position from Jacob up on that island. But again, he takes damage, right? If he's not getting picked off by ops, he's just taking nade damage. Good flashbang at least, but Shush already on them, and so the trade's immediate. Broky inside of the bathrooms is going to go unnoticed. Shush does not expect this threat, but because he goes through, now that he goes through, Broky's got a back turn to him, and not enough cover coming in from the top of connector. Broky is locked in with this threat right now, so he's going to have to fight for his life in a second.
Yeah, he's ready to make a play. He goes for the scope.
Snappi doubles back, takes a shot to the legs, lucky to be alive, second one's to the head. And then all the while, long pressure onto Twists, locked into a 1 versus 1, tries to get off of the bomb site, Ujerts gets him into connector, that'll confirm it, Kaspersky's got both, and NIP can seemingly do no wrong. Tell me which of these teams is built on X Factor, because right now, it's Ninjas in Pajamas comfortably up 8-4. FaZe Clan with some work set out for them, unable to hold Snappi back from that pretty consistent B pressure, just enough of a change-up at times, but we had big individual moments from karrigan. And karrigan alone, right? Biggest multi-kill of the FaZe Clan half was that 3K over towards Long A.
And that was kind of a lost position, so it just goes to show you, and I felt very repetitive that half, but I often do when we cast Snappi games, because when he gets his claws in on a game plan and it's working, well, you're going to see that happen over and over again. And he had the perfect uppercut to come through with on that T side. And now it's just to land the somersault. Nip up 8-4 after that T side. Looking to close out now if FaZe can't get it together.
Shush with the first, second, and no third as Jacob answers and clears another one off of short. Nice nade from Snappi, a frag in the pistol, and it comes out with a kill. Makes his job all the easier. They haven't found Kaspersky, but this, perfect layer added to the short play. Good on karrigan to wrap back around to make sure that one's clear for the taking. But do they still try to follow through? Yes, sir. karrigan again trying to piece together the X Factor, and it's Snappi on the other side, having to show his counterpart how it's done. Snappi sliding ever closer. karrigan ready for the swing, and they'll push this over the edge. Regaining from a man disadvantage, it is karrigan yet again having to force FaZe kicking and screaming over these finish lines.
I feel like that without that pistol, we don't even see a second half here. It would have been way too easy. So this keeps the game alive. It by no means means that FaZe are going to make a comeback, but at least means that we're going to get full buys. We're going to get a good try here. And it's their second pistol, just to make up for the fact that they just got nothing there in the first half. So it'll be a bit of test of composure here for Nip, but if we go through the list of things that are working very well, Snappi seems to be calling a great game plan. Wrinkle's hitting all his op shots, and it's going to be even easier here on ZT side. Like, what is that T-side op performance?
And slowly but surely, I mean, you've got Shush actually stealing the show. 14 frags to his name, was just critical in these kind of sprinkling in 2Ks, making sure things don't get wild, right?
Yeah.
It felt like keeping FaZe's X factor a non-factor.
And for FaZe, it's, you know, broky. Jacob's got a couple of multi-kills. karrigan had a couple of big rounds, including that pistol. But the three supposed to be highest performers, where are they?
Yeah, I mean, this is karrigan entering this major with his lowest rating in history at a major. An average for the season.
Breaking a lot of records.
Has not been doing him any well. So for him to offer you this kind of a performance, this kind of an individual level, you better not waste it, because FaZe Clan need it to avoid that 1-2 pool. Jacob tried to give you runway last night. Wasn't enough time. We got looming threats inside of this site here. Smoke grenade denies Kaspersky his vision, but that MP9 over towards Optimus sets up this point-blank deagle. Wrinkle kind of distracted by the player towards long, but still these kills continue to come out for NIP. And you've got Frozen down to half health. Shush yet to get onto the scene. And so Kaspersky just has to make sure he doesn't go down, and he will buy just enough time. Shush, taking his sweet time with this workaround through bathrooms, is now going to be tasked to the 1v2. 15 seconds. Bomb is in his vision. It's all about him trying to challenge it.
Did he get spotted?
He lets it scoop it up, and Twist is there to stop it. Shush seemingly timid to go for that challenge.
He might have given him a shoulder.
Yeah,
maybe.
Something like that. Twist seemed to lock in on him, and the flank gets red, so all those pistol kills for naught.
It was just such a long rotation that Kaspersky had to delay there from Optimus. Very lucky to even have lived as long as he did. So it's a scary situation, but they survive. They get out of it, and you know there can be scary spots. They decided to play this round quickly, just get back on their feet, and it works out. Let's see if they can build some momentum.
Effectively burn Kaspersky back. Put him in the bathrooms instead, on the retreat and alone towards this A site. Here we go, boosts. Tools.
Yeah.
To try to stop that short control. Wow, 92 damage, Deagle think.
Okay.
Frozen, also whittled down to half. Careful, because this 5-7 at this sort of a range.
I think they're faking running away, but they didn't clear out the top path. Okay, now they will try.
Oh, brings one down with him. It's a big commitment to go for that wide swing, a little bit labored, but he pushes it over, and now Bomb scrambling to come join the B players, where the Deagle finds more damage. And with Wrinkle up in heaven...
Surely not.
You'd think not. They'll smoke him off, right? Go through all the motions. Do not half-ass this. So Jacob afforded a bomb plant.
I'm liking the fast pressure on both sides of the map. It looks a little bit scary, but they have all their rotations. They find an open site by constantly applying pressure, and Nip can't steal a round away. Solid. 4 alive here for FaZe so far. And again, a chance to tie this game up. But being tied on overpass means the CTs are winning. So it's not like the job is finished just yet.
Terrorists win.
It's one thing to go 1-1, you know, after the first day. That can be enough. But then you got to win the next game. Because that's where there's just too much pressure.
Best of threes around the corner. It's both halves with a 3-0 start, FaZe Clan. Do not waste that early success or a chance to secure yourself an additional best of 3 for qualification. Challenge offered by NIP, but that doesn't mean they're not too far away. Wrinkle, passive on the angle, eats a flashbang, has to let them cross over towards connector.
Yeah, but this is being listened to the whole time.
Yes, sir. Front bathroom presence. And Then
they're grouping pretty quick here.
Snappi feels the
These are
ability.
the boosts, man, that they didn't pull off.
broky there to at least get the kill back.
Yeah, but they see 3.
Yes, sir. Confirms it at a minute. We'll see what comes scrambling down. So far, no real movement out of NIP's defense. Still trying to play both options and uncertain as to where FaZe really want to go. Whoa, hits him, but doesn't kill him. karrigan on 14.
He's trying to throw a fake then go back to B. This looks so obvious, I think. You see the rotation already.
Confident that they're going to be moving downwards, and that is the case. It's going to be Twist on the short entry. Frozen sitting back on Monster, working just with a MAC-10 of all things. Flash finds Shush. SMG's going to go down with no kill. EliGE still holding on the close wall, and it's Wrinkle on the scene, missing a chance at a second as we do get FaZe to break down into the bomb site. They come out on top of that trade train. Kaspersky, he's got a low health karrigan behind that pillar, and he's gone unnoticed, getting closer to this site. Catches karrigan, that's the easy one, and he's locked in now versus broky. broky down 1v2, Kaspersky posts it and grows that lead. 3-0 the start for FaZe, but NIP don't waste their time before answering.
That was such a big find to pull off that 1v2, but you have broky, who no one's watching the walk-up, which is the most natural place to go. If someone's there in CT, karrigan ran to that spot, which is a standard post-plant position to be in, but he obviously heard him right away. And these 2 kills to get them in, they were nice. They broke through a really, really heavily stacked site, but up until that moment, you got to give more points to NIP. They found out where they were going, even though Wrinkle didn't get the kill. He got the damage in bathrooms that told his team what was going to happen. They were right about it. They all moved into good spots. And then narrowly, FaZe got that bomb down. But they should have also just won the round, and they didn't put themselves in a position to trade out. Luckily, clean anti goes for FaZe, and they'll have enough money to buy again. Uh-oh.
Pickup. Snappi also putting pressure on from long. This is just eviscerating FaZe. I mean, this round just gets wrapped up so quickly. Ninjas in pajamas growing confidence. That's awkward. Caught on the gun switch. Frozen emerging, trying to be the lifeline. This is that 2v4. This is that FaZe factor. And as they break down the door to the B site, catching you on a bad timing. Looking for the plant now. Frozen wants to get that gun back up. broky doesn't cover as the cross to graffiti comes through. And that smoke landing down is going to cut him off. Snappi applies it, and now you know that it's just this rotating broky to try to clutch out 1v2. Him versus Wrinkle, potentially queued up. But how do they want to approach the bomb? They put a flash and a second over towards the short side. Wrinkle tasked to the defuse. This is going to have to be Snappi to cover. broky doesn't bite, and that round comes through with ease. He even tries to pre-fire a plant spot where the diffuser's not even standing.
I think fair enough. There were no options for him because short was smoked, so he can't even pretend that he's going to come through the smoke, and so he tries to just timing a peek, and he knows it's going to be covered well. But it looks bad, obviously. Pre-fire shots missed, and another retake here, and a 2v2-1 from NIP, and it shouldn't have even been a 2v2. You see the start, it's 4v2 within seconds, a minute 22, and they're in this spot. And Shush only dies because he's switching guns, so... Again, you said FaZe factor, it's great to see them bring rounds like this close, but we really haven't actually seen them complete the somersault in any of these moments. There just seems to be a lot of confusion. I mean, the basic chemistry of this team doesn't seem to be there at all. I mean, I really rarely say that. You know, I'm usually bullish on FaZe, even in their lowest moments, for some of the things they bring to the game, especially at majors, you know, with how they can get back into it. But we just saw no signs of that in the first half. It doesn't feel like there's any here either. And NIP, it feels like they're calm. Communication seems good. They've got setups that are getting them opening kills. They are solid.
Shot lands. M4 for the top of Khan. Beautiful shooting for Kaspersky's second. It's one thing to finish off what Wrinkle started, but those headshots...
And just a rush, eh?
All you could have asked for. Try to charge it down. They try to frazzle NIP with some early pressure, but they end up sitting man disadvantage here on this one. And now they're just banking on NIP, giving them something to shoot at. but locked into their positions right now. I think you kind of let the dust settle after such an aggressive start.
Yeah, they're good spot. I mean, they have with someone in con, they have Monster blocked off for the long timing. They'll have to come down to Wrinkle. If they take too long to do this, then it's going to be an easy decision for 2 players to stay on A. They're hoping for a mistake, but not from a position of power. They don't have a material advantage. They don't have the map control to show NiP that they have to be worried about a B rotation. And they don't realize that their first problem's actually in con beneath them. No plans to clear it just yet.
Just enough utility to try to take this bomb site. Trickles down on top of them. It's going to be Wrinkle in a powerful spot. Has already hit a shot. That leg damage early was good. Now waiting for the approach on long, and he won't miss that chance to sweep karrigan away. Already EliGE from connector gets in behind what's left of FaZe. This 2v4 is desperate, and they're just going to walk into their deaths. 1 broky kill back, and that's all. This is not enough, and so NIP will continue to tiptoe their way closer to the finish line. A CT side that had to wait to get going because, again, the pistol gets picked up by FaZe.
Yeah, this is not FaZe.
This is 2 3-0 starts in each half, and only 1 other round to the board thanks to a karrigan 3K. That is all FaZe Clan have to talk about successfully so far on this map.
And Wrinkle's on the CT side, honestly, he's missing a couple opportunities and then still getting 2 kills. He could be getting a 4K almost every round with how many open shots that he's been given. So that group up play does not work.
Quick to the trigger, though. At least you've only given over an MP9, and at least you didn't waste any time getting a kill back. Wrinkle peels one off. The rumblings of the mid-play grow louder. They pull back that long commitment. Kaspersky somewhat closer. Oh, Nate's huge,
So
and he
good.
just sends a shot through with it. Why not take that chance if you're on the fallback regardless? Long player getting closer. They feel so squeezed. These players all so low. And Kaspersky just keeps railing them with the headshots.
Oh, Snappy's hyped.
It's a laser beam of a hold. As he did from top connector the 1 round prior, pushes over those easy frags and will secure 5 map and match points here for the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Can we reiterate like what kind of map this would be? FaZe won both pistols and all conversions. 2 3-0 starts in this game, and they're getting completely stomped. This is not FaZe.
At least not the one we've come to know and love. Ninjas in Pajamas looking to recover from the NRG loss on this very same map. A map where their T side betrayed them, but not today. And now Wrinkle into the boost. Again, the sorts of boost that broky could have gone for at any round in that first half.
They're not splitting atoms coming up with those boosts. They're just making FaZe look like they need to. But these are obvious overpass moves. We didn't get any innovation in that first half. And now they're paying for it.
Down to the 4v5, facing the 1-2 pool. Four kills away from the Ninjas in Pajamas, securing a little wiggle room here in stage 1. And no reason to doubt themselves on this map, no reason to doubt their setups. Everything that NIP have applied has succeeded. And so Snappi just bolstering the defense here, getting EliGE ever closer to the bathroom. This is just a whole other layer to this defense. It's one thing to not have Wrinkle nearby, but Kaspersky in recent rounds has been so sharp with these rifles, and it is another instant headshot. 2 players to the left of the bathrooms. EliGE goes in to confirm it. This is going to feed info over to Kaspersky as he tries to find another, but all the while that bomb does get its way closer to the site. They've lost Snappi in the process. Twists to put this down. It is another moment where we call on FaZe Factor, but FaZe Factor is pushing it over the line. Something they've still yet to be able to accomplish. So, 2 kills into this, Twist with 3. And as he sits and awaits with what he knows has been a push off of this bomb site, Wrinkle gets popped. And if it's an ace for Twist, then finally something to believe in. Kaspersky is going to walk away and let them find this. Only the second round for FaZe Clan outside of the first 3 in each half.
Yeah, that was a lot of work for Twist to do. 4 kills right there. Who's the shining player on Overpass last time. It looks like he'll be that guy once again. Up to 20 kills off this round. This one keeps FaZe alive. It still feels like a drop in the ocean, but ultimately, with the pistols and conversions, only a few rounds to try to bring this to overtime.
It is always better late than never.
Yeah.
And it is certainly late.
We're not seeing the calls. We're not seeing the defaults. We're not seeing the awareness. We're not seeing the chemistry. We're not seeing the tricky fakes, the slights. Every single time they try something, Nip are right there to punish them. And again, they're not splitting atoms. It's not hard for them to try to figure this out.
Looks like Wrinkle's been given a little more leash. Goes for the peek, and now Broky's going to catch them back.
There we go.
You can catch Nip with the same things that they caught you with. Then we'll criticize them all the same.
Yes. Now let's just see how many times.
That's fair. You said maybe 1.5. Well, Shush falls to it for the first time. Very fair. Same boost from Snappi. This is FaZe clearly anticipating some kind of a move from Nip.
And this is FaZe who are clearly going to go B. And there's 3 players here waiting. Kaspersky's on this push, but Twist just clearing things. But eventually he's going to have to fall back too.
Oh, he just got by.
I don't know if he heard that.
It's too far.
Yeah, that's so a chance for maybe Kaspersky. We'll see. Twist can be making noise. And this is a
got
fake,
away with
but
that.
this just means confirms to them it's going to be A.
And he's not going to waste any time. He's going to shoot Twist in the back
And
the
now
moment
he's
that he
just has to
turns.
cover Con.
And the player that just gave you a 4K, the player that just extended play for FaZe, will have to watch from the sidelines as his struggling teammates attempt to take over a bomb site that NIP know is under pressure. This commitment is seen. Snappi clears his as EliGE checks out his shoes, back turned over. FaZe Clan fully predicted to try to follow through into this bomb site. Jacobs down for the count, and the ninjas in pajamas strike while FaZe can't manage any kind of a comeback. 3-0 start both halves, and only 2 other rounds sprinkled in. Seize the day, NIP. Seize your chances, securing 2 best of 3s at worst to try to progress to stage 2, while everyone in Budapest is left asking, where is FaZe?
NIP secure a very important win over FaZe Clan here and put themselves in a good position for stage 1. Wrinkle, just talk to me about this game where it seemed like you guys were able to take control. You had a good game plan going into this. What gave you the edge to be able to take down FaZe here?
I think Snappi called really good. Like we understood that we can abuse them on B, on T side, and he just called pretty good. Yeah.
Wrinkle, 10 years ago, you asked for my signature at the StarLadder event. 3 years ago, I eliminated you from the previous major, last CSGO major, actually. Now you're here playing in your debut major, and I'm here not playing it. So how does it feel to go 2-1, especially beating down FaZe, which is like powerhouse, obviously not in form, but I gotta ask you, best of 3s wait, are you feeling confident?
I think we are pretty confident, yeah. I mean, best of 1s, anything can happen. I mean, we are 2-1, it's nice, so yeah, let's see.
Let's do it.
I also want to talk about your form a little bit, because in recent times, since the changes have come into NIP, we have not seen the same dominant Wrinkle. But now, at least it's a small sample size, just a few maps here, you look to be playing the same way with that same level of confidence. What happened at this point where you dropped down, and how have you picked yourself back up?
I mean, just hard times, you know, you need to get through it. It's not the end of the world that you have a bad form or something. Yeah, just keep believing in myself, and yeah, it's working.
Keep believing in yourself is very important in everything you do. And do you feel like now you guys have found some comfort with the players you have, the way you're playing, the changes, you know, between having aggressive players and not, and the way you want to get into this?
Yeah, I think we are finding our style. At first we couldn't, but now it seems pretty good, I would say.
All right, man. Well, congratulations on the win. Thank you very much.
Pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and take down FaZe in the process. Two sides to this coin, one very ugly for FaZe, the other looking very good for NIP. The fact that FaZe started off both halves 3-0 and NIP was still able to submit this much hurt to them, that's impressive.
It's quite the turnaround considering how the tournament started for NIP. Obviously coming into it as well, they had some issues, you know, fielding a 5-man roster with no stand-ins. So in terms of preparation, you could argue that they didn't have the most clean way heading into the major. Day number one, game number one, they lose to a team they're not supposed to lose to. Then game number two, they win 13-2. You think to yourself, all right, NIP, you can play Counter-Strike. And I think what we saw right here in Overpass, that was a good performance all around. We saw the individuals step up. We saw Kaspersky having a great game. We saw Snappi being very proactive in his calling, very aggressive in the way he was maneuvering the team. So I, for once, was very impressed by NIP, which has been a while.
Absolutely. I mean, I made the point that I thought their T side on Overpass was that good, and then we walked into the green room, and I was like, did I just have a stinker? Are they really going to play that well against FaZe? But in the end of the day, I feel like it was an amalgamation between NIP having a very good game plan. Even Rinko brought it out in the interview that they knew they could abuse the B-bomb side. We saw Rinko himself with the op a couple times going up short and getting an opening frag onto FaZe. And an amalgamation between that and FaZe just being not FaZe.
Yeah, let's take a look at one specific round, because we touched upon it. FaZe having great starts to both half, winning the pistol, converting on top of that. How did NIP answer back in round 16?
Well, by being the best teams in the buy rounds, by being the best teams in the clutch moments. Again, we have a very, very cool round right here, 16. It's a close one. FaZe wants to get into the B-bomb side. They lose the first couple of duels, then they turn it around. Again, Twist having a fantastic showing, backed up by broky, backed up by karrigan. It's a 1v2. If you're FaZe right here and you want to win this game, you have to convert this clutch. But look how scared they're playing. They had a decent amount of time to reposition. Both of them are unsure what to do. Kaspersky has a good idea where one of the players is. karrigan gives up his position to the other one, and this clutch is relatively easy considering the low HP of broky and karrigan. All I'm saying is a team with confidence, broky with confidence, karrigan with confidence, wouldn't let it be up to Kaspersky to find both of those duels. They would swing on him together, they would do something proactively, but it's just a sign of FaZe not really feeling it right now.
No, absolutely. And there was a couple of rounds where, let's say, FaZe would be left in a 2v4 or 3v5 and they'd get a couple kills, and then we were just sat there thinking, okay, this is the moment. This is where they turn around. This is where finally FaZe will show some of their magic. But then in the closing stages, as you pointed out, NIP was the more clutch team out of the two. And this is not something that we're usually used to seeing. But on the other hand, for NIP, Shush, Kaspersky, phenomenal performances.
I gotta say, you know, and I want to give a bit of credit to Twist. I know Shush played great, Kaspersky played great, but the only player keeping FaZe alive was Twist.
Yeah.
And that's been a reoccurring storyline over and over and over ever since he rejoined FaZe Clan. It's almost, it's hard to believe, right? If you told me that Twist would go back to FaZe Clan and you told me that Twist would be playing some of his best Counter-Strike he's been playing for the past 2 years, and FaZe was struggling even more than when he joined them, it doesn't make any sense, right? He's the only player right now actually living up to what he's supposed to do. Yeah, I know Frozen are sometimes having games where he's doing decently, but overall it's just very puzzling to me to see a FaZe Clan that is struggling on all different fronts. They had 2 weeks of practice leading into this major. They had a boot camp coming into this tournament, and somehow, some way, they seem worse off.
Where does that leave the FaZe taste in your mouth then, considering they move into best of threes, but it is elimination? It's just got to be perfection from here on out if they want to even make it to stage 2, which I can't believe I'm even saying that.
I mean, something has to change, and I'm not sure if there is enough time. I'm not even sure if we're talking about tactical change here. I don't feel like that's the case, because as Jacob just pointed out, Frozen's had back-to-back off maps, and he started off things perfectly. And I think this is, it kind of goes in the opposing way of how usually things are with FaZe. Usually they would start it a little bit slow and then get warmed up, and now we saw a great start, and now things are falling apart.
Well, either way, best of ones are wrapped up for stage 1 at the very least. As we move on to some qualification games, we're going to leave you in the wonderful hands of Sam, Maui, and Devilwalk for Fluxo, taking on FlyQuest, where one team will be progressing onwards to stage 2.
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne in the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Yeah, try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Versus them in the Ulster Major as well, and we had a pretty good game against them, so hopefully it goes the same way.
I think that was best of one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I have a question about the game plan and the overall playstyle. In these 2-0 games, I know from playing myself in these games, people tend to be a little bit crazier, and you know, there's no much pressure going on because if you lose, you're still having some games to play with. No backs against the wall. What do you suspect is going to happen in these kind of games? Do you have a different preparation for that?
I think for us, we're just focusing on ourselves. We've been in this situation before, and we kind of put a lot of pressure on ourselves. So it's just about being confident. We're versing Fluxo, obviously. Any team with art is dangerous, and especially they have that very aggressive playstyle individually. So we're always got to be prepared for everything. I think you'll expect a lot of smoke pushes, etc., etc. So we just have to be ready for whatever comes.
About the Vex side, one quick question. After the first day, he was, I think, third most rated, highest rated player on CD side and T side, and on opening duels as well. I want to just ask him, obviously in game he's shooting really well, he's sharp, but the shadow work that he's doing or putting behind the scenes in the theory, is he coming up with a lot of plays himself? Is he reinventing his playstyle according to his own, or is it something that you or Ezra is also helping with?
I think it's a mix of everything. He's very vocal and he kind of explains what he wants from the team and how he wants to make these plays. But we're also chiming in to try help and support him as much as possible. I think the main thing for him is he's just matured in a really good way. He's for such a young person, he just showed such a high level, and he's going to continue to do that.
Thank you for this and good luck in your best of 3.
Appreciate it.
Fluxo have a chance to go 3-0 here at the Budapest Major. I've got Decenti with me here. I need to ask you first is, every time you were seeing Stiko, who was behind us, you were pointing at him, he had you 0-3 in the pick'ems. Is there anything you want to say to him and to anyone else who might have picked Fluxo as 0-3?
Just say, I always believe on my teammates because we can.
Yeah. And you are proving it right now. You are looking real good as a team. I want to ask you, from going from Imperial to Fluxo between the majors, what is the biggest difference?
I think is the game playing here is different because it's different agile. Vinny play more slow, Art is more reactive, so more flow. And yeah, I think that's it.
Does it make it better for you? Do you play better because of this reactive way?
It's hard to say because I like the two game playing. So I think it's hard. Game playing Art is more difficult, but you improve your skill every day because it's reaction game. So yes, I like both games.
So fast changing, so fast you have to react to it. Now looking at this, you've got to take on FlyQuest. This is a team who times they've struggled, they have a lot of pressure on them when they've had this 2-0 at the start. For you guys, do you feel the same? Do you feel like you have some pressure, some struggles when you're facing this kind of a game to make it to stage 2?
Yeah, I think we can make the good game against them. So we watching their POVs, so in practice a lot. So yes, that's it. We have a lot of confidence, more confidence. So yes, we can. Trust me.
Trust me. Okay, he said trust me, so I'm going to trust him. Let's go, man.
You're watching the StarLadder Budapest Major, and we are moving into the 2-0 brackets here for stage 1. My name is Sam, Maui, Snake, and Devil Walker with me. Gents, before we get into the matchup we're about to see, let's just look at this. Best of 3s starting. At the end of today, 2 teams making it through to stage 2. Not a single one of these teams is from Europe. What world are we living in?
The future, Sam. We're living in a bright future, okay? One where global Counter-Strike is actually reaching and punching up against the European hegemony that has, for so long and too long, ruled Counter-Strike.
No, I agree, but, there's exciting team that deserve to be here. They've beaten, these European teams on their way to this place, so you can't really complain because they've done a great job.
For sure, and obviously there's a lot of chatter online where people will bitch about the whole best of one format and say, oh, well, that makes it difficult, whatever. You have to play what's in front of you, and what is in front of you is the best of ones. And these teams that we're about to see, they've done the job. The others have struggled, and that is why Fluxo and FlyQuest are now the conversation we're having.
Yeah, I think if you take Fluxo, for example, they didn't convert any pistols, they didn't get pistol wins, they won straight out on the gun rounds. There's no other way than say that they are a deserving, 2-0 team here, because you can't make it harder for yourself. You can't make it harder for yourself in the best of one than not winning pistols.
I feel like it comes from two different camps. I mean, for the FlyQuest side, it feels like they've brought a lot of new stuff to the table with their whole coach change and everything, whereas Art, on the other side, has always had a very clear philosophy for how he wanted to play BO1s. He's talked about it in the past. He just wants to always be the team that's setting the tempo because you only have such a limited amount of rounds to play with. And you know that Art-led teams, they love to put the pedal to the metal.
Let's focus in now on the team that I think is ultimately the favorite to make it through in this particular matchup. I'm going to call it FlyQuest. The coach change, I don't think it's just that's made this team formidable. What is it about them coming into this major and what we've seen so far that's allowed them to find themselves in this position?
I think there's three key things that I kind of saw yesterday that is huge for me when I see a team going into this. One is that sacrifice for each other. They put themselves in risky positions that maybe elevates their teammates' position and gives them a higher percentage win chance in the round. The other thing is communication. Seems on point. They're not surprised. They're not, caught off guard in many occasions. They seem to have that on point. And the other thing is calmness. In these chaotic situations, they're willing to freeze, reassess the situations, and find the ideas and be creative about solutions in the mid-round.
And the way that all manifests itself for what FlyQuest accomplished yesterday is that versus Imperial, versus Legacy, they didn't drop a single round where they had an economic advantage. The entire 2 BO1s that they played, every time they had more money in the server, they won. And that's something that I never would have been able to say about FlyQuest in previous seasons. They usually lose the dumbest rounds. Like, I'm gonna be real, like, Australian fans definitely have just, it's a trigger warning when you're watching them on an anti-eco, okay? Because you used to just see them crumble in the dumbest ways, but now it just feels like everything's so much more outlined. And I feel like what Devilwalk says is definitely embodied by what Azure brought to the table and how the results played out.
I know it's not the player that everyone wants to focus on, but damn it, I'm excited for him, so we're going to focus on it. JKS's redemption arc, because I feel like after G2, then the Liquid, now he's going back to Australia. Some would go, oh, well, that's the end, right? It's a step back. And I feel like now this is his opportunity to stand up and show the middle finger to everyone. And I kind of want that for JKS. I want to see them go far in this major.
Yeah, and I think JKS especially has been really good on these like T-side lurks. He's made sure that he's clearing positions when the group is getting focused. He's really gained them that extra level where when they slow down and they take the pacing, they give space to JKS where he can actually go and make these moves. And the synergy and how they complement each other is just great at the moment.
And he's just a voice that they needed as well. Talking to some of the FlyQuest management about what Justin brought to them, he's the guy that says, we're doing things this way, but we should be doing it that way. And so he's bringing a level of professionalism that not all of them have really touched in the past.
We're about to see the veto. We haven't even had a chance to speak about Flexo, which is a problem because I do actually think that is the conversation around Flexo coming into this, was maybe no one really had a chance to see them in the 2-0. It wasn't even a thought that crossed our mind.
Yeah, I think the veto especially it's interesting because you and me, we had a conversation. We thought it was going to be probably an ancient pick from Fluxo because it's a comfort map. It's something that we haven't seen a lot of reps from FlyQuest. But they actually tend to go for an overpass pick here. And obviously on the Inferno part of FlyQuest, they looked super comfortable yesterday. That's where I really saw all of these key moments where they were calm. They had always that plan B, so to speak. They wouldn't all into rounds. And yeah, Train, I think just a map that both teams are very comfortable on.
What do we like about Flexo?
So far with Fluxo, my favorite part of watching them dismantle the teams that they did yesterday was variety. I was very impressed, especially on their train, so we'll maybe see it in the decider there, of how they had fast-paced plays, they had slower defaults, and when one doesn't work, they just switch back to the other. So I feel like that Art has been playing a very pragmatic style, or calling a pragmatic style, where if he recognizes one weakness in what his team is doing, he doesn't try to fix it with a little tweak, he just throws it out the window and says, we're going to just go back to this other completely different plan.
As much as we're talking up Fluxo, I'm under the impression everyone here, if they were to make a prediction, is feeling pretty confident that FlyQuest is making it to stage 2 of the major.
I think so, yeah. I think they're going to 3-0. I think they should be the dominant team here. I do think that Overpass could be a little bit, it depends very much on Fluxo's T-side start, because obviously I hope FlyQuest picks CT and make it difficult for them. But yeah, I'm going to say FlyQuest for sure.
It's time. We're getting into this. We're going to find out who's making it to stage 2. Sponge and Machine are ready to take us into game.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, a 2-0 affair winner off to the second stage of the major, and very few put that FlyQuest team as a 3-0 in their pick'ems. However, I'm casting beside one of those few.
I think there's been about 6 other people in the whole world, and they're probably awake right now at 3:30 in the morning down there in Australia. But let's get this one underway, shall we? Fluxo, T-side, JKS, A defender. He is under a lot of scrutiny early.
He's going to be able to fall back. That's the bomb that's shooting at him. He's going to confirm multiple bodies and then dip. So no casualties to start us off.
They're quite quick. Arch is making headway straight in towards the side. Look at this pace.
Yeah, already going to be able to get towards that truck. Spotted by the bank player. It's actually Regali that does remove the first head. Art goes down. It's a good trade back from Kai. It should enable that bomb to be scooped up, but no, Regali's got the sightline on that cross. He's just hanging around in bank. His position noted. Flash turn. Regali! A nasty 3K. That third one is especially potent. The Cowsy's working on this round the world maneuver, and it has caught Inns off guard. Regali now taken down as well by Decent. Just the two. Mythic and JKS, some of the harder hitters. Decent up against them. And the pressure applied to the T side. The bomb is loosed on that truck position.
Yeah, that was Ardin first, wasn't it? So it spilled out, and now you want to take this duel together if you're Netic and JKS. How close do you want to let him get?
Okay, well, confirmation he hasn't moved too far.
You really want to... Whoa, okay, I was going to say let him come into the den, but Netic swings out. He's had enough of that, and a nice shot from him. Going to be a good start off of the anchor as Regali, that's the highlight of that one. It's the AWP player for FlyQuest, the import. Feels like an Australian core can't be good without a European in the mix. And let's see, it has been an awfully long time since an Aussie core has progressed in a major. Go back to the last StarLadder back in Berlin, 2019. They made it all the way to the semi-final. That's when JKS and Azza were alongside each other in the server. Azza now behind them as the coach.
Our betting partner.
All right. Well, it is going to be a eco. Very light level of investment coming through. Decent's got himself out a P250 at Deagle in the hands of Art. And this would be a great opportunity for us to talk about the positions you could be expecting throughout this first map of the best of 3. The T side map pick of Fluxo. We having your connector player of Kai. People might remember him from Academy roster once upon a time. Obviously, we know of Zevi. He used to play alongside of Skulls, and then Art still trying to reclaim some of that glory that he had once upon a time in Furia. So 2 newer additions, the Kowsy and Decent. Back in the first season of the year, they were on 2 different teams, MIBR as well as Imperial, so they've come together, and this Fluxo team is already surprised.
Yeah, surprised indeed. I mean, big European scalps in stage 1. Fnatic and Gamer Legion, both of those would have been in my kind of potent EU squadron, and that's a big headshot from Art.
That is massive. So the fact that with this very limited investment, they've been able to grab 1 kill. Regali, the hero of the last down early, maybe they can scavenge back that M4. Inns will be the rotator on this CT side. Would love to get away from the MP9 into that. So this round, it still shouldn't be too dicey. I understand you've given over an opener, but you're only dealing with those limited investments of the P250 and the Deagle. Have to be players from FlyQuest getting caught off guard, blindsided. Not going to get across to that gun. JKS tucks in towards truck. The B defense of Vexai and Netic stays put.
Okay, yeah, confirmation of commitment. JKS readies himself. Quick flick up, does track him nicely. And just a lovely massacre. Just the one to fall. Zevi goes down an extra $600 for Inns. And so, yeah, weathering the storm. Regali probably just a little sigh of relief. You know, you've already had a nice impactful pistol. You don't want to feel like you've just given away all that impact by giving away an opening.
Yeah, so they get that back. And now we'll be getting into the guns. JKS is just disconnected from the server. So slight tech issue that will need to be resolved here. So talking about the T side kind of map control that we're going to be talking about, Zevi is the AWPer, right? So likely more often going to be over towards A as well as connector. That's a little bit more meta at the moment thanks to Molodoy. Lukowski is going to be part of that, and then Art will be part of that pack, right? So if we're doing a standard 3-1-1 on overpass, expect to see those three together. Kai will be in through connector, and then Decent as that B-lurk. The CT side setup, we just discussed it, but just to reiterate, since the changes that Azza has made within the team in terms of map pool and positions, Nedic has been made an anchor. So he'll be anchoring the B bomb site. He'll be dealing with the monster pipe. Vexite will be his short player. Inns, the in-game leader, will be the rotator. JKS becomes the A rifler, right? And this is a position that is traditionally a star spot, and there's no reason that JKS can't fulfill that, but people tend to assign him to the anchor role. But if you think about it, right, you're kind of on your own in a bunch of different positions in a lot of scenarios. Sure, sometimes you have a combo set up with an AWPer or your rotating rifler, but you sit and you deliver, hopefully, a multi-kill. So JKS being given the freedom to play that alongside a Regali over towards A, and that's the CT setup that we can expect.
But also that A rifler, it's all about your read of the game. I feel like JKS, as far as experience is concerned, you know, he's right up there with the very best. And so having that freedom, I imagine there's a world where he really thrives within it. I will say it was a little alarming when I opened up hltv.org and I looked at the overpass statistics. Very few on record, a 25% win rate, but I presume there's a lot of context that is necessary to sprinkle on top of that.
Yeah, I think if you look at the PGL Bucharest results, right, that's after these changes just come in and the teams that they were playing over there, no slouches, right? We've got Game Legion in the mix alongside of Legacy. Now, they beat Legacy here, and Game Legion lost to Fluxo here. So names that we're familiar with. If you go back to Draculan, a little bit different, right? That's before the position changes came in. And for Fluxo on the other side, a lot of their wins are domestic, and a few of them have been with Mulzen, who was their player last season. He's their sixth man this season as we get underway with the first rifle round.
A little bit of a fumble on the HE. There was potential damage, now squandered. Lukowski lives.
This is quick pressure, right? The fact that they've already got this connector control, they've applied pressure towards the A defense, it's forced the rejig of JKS and Regali. JKS now goes back towards long, Regali playing sign in sight. And Vexite looking for some space. He was massive yesterday for the team. Let's see if he can continue that fine form today in stage 1.
Yeah, and Inns with some high praise in the pre-match interview as well, just talking about his development and growth as an individual and player.
This is a quick rejig. If they flash over for short or just head through that monster pipe, they are going to have some B space to work with. Nedic going back to address it now. This B bomb site quite weak. If Inns doesn't get here soon, they could be breached.
Yeah, they're ahead of the timing. Netic's got an awful lot of work to do and only an MP9 to do it. Okay, is that smoke something you can work with? No, actually just chooses to engage. Lucky to be alive. A little burst finds the head of Kai. Inns lives on, traded out.
TK.
It's a TK that actually counts as the trade. So Zevi, a little bit of collateral damage onto a teammate. They have that advantage. Not clearing is Lukowski. Problematic for the 2v2. Smoke on the bridge is going to buy so much time for Zevi. He's actually just chosen to park the bus. Progression in from Regali, partnered up now. JKS just behind. In tow, spams away, actually does some damage there, connects, and Regali with a one-tap. Crazy through the boards, it's going to be a FlyQuest win.
Okay, well, the damage done by JKS, they're finished off. That one looked a little bit silly. There was a kit on the ground right in front, so no sweat on the brow, and they handle business. Very well done, as this will be 3-0, no dramas for the Aussies.
I thought Zevi was behind cover. How's JKS managed to get like 25 damage on him?
In the middle of those boxes.
Just through the gap?
Yeah, right, so you can get some spam through. And
I thought that was an AWP exclusive, okay.
The rifle can do a little bit of damage through there as well.
Okay, so first gun round passed for FlyQuest. We'll see this quick flick, it looks a bit crazy.
Behind the smoke there as well, so either way, JKS, nice shot onto Decent. And that plant does facilitate a few more investments. There's a Hero AK in the hands of Decent. The rest are going to be in with Tech 9s. I don't look to be Rush.
It's straight up the guts. Yeah, Decent. Oh, that was the rifle! Doesn't matter if Vexite and Netic collapse. They were stacked on top of each other. Lukowski, double entry, has put Inns on the back foot. Now a barrage of nades into the back of the bomb site. They're flooding in. Bomb goes down, uncontestable. Indecision on the retake, smoking short. Molly's sight, progress forward. It's Lukowski with that recovered AK as well. 2 rifles in the mix, and just 2 of those Tech 9s. Art's done nothing with his. Lukowski needs to find that trade, does so with precision. JKS claws back, 2 on 2, progressing, but time is of the essence. Kits are present. With his nade out, Regali. Awkward now for JKS, almost unwinnable. Hang on.
Sit it. Oh no,
he doesn't choose to sit it. He hopes he gets panicking. He's not dead, and I don't think there's time.
is going to be close.
JKS, he's not sure. He's not sure.
Oh!
And he's done it! Just in time
He
from
didn't
Justin
think he had it at all.
Savage.
Yeah, he looked like he was a bit remiss with himself there in that situation. That one is going to be a buzzer beater right down to the wire. They get away with that. Just the lineup that gives them away here. JKS gets the kill on the Snappi, fakes it, thinks he has the kill, back to the USP. Headshot comes in and just in the nick of time.
If it was not that first bullet, if it was not that instant
look how
USP
close that
headshot,
is.
and look how close it came down to. No one on FlyQuest knew that was theirs.
Okay, well, Inns and Azza, they like the way that one feels, but remember, that was just the partial. We're back in with the guns now. Zevi has his AWP.
Okay, that's an interesting volley. Limits JKS's aggressive contributions, but you want to talk about aggressive. How's that from Regali?
They just passed that one in. Now he can just back off. They can play the number advantage. This is a miserable start for Fluxo into this rifle round. Decent wants to make a play.
He's gone fishing. Netic on the barrel position. Vexite holding nade for reaction off info. Inns a jump audio cue heard from Decent.
That's huge, right? He's going to be able to monitor the rotation to potentially help Art isolate what the next call will be. Or if he finds a gap, gets a timing, he can pounce into action. JKS and Regali have doubled up in toilet, so the gap is long, but Fluxo are not to know that. That's where the AWP found that opening pick. So going through the motions, they need to clear out connector, right? This is going to be very tough to be able to rotate between the sides if you don't have that, and this is when we're talking about a number disadvantage so early. It's already hard on the T side of this map. And I feel for Fluxo to pick this. Hold up. We'll get to that in a second. Regali looking like he wants to re-aggress.
Oh, he's in the right place once more. Regali's had a fantastic start to overpass.
This might just force them into B, or even the horrible option of a save. I know it doesn't feel like...
Now it gives you that Listerine face just talking about it.
This is it. This is overpass. And I want to kind of dial back in on it again. Maybe they do regroup and hit B, but 25 seconds, maybe, maybe not. This doesn't feel like the type of map where Art is going to be able to be as chaotic as what he would be on, say, like an Ancient, for example.
Even a nuke,
right?
we've seen him do stuff like that.
I think the key problem for Fluxo in this matchup, as Decent gets dealt with by Inns, is that FlyQuest this season have changed their ban. It was nuke. They were, I think it was like 8 in a row loss or even 10 in a row losses on the map, and it was like, okay, they need to change, right? As it comes in, they move away from nuke, they bring train into the map pool. So for Fluxo, they would have likely picked it within this series, but there's no way they can because it's getting removed. So FlyQuest get a leg up there in the veto and a 5-0 up to start. This is looking comfortable. Sure, clutches a couple of tighter moments, but all in all, doesn't change the status quo of this moment. No tactical timeout to be called by Tacitus just yet. This is the opener, and essentially the closer of the round, isn't it? Just parks up on another angle with the AWP.
Yeah, I mean, a demonstration of why the AWP is seen. AWPing on CT side overpass is seen as, you know, the most comfortable and most impactful of the positions. JKS is actually going to elect to go forward of this. Now, playground and flashbangs, he could be caught. He is! Good combination there from the Kalzi. Zevi's flash as well in support.
What's the response from FlyQuest? They try and push over towards B, take some space back. Vexite takes short control. Netic is going to rotate, and Regali playing aggressive behind his own smoke, wants to find an angle, but a quick rotation called from Art. He doesn't want to slow this one down whatsoever. A missed monster smoke. That is going to dissuade them whatsoever. If anything, it's a bit of an invitation.
But Vexite looks like he's playing relatively forward on this short angle. If they do go in through monster, sure, their bomb will be planted, but is there room
They don't know they missed the monster smoke. So, like, Vexite thinks that they're going to be blocked for at least another 10 seconds. Now he knows.
And they realize it's a little too quiet.
They got to find Lekowski.
Yeah, and actually they've managed to find Vexite as well. Simultaneously, Inns meets his demise at the hands of Lekowski. Bomb going down and looking good for a Fluxo round.
Look, Lekowski is just continuing to search forward on A, so Netic is just chasing Ghost right now. This round is done, just off of the virtue of Lekowski being the loose piece. So good rotation, missed smoke, unforced error from FlyQuest does allow a free passage. This will be the frag. No, it won't. Netic, you've overcooked the pooch there, mate. I don't know if he was considering going for a knife.
That is the only explanation.
And even still, it's like you have decent finances, so I'm not quite sure that that's the choice that he should have been going for. Now Regali might even lose the AWP because Netic could have been a bodyguard of part of this. Regali feeling the pressure, grabs another, but might be running to his demise. Oh, okay. He's picked up the AK. I guess someone else can drop him an AWP, right? You can't buy that on the CT side, so JKS can facilitate. Oh, I think that's an ugly decision there. I think Regali's felt that he's under so much pressure that he was going to get hunted.
that if he had the AWP, he was a dead man for sure. But in this situation, it means that JKS has to drop him one. Fortunately, can get donated a lot of utility, but JKS gives away the opener, and then it just falls apart from there. Right now, they're going to start heavy towards A. This might be a bit more friction. Our official betting partner. So 1-2-2 right now. Regali up to bat again.
Yeah, he's nailed it there. That's what you want, the AWP in his hands. An opening kill from Regali, and not the first. JKS has immediately dispatched of Lakauzi as well. Okay, Fluxo, I mean, we can't be looking at a 70, 80-second save, so
Whoever's throwing this,
hang on
we might need a marker on. Yeah, that's been missed twice now in consecutive rounds. This is starting to become a little bit of an issue.
Okay.
Rotation's on the way.
Netic's feeling a lot of pressure. That's a good smoke, though. You can see it gives him a lot of freedom.
Oh, catch that.
Ouch! Sent to the Shadow Realm by the AHG. Still that man advantage, but for how long? That is the question. Not in any rush, are they? Zevi and Art, good chunky nade actually. Art just takes it as an invitation, removes the head of Ins and will plant in the smoke. Vexite has a position to play around this. Planted, mantles up, a missed shot from the Zevi AWP. Art off the bomb position, noted, bullets through the smoke. Vexite, that's good output, decent in the clutch though. It's a one-on-one. Regali, he opened up this round, and now he has the opportunity to close it on that tight line. Regali delivers for FlyQuest time after time.
He can get a bit nervy, Regali, so it's a very, very positive sign right now to see him hitting these shots, ones that you need to as an AWP player. So just locking him down, not allowing them to overstep the mark. And I love that from Fluxo. They just get in towards that channel out monster, and they hit the brakes. They know that the fights are going to come their way. Art does a very good job here at making these incisions. The nade onto Netic, the frag as well. And from there, it feels like they give themselves an opportunity. Decent makes it interesting, but another round now at 6-1. B-Rush is looking very fast, at least Poppy.
They've got the flashes ready. JKS has it cocked. Netic up close with the MP9. May be able to play anti-flash as well if they were to try and pop through the monster pipe. A little premature on that HE grenade. Still 20 damage dealt. Oh, and they're making a move. Bit of a team nade. And Netic with one. Vexite as well. It's kept level. Flashes just chained together. Look at Ins pushing in. He wants to fight. He wants to brawl. Double kill. It's all three. Ins farming him up. FlyQuest soaring towards a CT haul. Now, I'll remind you, this is a 2-0 game, and FlyQuest have been in them before.
I think there's a different flavor to the team this time around. In the past, they were definitely punchy underdogs. I think a lot of people have been sleeping on them just because, like, you think about the Draculan result, the type of teams they were losing to, Basement Boys, Gen 1. It doesn't really fill anybody with confidence, but I think if people were paying attention to the type of Counter-Strike they were playing in Bucharest, there are some clear changes within this team. It's no longer so shaky against the 4 spies, those rounds that they should be converting, they are. And they're even having the clutch factor. So, new coach in the FlyQuest realms has definitely put the pieces in the right place. But this is overpass. Sure, 7 rounds is good, but Fluxo, if they can get 3, it's enough to work with once they get over to the CT side. Bit of a jab there from the crowd towards the Brazilians, and that's all FlyQuest have been playing throughout.
Yeah.
Legacy, Imperial, and now Fluxo.
And if we're here to, you know, we're dismissing Fluxo's win streak because it's against Brazilian teams, what do we say about FlyQuest?
Right. So I think FlyQuest would love to get a little bit of revenge against Brazilian teams. Right? Multiple times I remember watching MIBR eliminate them from tournaments.
A team Lakauzi decided he wanted to depart.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? MIBR will be coming up in stage 2. They've got 2 imports, Klim and Kick-It over there, alongside of Insani and co.
They're really fishing for this Regali frag, and he's on the line. It goes down. Regali, the perpetual opener.
He's
so
been
far.
great. Yeah, he's 11-3. This is fantastic work from the Romanian. I think when you look at the last 2 majors, FlyQuest being 2-0 up in the best of 1s and the best of 3s being the bane of their existence, they're definitely more confident within their map pool. And the fact that this is their opponent's map choice, maybe FlyQuest should be feeling they took the veto elsewhere, but it's too little too late as Regali grabs another. Now Ins is just going to be set up for success. Another multi-kill, but not to be the triple. Lakauzi
to dart away and hold on to this, but they know exactly where he is. They're going to bear down on his position. If anything, right now you'd be screaming, take him after time.
And as the time runs down,
Perfect.
JKS finds him. Lekowski, that's going to really put a dent in the finances as well. He only had, what, 2,300 in the bank account.
Might be down to a Tech9 or hoping he gets a drop from Art. Tactical timeout called. Tacitus, coach, birthday boy on the mic. Let's see if he's got something to add to this conversation, because 8-1 and just how quick a lot of these rounds have been. There's a couple of moments that have been close, but really it's been FlyQuest having their way with the Brazilians. And then we move into their map choice coming up next of Inferno. So there's a lot of confidence as Azza gets his opportunity to get on the mic as well. No real need to change up too much. What they're doing is great. I think the advice would be, hey, let's not overstep the mark too much, right? We're playing with confidence. We're hitting our shots. Let's not give them away into this map.
But with FlyQuest as well, the amount of times it's looked like this, you know, I'm not here to count any chickens before they hatch.
No, that's fair. I think that is a definite concern, and one for this man on the screen as well, right? Inns, this is his 7th major. He's played at majors with Renegades, Greyhound, and FlyQuest. This is his 3rd outing in the FlyQuest jersey, and he hasn't progressed a single time, whether that's Challenger stage, whether that's Stage 1. So this is a long time coming for Inns, the captain and in-game leader of this squad.
Well, he's got more muscle than he's ever had before on this roster.
Yeah, and I think that's a reason that they've definitely put him back in the in-game leadership chair. Dexter was there for a stint, but this is a complete new complexion, and picking up Medic, the next generation. Let's not confuse him with an Australian. He is a New Zealander. They're flying the flag.
We're seeing some overpass T-side protocols on display from Fluxo. Regali Zorp not going to get all of the free openings. A nice molly to the divider.
The problem is they have no connector control, right? So at this moment, you are going to be able to start rotating away some of your B defenders, and this activation could come in from JKS as you're setting up the execute. So if you don't clear it out, you'll be rumbled regardless.
He lies in wait, does JKS. 10 kills deep already. Decent. Oh, nice headshot. Aware of the possibility. Does he overlook a second? Yes, he does. Vexite, the double up works out wonderfully. He'll scavenge the AK and retreat. Regali, some active AWP pushing. Art can't quite believe it. A taste of his own medicine, and it's sour.
Kai's behind him, though.
Yeah, he's going to go down here. Nice find. Inns, however, got a lot on his plate. Nice find from Zevi. Netic has slipped through towards the dice box. It looks like Zevi was considering it, but no, in his blind spot. Pressed his eye to the scope, and so Kai. A clutch, just to get Fluxo's juices flowing. He gets the first piece, and now for a plant. Vexite up against him, and a fake that could cost him here. Vexite's quick with it. You see that death POV, instantaneous deletion for the 9th FlyQuest round. They are racking them up.
There's been a couple now that have gone down to the wire, right? But every time FlyQuest are the ones with the number advantage, so it's not like they're having to play from behind other than that JKS one on that B site. So sure, they're getting close, but if you haven't broken through yet, you've only got 2 more opportunities to get that 9-3, and that's to keep your head above water. You can see how annoying it is when you don't have the full map control, you don't have con control, you haven't pushed them back from long and bathrooms. They're just thorns in your side, just these weeds growing across the overpass right now. FlyQuest making your life a living hell.
I mean, look at this. No, knives out, running through connector with that Tech9. Inst is going to go for the spam. He can't catch a break. Oh, brought down this time by the wall bang. That one's going to sting. And now a dink onto the rifle. Oh dear, Kai's bell rung. Might want to throw that AK over to someone healthy. Yeah, Lekowski gifted that. He starts to probe towards the B short. Smoke on Monster won't last forever. In fact, you can see it there fading shortly, but we'll replenish it and we'll frag him out. Okay, 5 alive from FlyQuest. Nothing for Lekowski here. It's just overwhelming him. Hang on, he's just in for a lovely triple. Lekowski gives it a quick reminder of what he's capable of.
Yeah, they have a couple of moments where you go, okay, these guys can shoot. They've all had a little, I'd say, spurt of flash, but really, it doesn't really cost them anything.
Yeah, it's just that, I mean, logically sound from FlyQuest is if we all swing, he can't kill us all, but he kind of nearly did.
Inns just peppering away through the
boards.
boards.
Where's the second one? Here it comes.
Yeah, just 2 wallbangs, right? And walking into it, Kai goes down as well, so Inns couldn't be easier, as opening kills have been one of the factors that FlyQuest have been dominating so far. Let's see if they can make it 11-1 on the half.
JKS on a walkabout. Same for Vexite. Oh, he's so good. Vexite is looking the best I've ever seen him.
The comfort of that setup, right? At the moment, FlyQuest, they're not playing as individuals, they're playing as a team, and then the individuals get to thrive, right? You know that your connect is covered. You know that the boys have got your back. You know that they're going to swing with you as Netic takes down Art, and it's just Zevi and Lakowzi. This is looking set for that 11-1 scoreline.
I mean, when you are so tantalizingly close to the next stage of the major for Fluxo, this is going to really take the wind out of your sails.
Especially with the scalps that you took down of Gamer Legion and Fnatic,
exactly.
right? You would think, coming into this event, most people would put those teams ahead of FlyQuest. Fnatic we could have an argument about if you want, but either way, this one will just simmer, so going to be plenty of time to talk through this with 40 seconds and a 1v5. Lakowzi, same position from the last round, noted now, and they'll just box him in. This is the type of Counter-Strike that Azza, the coach behind them, will be proud of. It's not just an individual performance, the team getting the job done. FlyQuest 2-0, they've been here before, but this is dominance against Fluxo, 11-1 against your opponent's map choice. We will be right back.
Back underway, overpass, second half. First map of this best of three. And it is for a spot in the second stage, the StarLadder Budapest Major.
It's a non-starter, isn't it?
I mean, this is not what I was expecting when I saw Fluxo flying through the best of ones as confidently as they did. I thought we'd see some resistance. Admittedly, short T-side overpass, but you picked this.
They have a good stack right now for the pistol. What's the timer on the go from FlyQuest? You can see the Util at the ready. Ins and Netic are going to throw that. The pack of Kevlar, Regali, JKS, and Vex. I need to find the frags.
Yeah, I mean, they flashed, they swung, they had all the right pieces in the right places, but it's Vexite's bullet that connects. It's a nice one back from Kai. Zevi playing around that short smoke. There's so many bodies here. This could get messy. Lakowzi behind them. They're clearing through. Glock connects, but Lakowzi does too. Double on the USP. Can't track Regali. FlyQuest take the pistol. You want to talk about non-starter? That pistol practically condemns them to a 13-1.
Yeah, and a great performance from Regali here, 17 kills. It's a team effort, right? They're not able to pull off any of these maneuvers without one another, but Regali's been hitting the shots, so this is just absolute domination. And for this to be your map pick, you need to hope that the mental of FlyQuest is absolutely rubbish going into the next map of play. I think it'll be a closer affair, but right now, You are just getting ragdolled.
The mental of FlyQuest, after a 13-1, I'm not sure it's going to be in the bin.
It's more about the fact that Inns and Vexite have been here before a couple of times. Regali and Netic were alongside at the Blast TV Austin Major, where they were also 2-0 up.
Something to be said about Art's position. Never mind, actually. Netic makes light work of his aggressive maneuver.
So that's where my query comes in, right? Is that not, are we worried about our opponent? No. Is the moment something that we're going to crumble in front of?
Right, and if I was the mental coach of FlyQuest, I'd do everything to distract them from even thinking about that for a moment.
I don't know if they have one, so you could be the guy.
I'm in. You know, I'm talking like I'll do a clown show.
Okay.
I'll like, get some card tricks out. Anything to stop them from thinking about what this map means, you know?
Sure. But that's from the interviews we've heard from this team time and time again, we're just taking a match at a time, right? And this is something where I think in terms of their expectations, it sounded like stage 3 was where they want to be, but knowing that, look, you're not going to get there if your focus is off. And right now, just looking to putt in this 5v4 advantage.
All right, well, this is where Counter-Strike teams dream of getting their opening pick untraded and then finishing off together. We're starting to see it looking to take shape. Decent would have to step up and deliver. Just the 2. Here comes Lakowski. Empty hands on the farmer. Sevi, however, racks him up.
Another 1v1.
Yeah, puts him into the clutch. Mr. Potter versus Zevi. Mac-10 versus Scout. Zevi elects to go heaven. Oh, what? At range, the Mac-10 wins it.
You can't spell wins without ins, and that right there is going to feel great for the in-game leader. He's been here before a couple of times, but that level of domination, they are just one map away from progressing to stage 2 of the Major.
Way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been breaking the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good? Nice! Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG, high FPS and low ping servers.
I felt a bit nervous, but also excited to set up because I realized it's another major I get to play. And this time we're more prepared. I am more prepared. I'm matured a little bit. I wanted to prove to myself that we can go further in the tournament.
I would say like the vibe for the team is in the right spot where everybody's competitive. You don't see a lot of crying, a lot of complainings. Sometimes here and there, but overall we're really focused on playing the best we can and doing the right stuff.
I trust all my teammates, you know? We have confidence. We're gonna win, trust me. I told you.
It was chaotic because both of the games we were not thinking they would choose these maps. We just played with our own game plan, not based on anti-strats or anything. We just played with good communication and confidence. I think the mood and energy today was 10 out of 10, I would say. We came back in one game and one game we were dominating. So it showed a good resilience today and great mindset from everyone.
When I feel comfortable with the team, like they're all understanding what they should be doing and doing the right things, gets more weight out of me so I can focus on my game. Everything is flowing, they're doing great stuff on A, they can take control of the map, and they're rotating, they're communicating, so I feel comfortable doing my own stuff and focusing on all my games, so that's a big part of it.
Just qualifying to stage 2, it would be great. Before I used to say this is our goal, but slowly seeing ourselves, how we play, I'm thinking stage 3 might be the goal.
We have some personal vendetta, I would say, against them, because last major and we got wrecked on the first match with Excite. He played very confidently and he breaks so many strats for us, so there's some personal vendetta for us against them.
Just have fun on the server, and let's hope we will have a great match.
So we know how they can be a dangerous team. They can snowball, they can play very loose, they can play as a unit if they want. You can come and fight for us for space. We're gonna be there ready for it. We're gonna fight you.
You heard Broky there in the interview saying that they just want to have fun, and I can't think of anything more fun at a major than beating your opponent on their map 13-1.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge risk in first picking an overpass going into this. You have to rely on your T sides, you have to get a lot of after plants. To be fair, they did get a couple in the beginning, so the start wasn't as bad as it looks. But if you actually look at it, the only round they got was when FlyQuest overcommitted in aggression over on that fountains area, and Fluxo could punish. And after that, it was literally everything under control for FlyQuest.
That was some of the most composed gameplay I have seen from FlyQuest, even though some of the rounds got a little bit messy, even though some of the late rounds got a little bit hairy in terms of how close they were, 1v1s, 2v2s, but it always felt like they were the ones that were in control. If you took the nameplates off, I would have probably thought that this would have been the gameplay of FaZe throughout the tournament. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but we could be celebrating the fact that FlyQuest look like they are just a different team than what I am used to 3+ months ago.
What I love about majors is there's always that one team that comes up, and it's like the underdog from a region you don't expect, and you kind of all put your hopes and dreams on them. It was Mongols in the past. I watched that map and started going, I'm an Aussie believer. That's what that made me feel like. It looks really good in the server.
Yeah, and it's these small, minute details that you see that they trust each other, they're not confused about situations, and they're just, yeah, just moving as a unit. And I think it just is signs of a team that's growing and coming into their own self in a way. And I think, yeah, everything just looks great from my opinion, and just, yeah, I hope to see more of FlyQuest.
The visual difference in them now versus 6 months ago last season was sometimes you'd get into these kind of 2v2, 3v3s, and someone just makes a bad peek. But it felt like this time around, they were just ready for everything that Fluxo wanted to do, and they could also just break down situations so cleanly. So whatever Azur did, I don't know, his Sprout tenure was extremely tenuous, and it was also kind of sad, if I'm being real, because his teammates knew the meta of CS better than he did, and now he's coming into this team, and he looks like whatever crash course he gave to this team, I want to take it. Like, I need to know what information and wisdom he bestowed upon everybody on FlyQuest.
I think he had the pieces. He's just found a way to get them activated. What do we like about their overpass specifically?
I mean, I think it's just keeping the composure, making sure they're always trying to claw their way into the rounds. We didn't get to see much of their T side. It was essentially, you know.
I wish I could say that. Yeah. Just a good pistol round.
Yeah,
I guess.
good pistol round.
Yeah.
Good conversion.
Yeah,
but other than that, you know, it's just they seem to know what to expect from Fluxo. I think once they adjusted from the early gameplay, they put a little bit extra focus on that monster area, shut it down, and just gain the money control. And then it becomes really hard, because what options does Fluxo actually have? They can default towards A against Regali's AWP and JKS, who was beasting in this game. So they could just only really hit B at that point, because you need to be very structured, and Fluxo to me is not a very structured team to be able to default on A.
No, not quite enough. Looking at Fluxo before that game on their overpass, they do just tend to spam the B hits, so I'd say good initiative from the guys that were on the site to also get into the short water area a lot of the time. Just made sure that in any kind of post plan, it was never comfortable for Fluxo. On top of that, we have to talk about the retakes, okay? Like, this is where things just got so ridiculous in that rounds are very hard to come by on the T side of overpass. And so when you have these opportunities as Fluxo and you just lose control of them because of the patience of Regali, the patience of JKS, the way they're able to tether off of each other and just honestly hit some great shots too, this is really where, even though it was early in the half, this was where there was any spark just completely snuffed out for the Fluxo side.
Obviously, when you're taking a look at a performance like this and a scoreline like this, we were just going to become the FlyQuest fangirls, right? So let's swap it over now. We're moving on to another map. What does Fluxo have to change as they move into Inferno if they want to equalize the series?
Wow, that's a really tough one because, I mean, I personally think they just need to be able to get entries, get control, but there's very little things that actually, for me, are telling that Flux is going to be able to win on Inferno, because FlyQuest looked super comfortable on Inferno yesterday. I thought that's where they play their best Counter-Strike, so I don't have a lot of hope and a lot of things that I could say that will change this outcome for Fluxo.
No, I've seen enough, Sam. Fluxo, they're inheriting the FlyQuest curse, okay? Fluxo, 2 majors in a row, 2-0 start, and 2-3. I'm calling it now. That's happening to Fluxo, okay?
You just put that on them?
Yeah, I'm calling it now. This will definitely not blow up in my face, I'm sure.
Okay, so let me get this straight, Maui. You've gone, okay, cool. They're currently playing to try and qualify for stage 2, and you're like,
I know what I'm looking at.
They're not even
I know what I'm looking at,
it?
okay?
Wow.
It's not going to get any easier. This was their chance, and they've already messed up their map pick, and I'm going to say, I mean, I agree with Devil Walk on the Inferno side. I think FlyQuest really polished on that side.
Okay, let's focusing really quickly on FlyQuest. You mentioned that you liked what you saw in Inferno. What was it that you liked from them?
I mean, I mentioned earlier, it's the calmness in the chaos. It's the willing to sacrifice yourself and put your teammates in better positions. And I think the communication, just from an eye test, looks great. They seem to not be panicking, you know, and have everything under control. It's just that whole package just makes it seems like what is Fluxo going to throw at them? It's going to be chaos, but they seem to be able to, you know, rely on each other and work their way out of it.
Who are you keeping an eye on in this one? Which player?
I feel like, I mean, highest rated CT player for Fluxo last few months on Inferno is Zevi, so a lot of it obviously is going to come down to him. But man, I just feel like FlyQuest are so thorough. Like the way they dismantled Imperial yesterday, it felt like even when there was decent counter utility coming their way, they were always ready with a guy that was anti-flash. They never were just fully sending it where they just ate a nade in the face, they ate a flashbang. So I feel like they're so prepared for all of these little tricks that Fluxo are going to want to throw their way. So yeah, it kind of has to be Zevi if you need any kind of X factor here for Fluxo and for me to believe.
It kind of feels like you're leaning towards the FlyQuest 2-0. I mean, that's what I'm getting from here.
100%.
What world did you imagine the Southern Hemisphere, that's going to be the place that the first team qualifies? And it's not even from Brazil, it's from Australia. Damn, Sponge is probably celebrating already, but there is one more map. One more map.
Whether he's celebrating or not, I think the adage goes, don't count your chickens until they hatch. Yes, indeed, our analyst desk seems convinced. However, I imagine, Chad, you're going to approach this with bated breath.
Yeah, remember, it's early in the morning right now in Australia, so people might think that they're dreaming as they wake up to watch this one, or they've stayed up all night.
Yeah,
either
good
way,
morning, or
there's
good
worry
afternoon.
for everybody. I imagine Inz's mum, she's always watching. She will be seeing this for the 3rd time unfold. This is their best chance yet.
Oh, and actually, it started off with a bang. Decent, you know, he's got the dual Berettas, doesn't find that initial bit of friction he was hoping for. That's a nice response,
That
Kai.
might force you into B quite quickly, though.
Certainly, especially when you've already taken down one. It is only Art here for now. Throws out his block smoke. They're going to want to go through this. Spams half of his magazine. A flashbang. And Lakowski has bodies all around him. A quick flick at Anetics. Block. Vexite pushes smokes. Giving Fluxo a taste of their own. And he's even tapped out Kai.
Oh, the confidence right now is brimming on the boys. You can see just the level of aggression, happy to get stuck in, and that'll be another pistol added to the tally. Overpass, that was the most dominant map of the major so far, 13-1. Outdoing NIP's scoreline of 13-2 yesterday in one of their matches.
And of course, the desk discusses Inferno versus Imperial was the second best of one we saw from FlyQuest, starting on that T side and actually posting 9 T rounds up against another Brazilian side in order to secure this 2-0 battle.
Yeah, there are 5 Brazilian teams, if I've done my maths correctly, or is it 4? Hold up a second. We've got Imperial, we've got Fluxo, we've got Legacy, and of course we've got the Red Kings. So 4 right there, and the other 2 are North American. M80 versus NRG. Actually, that's our next game coming up next. So the fact that Fluxo have drawn FlyQuest, it looks like they're the Slayers of Brazil at the moment. I worry for the nerves, right? That's if this does get close, or let's say we're 10-10 late within the piece, that's where the nerves may come in and be the undoing for FlyQuest. Great shot there from Netic.
can't believe he's getting away with the third as well. Really cheeky from Vexite. High impact to start.
4 players starting B right now for Fluxo. Just Kai anchoring A. You'll see a lot of that throughout this CT half. Vexite, a few on his plate here.
Yeah, he could have a little bit too much to deal with. He'll actually back away. Doesn't want to play close up against what likely is going to be 5-7s or at most an MP9 or 3. Head-to-head with the MP9, doesn't go his way, but that's what you want to see in the feed if you do go down. Vexite falls, and so do Decent and Lekowski.
Oh, problems now.
Yeah, tag's already connected, but Kai can't finish it off. Couldn't switch out to the pistol in time. Goes for a second scout shot.
Well, if they're playing nameplate Counter-Strike, they'll know that's the A anchor, so they should expect the open runway right now. They know there was another player over towards B at a minimum, maybe both, right, if you were considering the util that was being thrown. So they'll get in, they'll get the bomb down. The question is, do Art and Zevi want to give this one a look, or do they want to hold on to these MP9s into the next?
Well, they're having a look.
I think into the next is the best option. So yeah, they've hit the bubble.
You hope someone gets a little horny, gives you an AK-47. It's certainly a lot better to be bringing that through than an MP9, but yeah, unlikely to be seeing anything else.
Okay, so that's 2-0 now for FlyQuest. The winning ways continue. Talk about the setup. We're going to have Art over towards Banana, the aggressive piece, of course. Decent will be supporting him. Lekowski as the A rotating rifler, Zevi as the AWP, and Kai as the A anchor. FlyQuest, their Banana fights will be through Vexite, which you've already seen. Regali and Inns will be supporting him depending on the calls. Nedek will be the second mid boiler player, and JKS through apartment. So that's what you can expect in terms of positions in defaults and standard rounds. But this is great. They're looking calm. Remind me, I'll throw a nugget your way. Oh, actually, no, we do just have the saved MP9s. I was getting a step ahead of myself there. Thought we were already into the guns. An Aussie core has not won a best-of-3 at a major since StarLadder Berlin 2019.
Which just sounds absurd. Maybe there's something about StarLadder events that just gets FlyQuest, or rather gets Australian Counter-Strike awake. But yeah, that's bizarre. So just to reiterate, an Australian core has not won a best-of-3 at a major since 2019.
That's 6 years ago. That was when the org meta was prevalent.
Oh gosh, I remember those days.
So it's been a long time between drinks. Obviously, there was the 103 Thieves, and then it all fell apart. JKS went to Greener Pastures over to different international teams. Complexity, G2, Liquid, standing in for FaZe for a stint. Azure and Co, they continued under the Extreme Mums, I think was the official, yeah, the Extreme Mums, right? Yeah, that didn't really find what they were looking for. And then all those pieces have slowly just melted away. So they test the waters of Banana, they apply some pressure, now they're going to work for the mid control.
It's going to pull Kai over.
Yeah, big rotation. Art and Decent are coming as well. So Lekowski and Zevi, if they can put up some resistance, there's a chance. But long smokes will drop towards Library and Arch. Wrap potential available. Have to be A now, 30 seconds.
Zevi investigating forward. Actually, Art the first to fall. Inns gets given a gift. An opening kill. Now starting to swing on through. Vexite, a quick find onto Zevi. Kai caught in the open. JKS at range. Hang on though. P250 goes overlooked. Needed a multi. Lekowski unable to provide. And so FlyQuest will just sail through a comfortable third round with those saved MP9s.
I agree with the death sentiment there right now. FlyQuest, in terms of the communication, it's looking on point. They're not getting flustered in any situation. Sure, a couple of rounds within that first half of Overpass came down to 1v1s or 2v2s, but they always felt like they were in control. The JKS 1v2 was the only one that felt like it had to be pulled out of nowhere. But everyone's hitting shots. Nobody's looking too nervous.
Yeah, if anything, like the key word you're kind of dancing around is composed.
Yeah.
You know, this is a composed Counter-Strike team on display right now, which is not a word often at the tip of the tongue.
No, normally it's more gimmicky the way their victories come, right? At least that was the
historically.
FlyQuest. Yeah, the Renegades, the Greyhounds.
The Vox Eminors.
Yeah, that too. Titan remembers. Banana press, Lekowski. At the top with Art, Decent to set them up with flashes, going through the motions. Mouth of Banana constricted with a molly. They're going to play through.
He's going. Oh, Art! Oh, 100 to 0. Vexite gets a second onto Lekowski. Okay, asking a lot for number 3, but the trade actually could come through. Decent's done a lot of work, but In's not playing scared. You love to see that. 2 of his teammates put their life on the line in pursuit of the open B site. And Inz goes and just hoovers up that space, runs him down on the reload.
Well, this is it now. They are really in a position where they can hunt these guns. JKS make sure that they can't press into second mid over towards T-spawn for the save, so he's at least got that guaranteed. Now, this is a scenario if you are FlyQuest in the early stages, you start running away and you're hunting and you allow them back into the site and you lose a really clumsy round. That's not good. So JKS will go for the search, the hunt on his own. Inz and Regali will stay with the bomb to make sure this is guaranteed. If JKS can remove one of these guns, with the loss bonus going into the next, that's going to remove another threat. So, is he able to take anything? Orp in pit, rifle in sight, bomb goes off, that's the round. And that'll be that. So, just held at bay, not able to get anything. It was a bit of a timid search, but not wanting to let an AK fall over into enemy hands.
Nasty state of affairs for Art, wasn't it? I mean, he's chosen to go for the most aggressive, I don't know why I'm saying that like it's a surprise, most aggressive of the options, which is pushing through the flames, and then he eats a flashbang and burns to his death.
Yeah, Art doesn't have the S key on his keyboard.
No.
It only came with the W, and that's kind of how he lives and dies Counter-Strike.
It will get you through best of ones. That style of play is certain.
Yeah, when you can push lobby every round versus Gamer Legion,
exactly.
that might do it. But now we're in the best of 3s, and you're...
Oh, no! Art's going for jump shots, trick shots.
Vexai has been in fine form.
Punished him. Vexai 7 and 3. We've only just begun map 2 here.
That's his third opener.
And we're going to be locking in one of these 2 teams. FlyQuest obviously making the strongest of cases as the first into stage 2 from stage 1. JKS just applies some pressure up mid. Smoke blocks off the vision of Lakauzi.
Yeah,
Kai
so
calls it clear.
Full info. Zevi knows that he needs to be on notice right now. Ooh, by playing more passive with the AWP. JKS gets the info on the mid setup. That now should inform them for this B execute. Zevi needs to go huge.
Yeah, Zevi's been informed that it's just him up against FlyQuest.
Miles away.
It's just got to be Zevi and his AWP. There goes Vexite. Where's that trade? Hiding out behind the pillar. Zevi, he's done very well. Timid now. Finally, Netic finds him on the cross. No smoke grenade. This makes things very difficult now. Throwing out a HG, trying to cross, trying to fight, trying to beat. Netic! Outrageous! Who needs a smoke when you've got headshots? Just takes 1, 2, and 3.
Damn, that is massive from Netic. He's been moved to some of these more passive or anchor roles on the CT side, but this kid has aim. He's mechanical, and it's sharp as hell right there. That was brilliant.
Oh, mate, they had no right. I thought Zevi had done absolutely enough.
Yeah, 2 kills from the back of the side.
On your own.
Yeah, he definitely thought he had teed his team up there. Catch this one again. Oh, over the camera, over the shoulder camera.
Oh, that second one is spicy.
Sharp. That is sharp. Okay. Well, they can get him with another buy of sorts, lacking util, but not an AWP. Zevi's got that again.
And that looks like it should be destined for a Zevi opener. Inzi had his crosshair in the right place. Ball, however, was posted. I can't believe it. Vexite's found Art again. Art can't catch a break. He cannot escape the Vexite demon.
Vexite loves a bit of aggression himself, but he's a little bit more tempered in his approach. I think he's an awful lot sharper than Art as well. But Inz gets the call from the grave. Art does the same. So both in-game leaders getting an opportunity right now in this 4v4 to see if they can...
We're 6 rounds in, Chad, and he has participated in 5 opening duels.
Classic.
He's won 4 of them. He's lost 1 of them, and missed flick from Zevi. Vexite doubles up. Set up to succeed, and now accelerating. No one home on B.
What's your favorite 4-letter word, Alex?
S-A-V-E. You ain't got economy. You saving.
So they hold on to this. They can go again. But we had 20 rounds of play over the 2 maps so far. Fluxo have won 1.
Insufficient.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
But Vexai just doesn't seem to be... he is, you know, unbothered, in his lane.
Look, they've been doing all interviews about this. Az has done some, In's done some. They've been talking about the position changes. Vexai, he's a lad that communicates a lot, and he's always been an aggressive player. In some of these iterations of the rosters before, they started to put him in anchor-ish positions, which with his aim, I could understand, but he's a player that kind of feels the game. And you're seeing that in these spots that he's playing. So he's a temperature check, and Inz is the other. So the two of them on maps, they're going to be playing for map control, and it's going to help out Inz a lot with the mid-round calling. Then you've got JKS extremely comfortable on those lurks, right? That's something that he's been doing for an awfully long time. He can look for space. Sure, there's been criticism around him in the past not being aggressive enough to look for the gaps, but that's something that I think in this team he will have to do. And then you have Nedic. It's like, okay, he is so sharp that on the CT sides, if he's anchoring a spot and there's multiple bodies on his screen, I think he's going to take 2 out of the 3.
Yeah, I'll have to excuse myself there. I think I neglected to mention that Zevi's actually got the opening kill in that round, so Vexite, that one doesn't count on his tally.
Okay.
But either way, that one does! Double trouble again! Vexite causing problems on the B site. Breakthrough Banana, Art finds a response, a good one to thwart the aggressions. And he's playing around the smokes, Art style. Damn, he's just generating so much space, so much momentum for FlyQuest on this T side. You can see Kai's got a test coming his way. JKS and Regali have partnered up. He's thrown out a short block smoke. Might give him a bit of room to stretch his legs. And talking of stretching legs, it's Art charging straight up the guts of middle. Have they heard him? No, he's timed this to perfection. Oh, yeah, Regali relays it.
Double B.
Double swing. Regali's there. Opens up an avenue straight back to B.
That is beautiful. Regali's communicated the steps. They've even had time in that moment to coordinate the double swing. And now JKS should have the rotation of Kai dealt with. He's made the steps. They know where he is. Regali can plant the bomb. Kai knows he needs to get over towards that site. Looking for a path of least resistance as JKS is chasing him around here silently. Kai actually has an avenue. JKS will communicate. It's not possible for him to come through CT. Just worry about Banana and, well, Kai's heading for the high hills. This one is done. 7-0. This isn't entertaining for most.
How about you?
It is for me. And my countrymen, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Vexite just straight through, doubles up, another opener, add that to the tally.
I mean, I don't know how far away Art was from not making a sound there, but that really did cost them. Looking at the scores on the doors, you can see that just the Vexite Netic combo, 18 frags combined.
And it's good to show that there's different shades, right? You had Regali, fantastic on the AWP. The Romanian import on Overpass, just delivering kills, and that's the map to do so. Right now, Vexite up Banana, winning out these duels. That's the key zone of this map. So everything going their way is a tactical timeout called the first, and this one feels late, doesn't it? As they're on the mic, Tacitus the same. But it gives the time for us to, look, to get back into this, the answer appears to be double AWPs. So let's see. Zevi will take his over towards A. Art will try his best over towards B, I'm sure. And because they've been running up, this is something where you hope that you can hit that first shot, fall back AWPing. But if the util is on point, we know how difficult it can be for AWPers on Inferno. You get the double mollies in, one sandbag, one mouth of banana. The flashes are good, you're pushed off the line. They smoke CT, you're playing CT, or you're playing coffins, you're behind them, you have to play side. So for Art, he has to do this through aggression.
Our betting partner.
As we get back underway. It's be a perfect time for Azad to have called like a change-up. You know, like let's feign the map control and then go into... Ooh, okay, one AWP noted.
Not far off. Not close.
If you go into an A execute right now, oh, it is definitely A related. 2 up through boiler.
I think Inz has got names from here. Is it flashes?
And the fact that he's there in second mid tells you it's going to be something at least for mid control early.
Regali looks like he's going to be positioning to throw out another part of that. Here comes a test for Vexite. Is he really going to have any more? No, this time kept empty-handed. It's an important kill from Decent to try and get Fluxo comfortable. Confirms Banana is theirs. They have the Banana control, and so full focus now from Fluxo here on the A site.
You have to win this one.
It's a 4v3 though. The numbers still technically favoring FlyQuest.
Regali lining up a moto smoke. Here they come.
Oh, this shot from Zevi. He's going to be feeling the pressure now, but there's no commitment here. No, it's JKS onto Lakauzi. A cheeky catch on a sliver gap has opened up into a 4-on-4. Art, a tentative rotation, trying to catch potential Art slip. Yeah, no, towards the arch side, but now it's been smoked off and they're wrapping. Kai and Zevi. Forced wide. Finds an angle. Art brings that second AWP over. They know it's posted. And it's already the double or potent crossfire delivering lovely from Zevi and Art in combination. And Regali, he meets the same fate. Lovely work.
Okay.
Finally, they buck the trend.
You know it's double orbs, and it has been carried through as well. So your call right now can be a little bit more direct, knowing that those orbs are in play. So the first comes in very late within the piece. 8 rounds already under the belt, 7 of those to FlyQuest, and 2 rounds within the series so far for Fluxo. They don't know what winning feels like. A streak is going to be required to break the finances, but they've done well under pressure. Oh, down hit.
Yeah, that is hyper-aggressive. And it's going to be an escorting of Lekauzi. You're not going to be playing scared at all. Hang on. Yeah, JKS was not expecting that. Opening kill for the Brazilian side. Fluxo.
They're surging.
Hang on a second. Vexite's already asking questions of the site. Yeah, Odd needs to hit a shot. Decent will. Double kill. Bomb on the back of Regali. Art comes in from the coffin side. He might have it. He's missed his shot again. That's 2. Is it 2-on-4? Is this a conversation we can have?
Yeah, Regali can re-smoke CT.
Gets the bomb down.
Oh, he's used the coffins.
Okay, and now vulnerabilities of that banana. It's actually way earlier than they may be ready for. Zevi comes in, rounds the corner, and oh, nice catch! And a nice one back. Puts it onto Netic. And yeah, held by Kai. That's what you want to be seeing. Fluxo, that's 2 consecutive.
Okay, there was a lot of pressure on that B side. They did well to hold that at bay. But maybe a tactical timeout to be called. And I know it's early, but I want to make sure that we sow these seeds in case it does get out of control. The mental of FlyQuest is going to be the question, right? Because when you have players like Int and Vexite who have been here several times before, can they keep it together? You've been dominating. The scoreline, it's looking flush. You've already got 7 rounds. T-side, Inferno, your map choice. Only a few rounds away from progressing at a major. And these type of frustrations is where the lid needs to stay on, right? It can't reach boiling point, not when you have this type of a lead. And the money will be broken after this one. So FlyQuest, can you find a response before Fluxo actually get their claws in to this map? Prioritizing the Orb Regali, setting him up, clear of the smoke. Vexite takes the space.
Oh, this actually might be a little too much for Zevi. There was no instant trade. Awkward now. JKS, he had to find that. Claws it back into the 4-on-4 and doesn't overcommit. Could have easily strafed into Kai's crosshair there. Instead, cools his jets into the 4-on-4.
You need to take stock right now if you're FlyQuest and consider what utility you have. Smoke's on the likes of JKS as well as Regali. So that's an execute that can be lined up. Lekauzi over towards Trash. He can sell mid, activate late once Kai gets contact.
It's unlikely they Molotov him out, but there is one available, and never mind, he actually just gives the frag away. Inns was ready, quick reaction, puts it all onto Kai. Tugged on that mini pit, we need a multi here, Kai, what have you got? Nothing, thanks to Inns, quick clear on the Galil, a double kill, decent, somehow finds Vexite.
Does that draw you in now to go for this? Remember, those 2 rounds, they've got a little bit more cash to work with. They need more rounds, so this could be one that Art and Decent give a go.
Yeah, okay, there's flashbangs present. Art looks like he's backing away, though.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, they get 2,400 into the next. Even if they lost these guns, they all would have been able to buy, but I guess every round is worth its weight in gold at this moment. So they'll give over the 8th, or it'll be taken from them.
I'll be honest, Chad, I reckon if Zevi does this and kills JKS, that's where the tilt, you know, you said keep a lid on it, that lid is ripped off.
Yeah, for sure. Important kill there from Inns, right? Lekauzi gets 1 and even just buys time. The CT setup can rejig and it starts to fall a little bit flat there for FlyQuest, but they do recover. So 2 rounds straight from Fluxo will be responded to. There's 2 more in the half before we get to the break. And that was one of their more battered buys, right? It wasn't full. Had a couple of omissions within the purchases. But, and I can get everything that they desire. Okay. Well, I don't know what that is.
But back in my day, there was a Fnatic smoke.
I don't think it'll be that.
No, not right.
Especially not when Justin's calling it, the player who's going to be in apps.
Interesting, very interesting. He's going to be throwing an early smoke from second mid. You can see the trajectory there on the mini-map. Just an early pressure on towards the A side. They're actually going for an apps walk. Zevi Kai with his forward apps set up as Vexite and Inns are partnered up to ask questions of that sandbag's position.
We got Devil Walk in the green room. That's a position he knows very well. containing second mid, while the rest of your team either works on banana or through the guts, as Zevi and Kai. Kai's starting to go looking in boiler now. Sorry, in window, excuse me. Zevi actually starts to peel back. So Kai's in a very strong spot right now. If they do come back up middle, they might not consider this whatsoever.
Hang on, JKS is making his move. And there's no Zevi anymore. Will he?
Clear boiler? I don't
no
think
way.
so. Oh, hello.
And he will. Kai gets one tap side of the head. You're going to be feeling vulnerable on A now, aren't you? You can see Art starting to canter over. The cavalry is on its way. Is the bomb as well, though? You're second-guessing it.
I think Inz will sell a B fake, and then they'll try and breach in towards A off the back of that. 35 seconds now. Yeah, Inz was donated some extra util, so he's selling the B fake.
I mean, this is where Zevi has it all to do. The AWP primed and ready, just him. Previously on the B side, he got 2 when isolated and called upon. Uh-oh, they got the info early. He's done very well, but not well enough for 2. Vexite brings him down, and that should be another round.
Okay, they're just going to save again. 9 rounds.
So that mark they reached on Imperial, it wasn't just a flash in the pan. They've done it again. T-side rounds, a boatload of them.
Yeah, it sounds like in the VODs yesterday, the maps that they played against Legacy and Imperial were not the maps they'd expected to play, which bodes very well for best of 3s. Now, I understand this level of competition in stage 1, where you sit and you go, okay, these aren't the best teams in the world. Yeah, but 8 teams have to make it through, and the type of Counter-Strike that FlyQuest are playing right now, they're clearly looking like one of the top dogs. FaZe are looking miserable. Game EliGE are having a tough time. I can see Daps walking into the building right now. He's a man who we can all see a bit of ourselves in. NRG in the 2-0 column, going up against M80 next. Now this is the point, if we were doing any other game, we would say, surely this is it.
And I'd say, have you met FlyQuest?
I don't think...
and don't call me Shirley.
I don't think even this one can get out of control. Now, if I'm wrong and they end up collapsing, I'll take that. I'll wear that on the chin.
Will you eat a hat?
No, neither a boot. As,
okay.
Our official betting partner.
Last round of the half.
They got everything they need to win a round, Fluxo.
Yeah, and it did work with the double AWP previously.
Okay. There's the glimmer of hope.
And only a glimmer. Art, he is really just not scared. Asbestos boots walking through flames.
HP's overrated.
Yeah. Said no one ever.
Oh, Vexite's donated some back the other way.
Swallows the HG. Good catch, actually. Zevi's opened up the account for Flugso. Hang on, a little bit too much showing on the edge of the smoke there. Regali catches him. 4 versus 4, made 3 versus 3. An important trade provided by Vexite.
Well, they know that there was an AWP over towards B as well, so you should be using flashes or boosts to push this angle away.
Zevi got caught by the boost previously. I think Art's going to be tucking further back.
Again, you look at the util and you consider the options right now with the executes. There's the flash, there's the peek. 2 smokes.
Art's fiddling with his glasses. Keep your hands on the keyboard, mate.
There's the smoke, CT and Coffins. Art has to play ahead of this.
Yeah, and he will. Vexite, JKS, side by side. Still nothing for Art. And now the flash. That's some diligent Counter-Strike on display from FlyQuest. 40 seconds left, and they've already got the site. A retake demanded of Fluxo, just to have something to work with into that second half and what could be the final half of this series. Elevated position towards the coffins. He spots out that player, does remove Vexite. Very tiny pixel displayed, and that's all he needs to remove him. Oh, the Cowsy. He overlooked JKS's possibility, but adjusts quickly, and so a 1 versus 3 for Regali. Goes looking. I think they may have caught wind of his barrel there, so now it's up to Regali. He'll Molly Kite out, forces him wide, and a headshot provided. Okay, Fluxo, a little something at the end there, trying to cling on to hope that Inferno could be their map. If not, FlyQuest will be the first into stage 2. It's the 2-0 matchup, the first opportunity to lock a team in for Stage 2 here in the very first stage of the competition, the culmination of the Counter-Strike year. FlyQuest, Australians, New Zealander, and of course a Romanian sniper. But it does seem to be the blend to break what has been a long break between drinks.
Any form of success at all at majors for the Aussies. You had Renegades back in 2019, made it all the way to the semi-finals in Berlin. Azure and JKS reunited, and they're looking to go from stage 1 to stage 2, something Int hasn't been able to do in 6 asks of trying. This will be the 7th.
And a pistol would be a huge leap in that direction. Good start. Netic, Int, Regali, they all hit their shots. Fluxo just run into the meat grinder and have nothing to show for it. Decent in Boiler. Maybe he could catch something. Netic seems ready. Okay, missed shot, dancing around that pillar. Somebody come get her. Okay, Vexite sealed the deal. And a quick flick from Netic. Wow, lovely stuff.
4 from 4 in the pistol department. The recipe for success, right? Not just in the best of ones, but in any match of Counter-Strike you play. And FlyQuest continue to look composed, on point, and this team is functioning at a high level right now. You could say this is the best any team has looked so far throughout stage 1. Some of the bigger names, the favorites, have struggled to look cohesive, fundamentally flawed. Well, the boys right now, they are looking picture bloody perfect. The level of relief I think Inns will feel in a couple rounds time. You've attended I think 7 out of 8 majors since the pandemic, starting back in Stockholm 2021. You've had a bunch of different rosters, been under different orgs, different looks, but sure, a couple of wins. You've even been in those best of 3s. You've even been able to pick up maps, but you've never been able to get across the line. Sure, the major's expanded to 32 teams now, but this is breaking the seal. This is showing that you can do it on the biggest of stage, and this is what it's all about.
And you haven't even, you know, necessarily made it look hard or broken a sweat.
It's been comfortable.
Yeah, Vexite's so stubborn with his smoke. He wanted to see full confirmation of commitment, but they're way ahead. Oh, he had 2 on his plate. Only gets the 1. Netic needs to throw out that block smoke and buy time. Cannot afford to go down here. They're running at him. Does well. Look how his Tech 9 falls. They're wrapping him in. Overwhelming, but still composed is Netic. Lovely work. 4 kills in the round.
And that's the force bite dealt with. It's the eco now. 12 feels like a certainty unless Art wants to call another one of those. Mentioned his name a bunch, but one of the other new additions this season is the team moving away from Urcast and bringing in Azza. I don't think there's a question of him being the most successful Aussie in-game leader ever.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a clear correlation.
And I think with what was missing within this team was that leadership figure. You heard from Inz, he did a HLTV interview where he's saying more like a friend than a leader, something he's trying to work on. Azza dealt with Kassad as a coach. He knows what it's like. Sometimes you need to give people the harsh word. And also, it's the team environment. You're doing it for one another. That's what this is about. Sure, it might feel like a bit of an old school mentality, but that's Counter-Strike, that's any team sport. As an opener for Vexite. We'll just tally those up, shall we? He was the highest rated player coming into this match. I think he still might be that fact, as he's just been dominating. He's 6-2 in the opening kill department. He's had Art's number throughout.
Dreamy.
At least within the early stages. In this one, it's just a bit of a paddling right now. You deal with the pistols, you get yourself 12, you just 1 more round, 5 more kills as he grabs another through the smoke. Vexite, when he popped onto our screen.
Oh, he's doing it all, mate.
He's meant to be the next hope of Aussie Counter-Strike. It's taken some time for him to really mature into the player you're seeing today. This is his 5th major. For Regali and Netic, only their 2nd both under the FlyQuest banner. So for them, they don't have the same woes, the same stresses as maybe the other 2. And for JKS last season, benched by Liquid. Before Melbourne.
Hiss.
Yeah, right? And then obviously he missed the major, nose put a little bit out of joint, and then turns back to a home team, something that he hasn't been a part of for an awfully long time. So for him, this will be a feel-good moment. He's had to be a bit more of a mentor, right? He used to be the young kid. Well, now he's the big brother.
And Art will just waltz on in, go on down. Regali takes that, and it's just 5 more kills. On that little liquid note, they're in stage 2. Love to get a revenge tour for JKS, going up against some of his old teammates, old...
now you're talking.
Old friends. You know, G2, they're in the Major 2. What about Falcons? Nico and Monacy? You know, tick them off the list.
Okay.
This could be his death note.
Okay, prepare the Grim Reaper graphic.
Yeah.
12-3, folks. FlyQuest. This could be the last round they play in stage 1.
Couple of extra days off.
And this time, Vexite's paid quite the heavy price for his opening exchange. He actually returns the favor to Kai, does it an equivalent with the HE.
Oh, he wants to fight.
Look at him go, he's just begging for flashbangs, and it will come through, but Zevi tucks him behind the half wall. The unity of the utility, you can see how great that timing that was. The half wall smoke plumes, you're either in front of the smoke blind, or we've got top banana control.
Oh, catch that. Another hefty nade, 40 damage done. Forcing them back towards A for now.
Okay, and it looks like Decent is going to go searching towards the boiler side, trying to catch anyone daring to probe. Inns was the furthest forward on this A side, but he's just going to be playing on the arch, or in front of it, rather. Oh, hang on,
Between the wickets.
Didn't find anything there, bit of damage, sure. Look at the health of Fluxo, though.
Yeah, Vexite's also low. Decent walking up short, JKS in sight. Looks like it'll be the A play. Netix joined this fight now.
Bit of friction, JKS gets nothing. It's Regali on the pit side. Does deliver, combination with Netic. Now Fluxo starting to fall. It's just too easy for FlyQuest. Surely this is it. For the first time since 2019, a best of 3 at the Major for the Australian core. 1 single kill away. And of course it's Art. Probably feels that way for the Australians watching, as 13-3 is locked in.
The boys fly into stage 2. The quest begins now, but for Inns, this one's gotta feel damn good. He's been here many, many times before, but to finally find some success, to break through, to make light work of your opponent in the 2-0 match, no stress today. That is a massive win, and the smiles tell the story as it takes that coaching role and they start to look like a team.
Testing, testing. There we go, it worked. That is a good sign to have. FlyQuest have finally done it, and Inns, you have broken the curse. This was a long time coming, a lot of near misses, a lot of opportunities. Just tell me now, how does it feel?
Feels good. Obviously, been a rough 2 majors in a row, or 2 or 3. So I'm proud of the boys. It's been a tough road, but we're looking to go further.
You seem very calm, despite obviously being able to break this curse in here. This game looked incredibly easy for you guys. Why was it that dominant?
I think we just played with confidence the first stage, and we kind of just played with how we practiced, and that was the main thing, focusing on this major.
You are talking about confidence a lot, even in pre-match interview, but can we quantify it? Can you actually explain what confidence means in your term, in your team? Do you notice when people are losing the confidence, they're playing differently, they don't swing as wide? What do you think personally, individually, what do you see in your players? What do you have to be aware of when such confidence drop happens?
I think we just take more fights. Like, when we know we have to, we kind of just take the fights to them, and we play like more aggressive. We don't really go into a shell, and that's important for us as a team.
All right, combination-wise, do you see that the in-game leading by you, preparation by you and your coach, obviously, and the shooting from the guys was the reasons for such a smooth first stage of the major? I mean, 4 maps in your bag and pretty much no real threat. So is this something that you bring into the stage 2?
Yeah, I think the in-game preparation was good. Like we've been preparing for a couple months now, so obviously it's been really good. We're looking to bring it into stage 2, just take a couple days to rest, probably keep practicing, and then focus on stage 2.
Well-deserved rest.
Well-deserved rest, but also we got to look at this, right? Okay, you've done this, but you've done it as the IGL of the team. What is to you the biggest difference that you're seeing right now in the way you're leading the team? Like, how much have you been able to change and learn from this in order to make this a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, I think bringing in Azza as the head coach has helped a lot. He's kind of like helped guide me in a way, and also other individuals, so that's helping a lot.
And in terms of that helping you a lot, has it helped you enough now to be in a position where you can confidently say, okay, stage 2, we can do it, we can go a step further than ever before?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we always think that we're competitors, and we always want to make it as far as we can, and we just have to keep the mental resilience. Like, we showed that it was really good for us this event so far, and we're looking to do it again.
And even here, right, we got our small crowd out here. They're giving you a lot of support, a lot of love, and also for the Aussies back home, anything you want to say?
I mean, anyone who stayed up in Oz, thanks for the support. We always see it, and we appreciate it a lot.
I'm sure you do, man. Congratulations, well done.
That was clean, man. Super clean. Incredible Counter-Strike from FlyQuest, and they are through to stage 2 of the StarLadder Budapest Major. First team we get to see make it through to stage 2. Damn, that's fun.
Awesome story for the FlyQuest boys and for even Ince as a leader, because even going back further than the FlyQuest curse of the 2-0s in consecutive major to 2-3, he himself was at one point, I think, 2-1 and also just crashed out, didn't advance to the following stage. So great on him. I'm glad that he shouts out Azzer as well, because, you know, Azzer in his career, he faced Prime Astralis 6 times, every time he lost. So what did he decide to do? Turn Australia into Prime Astralis for stage 1.
I mean, they played so clean, it never really felt like Fluxo could get back into the round. You had Vexide constantly, you know, disrupting them, getting entries on Banana. You even had Stryker in the green room saying he's the best Banana player at this stage. But
crazy,
yeah.
crazy take.
Is it crazy? Is it crazy?
Maybe it's not too crazy, but there might be a few individuals who are better.
In a 2-day sample size, it's inarguable.
I don't know. It was like 2 days. I'm going with it.
In a 2-month sample size, we might have a debate.
But we don't have 2 months. We have 2 days. I'm backing Stryker on this. But Vexite he was the pop-off there. Looked really impressive from him.
Without a doubt. I mean, the way he's taking the space, but also looking controlled so frequently, having watched him now versus Imperial and now versus Fluxo, I legitimately think there was maybe one round through all of those T-sides where I saw what I would even consider something close to a mistake. Yeah. He was damn near flawless, so for him to pop off in this fashion, without a doubt in my mind, he was the MVP of this map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think, you know, the whole team stepped up when it matters, even in, you know, having the story about the sound there in the background.
We got Vuvuzelas in.
Yeah.
That's how they're celebrating.
That's a Southern Hemisphere thing. That started in my country. We all immigrated to Australia. Yeah, we immigrated to Australia, and now Vuvuzelas are real.
How many World Cups did you guys get after that?
None.
Never again. Never again.
I think that there's a lot of people watching at home who very often say that they want the analysts to shut up, and they're probably enjoying that massive, annoying sound right now. It's not Maui, it is a Vuvuzela. There we go. Let's keep going though with this FlyQuest lineup. Is this a team that now that we see them moving into stage 2 of the major, can they contest?
I think so. I think they definitely have. They have the ingredients, the way you look on the eye test, the way they play, the way they like approach bomb sites. Their spacing is absolutely out of this world for this team and this caliber of a team. So if they continue doing that, doesn't matter what opponent you're going to be facing. They could be the best players in the world. They're still going to struggle when facing up against spacing that good.
To me, it's just about maintaining this level of composure, which felt like it was pervasive throughout every single member of FlyQuest in the 3 series that I've watched in stage 1. If they can play like it, then stage 2 is going to be a breeze. But teams at that level, they're going to fight back a little bit harder. They're going to get the opening pick a little bit more. Vexide is going to have an off day. I mean, it's just bound to happen, unfortunately. But if he's going to keep pulling off these kinds of moments, and the X factor from FlyQuest is going to be apparent like it was there, then the sky's the limit for them. Not going to get over my, just jump to, say, the playoffs or anything like that, but getting through stage 2 looks to be incredibly feasible.
Do you know what I really liked about FlyQuest? We saw it predominantly at San Inferno, is that many a times Fluxo would get the upper hand because of a FlyQuest mistake, but they adapted so fast, and then they still wouldn't let go of the round. That was something that I noticed from them, which you didn't see a couple of months ago from this team.
No, but it was the same thing against Imperial. I think they were down 4v5, like 7-8 of the rounds, and they still clawed it back and made it like seem like a super smooth T side. So that's something that I think I talk about, the composure, the calmness of them, and they reevaluate the situations and just find the openings instead of stressing. A lot of teams in this situation would feel stressed and pressured to kind of go for an entry straight away, but they take the calm approach and just adjust accordingly. And I think that's what makes them so good and so hard to play against.
Bigger picture though, who thought it was the Australian team that would be first to make it through stage 1 of the major? Not me.
There were some telling signs that FlyQuest was on the come up. They didn't look this good. That's where the shocker is. So right there with you, Sam. Did not expect FlyQuest to be getting through with this level of ease. Technically, I mean, I didn't even really think that they were going to get through. And I thought we were going to see some kind of catastrophe happen once again, but I'm glad that Azzer not only brought the form in terms of just making sure that everybody's on the same page, but I think he's probably leveled up their composure too.
I mean, I'll say I was a fanboy of FlyQuest at the start, but I did not expect them to go 3-0. I thought they would have a tough game against Legacy in the early stage, and then kind of claw their way back into qualification. But yeah, this just perfect play from them, perfect setting for them, and I'm so happy I got to witness it here.
You did get to see it, yeah, we all did, and there you go, our first team making it through to stage 2. We will find out who's going to join them. NRG and M80 are going to be facing off. That North American derby is coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming.
engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at alienware.com.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
NRG are one game away from making it through to stage 2 in a crazy situation. What's even crazier is Exotic's whole story here. So I need to bring up, Note posted a really funny clip of Semphis kind of hyping you up, saying that you needed to go to LAN, but you had other stuff going on in life at the same time, you were saying. So can you just tell me and the world about that and kind of what this has looked like? Because right now you are individually impressing.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I mean, the biggest thing is it's been a little bit of a roller coaster. I mean, it's not my first time playing the game, obviously. I've been playing for a really long time. I think I played my first, on professional team or salary team, rather, when I was, 15 or 16. So it's been a long time, but in between has been a long road, you know. I was in school, and then I went to college. And then I started my own business, and that took off. So I've been doing that, and then I kind of just dabbled in coming back into Counter-Strike, just playing for fun and whatnot, because there's just that competitiveness that you can't really, scratch with business, at least. I mean, it's brutal, don't get me wrong, but there's just that competitive itch in Counter-Strike that you can't scratch, you know. And I thought, you know what, why not? I'm in a position, I'm older now, and I'm in a position to play, and I had this opportunity with NRG, so I thought I'd take it. That's kind of how I ended up here now, so.
And it's a good ride, because I was doing some research, and this is only your 5th LAN. It's also your first major. I know it's only 2 maps, but you're at a 1.31 rating. You're looking good. You're looking confident with it as well. Is this really where you're now starting to play at what was expected as you from people like Semphis and other North American people who were watching you?
I think so. I mean, like Semphis, for example, he's definitely hyped me up a lot. And as you saw from that clip, he's talking a lot about, how he thinks of me as an individual, skill-wise and whatnot, and my potential. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, I would hope so, that I'm playing to that potential that people think I have.
Well, long may it continue, especially here in a very important game. But I also need to ask you on the sense that Nitro's not here. Expectations for most people on NRG was lower because of that. Daps has obviously been doing a phenomenal job, but is there less pressure? Is that how you guys, do you see a difference in how you're playing? Explain it to me, who's someone who's not next to you and seeing it all. What's the difference?
I mean, I would say pressure is a big one for sure. You can definitely feel the energy from the other teams when there's more pressure and they feel a little bit more nervous, especially in the game, at least for my personal opinion, you could feel that nervousness, decision making and stuff, and people are more nervous to do things in the game when that pressure's on. So yeah, I would say that's part of it, but I mean, obviously we're all meshing together well right now too, so it definitely helps when everyone feels on point.
And you guys have been on point with this, right? And for your first major, not having that pressure is probably a nice feeling that many players don't get to expect. But also for this game, you're playing M80. Now, you guys beat them in Frag Ultra Mega, right? And you beat them in a best-of-5 where you were down 0-2 and you reverse swept them. So what advantage do you have here against them going into the best-of-3?
I mean, I would say same thing, pressure-wise. I mean, I know that, I mean, maybe in their head a little bit from that. I mean, we have Daps, but he's been playing really well, so I don't know. Maybe that plays a part. So I have no idea.
Let's look out for a Daps masterclass and see how it goes, man. Thank you very much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
What an incredible story from NRG there with one of their players. There's so many other stories we need to touch on about NRG. Obviously going up against M80 now, 2-0 each of these teams. One of these American teams going through stage 2 of the major. But I mean, it is kind of the fairy tale, right? I've focused on business, this is just fun now. Wow, I'm at a major getting some sticker money.
I mean, just for more context on that, regarding Exotic, for NRG to decide in the middle of the year that OC, a guy that's literally played in a major playoffs, was not good enough, and to pick up a completely unknown quantity in Exotic is one of the reasons that they've actually, in my opinion, slingshotted themselves to kind of have a puncher's chance in almost every matchup. Yesterday versus NIP, Wrinkle was really getting bested by Exotic, and Exotic's just kind of been this fabled legend in Tier 2 NACS for a very long time. Like, even when I was competing, everybody kind of knew this guy. Nobody saw his face until this year, and we thought that he was just a land dodger and maybe even a cheater. Like, that's how ridiculous his story was. But to see him actually finally hit the LAN scene running and to already be this efficient in his first day at the Major, I mean, time will only tell what we see in day 2 and moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely incredible, and he's been the best AWPer on the server each time that he's played so far. But I want to talk a little bit about M80 as well. I think, you know, Lake is someone I've been really impressed with. If I look at Hext, he's kind of like a wonky player type, I would say, because he's an anchor, but he has tons of X factor, tons of kind of ability to turn around back to their favor. So there's a bunch of small things that I really like about M80, because they have so many different avenues to kind of approach around, to win around, and with that X factor, especially from Hext, who kind of is vocal and hyping the whole team as well.
So the video's up on your screen now. Obviously, we can see there that we're going to be starting out with M80's pick. They're going to, I think that M80's a Dust 2, or is it NRG? I'm squinting because I forgot my glasses today.
I think that M80 picked Mirage here, so NRG are taking CT. Dust 2 is the pick of NRG, and M80 starting on the CT side. The only real difference for this in what I was kind of coming up with was that I thought Overpass may be the decider. I've seen both of the teams look really sharp on it this season, taking down teams that are much higher ranked than them. But as for the openers, I'd say incredibly standard, almost exactly what any sort of simulator or percentages would have shown for them.
Can we talk a little bit about NRG, though, and the fact that they came in here with a coach? When they made that announcement that their IGL wasn't going to be here, we had Moses trying to schedule cardinal relations between players and their wives. I mean, that was how far this went. We had everyone running to change their pick'ems. And now look where Daps is. I mean, they took FaZe down yesterday. What a story this could potentially be.
Yeah, I mean, Daps is someone I know very well. I've coached him in the past when he was back in Optic. And I think he's an excellent in-game leader. Excellent leader. He's really good at the mid-rounding. And I think that kind of gives them a little bit of an edge because he's so good at defaulting and gaining information and taking that and adapting to situations to make a final call. They can be unpredictable and very unpreppable at this point for a lot of these teams.
Daps was a huge reason that they were able to win the FaZe game because he is just trusting his read to a T. If he thinks that it's a bluff with smokes, he's walking right through that. So M80, they're going to have to be on their guard.
Let's go to the North American Derby here at the StarLadder Major. Who's making it through to stage 2?
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, M80 NRG. It's an exciting one. Sure, a clash of the Americas. 5 separate nationalities in attendance of the server, but you know what? I'll give it to them.
Everyone needs imports.
Everyone does, including that FlightQuest game we just saw.
Okay, well, T-side start for NRG. Out towards long, swish up. Oh, it's going to be pushed off the line. Does he swing back in? Yes, he does. So darts away. Sonic tries to track this one down. Looking to block the smoke. How's he going to headbutt this one? Yes, he does.
Okay, off his head. Not bad. Swish goes for more and actually loses his head to the well-discussed Exotic. Sim taps him down. Pressure. 3 players fighting on this goose position. It's looking messy. No, they can't hit their shots. Bro and Sonic brought down. Dabs at range with the Glock. Same for George. It's uncomfortable for the two of them. Looks like M80 have done enough, and even having his bell rung long-range headshot just goose down to 8.
A couple of them low now, so I understand the swing. You just get it done. You try and build a bit of confidence, but don't want to overplay it, and they don't know the exact HP of these final 2. Try and keep as many bodies alive, deny that plant, and get yourself a pissed around M80.
It is an interesting one with the recent match and affair these guys have played, isn't it? Like a team that you've just recently played a full 5-map best of 5 against, and then you're now battling for a spot in the next stage of the Major.
Yeah, I don't want to shy away from the Daps factor. He's definitely impressed more than I would have given credit for, but we can talk more about his prowess as a player in a moment, because these final 2 kills about to come in. Hex will silence him, and George will follow. Dabs only played at 2 majors in his time, right? I think it was Cologne 2016, Katowice 2019, and now in 2025 he's playing, right? He's officially playing.
You can hear that void, you know, you can do the maths yourself.
But he's been playing throughout, right? You know, he had a moment where he stood in for Liquid, he was the coach there, then had we got Genji, right? There's a whole bunch of teams. So if you take a look at Dabs' history as a player, he's been in and out of the server, right, every year or every second year. So it's not like he's too unfamiliar with putting the crosshair in the right direction. It's not a coach that is from the ancient days of 1.6 or 1.5. This is a guy who's been actively playing recently.
But the question is, and it's the same I presented to you previously, is, you know, you would expect the team that has their 5-man roster to beat them, right? If it was
the fact they beat FaZe, I can't. Look, watching FaZe play today against NIP, that looks like a sinking ship if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, again, the expectation is, and the pressure is on M80. I think for them, the fortunate factor is losing that matchup that you highlighted, because regardless of the DAPS factor, you want revenge. You're not coming in here thinking this is just another match that you should be taking care of. This is, oh, hold up, bro. Cheeky by him. All right, get something out of the eco. Extra's going to be spewing with that one, but 2-0 start for M80. Yeah, so you're going to come in laser focused. You're going to want revenge, and you're going to want that spot. Over in stage 2, join FlyQuest, who just made their way only moments ago. We got some names over there like the Astralis of the world, the Auroras, your Navis, Tyloo's over there, MIBR, the list goes on. But we need to get 8 teams from stage 1 to join that stage 2 to continue the sifting process as we look for gold here in Budapest. The guns are out.
Yeah, let's see what Sonic can get up to. He goes looking, loses vision. Diligent from M80, not playing ahead. Results in Sonic retreating with just 25 points of health. Slacks, that's nasty to start. Quick flick into George, catches him on the pole. Immediate mid-pressure though. That smoke immediately has Lake investigating, and it's a good response. You can see Simple throws out a smoke, pushes through theirs, and confirms that mid is still under their control. Ooh, speaking of control, Swish, he's not content with just a passive long setup. He's actually tucked very far forward on the long doors.
Yeah, they're playing retake A right now. So,
ouch.
Well, goes from bad to worse there. Great stuff from Hext. Pops up, takes down Bro, and now at this point, even if you do give over the site, oh dear. Okay, I was gonna say, even if you do give over the site, you can play the 5v3 retake.
Lake's directly underneath Dabs. Might actually have the U-model covering it. Yeah, that's nasty. Sure, you got the plant, but a 2-on-4, it's not within M80's wheelhouse to fumble this one. Sonic would have to hit some crazy taps, jiggle out, confirms his presence. Sin gonna make it life difficult for Sonic. He actually does take Hext. Exotic in the clutch, and Exotic in a grave.
All right, well, hopefully we get to say a lot of his name throughout this. There's some conversation in the stratosphere around Exotic, one of 19 rookies at this major. But it's not like there's too much experience of major players in the server for either side, right? Bro only played his first with NRG back in Austin, having to turn to North America to find the success he would be hoping for.
That one's going to feel good for Swisher. Suddenly I'm in like a North American
We're
pub.
in TeamSpeak, okay, well, that's nice.
Oh, betting partner.
All right, well, it is a partial. Xbox smoke and door smoke, so diligent stuff. It's going to deny the ability for Slacks to break these smokes and poke on him with the AWP. Is it a mid to B or a short go? That's the question.
They're quite quick up short. Lake on the ramp side. Slack's going to play for that first shot. Doesn't hit it. A nice wide swing from the Tech 9, but taken down by the Kalash. Lake connects. Lake burning. And M80 fragging. Just as easy as that. Flying through the rounds are M80. But now the guns will come back.
Yeah, I was going to say, you hope this has legs, right? Because you don't want it to be as quick and easy. Well, maybe you do if you're an M80 fan.
Sure.
The Fluxo series, right? They going to be having a tough time going forward. When you look at the teams who are in, well, what is the rest of
the 2-1 bucket,
right? It's tough.
Yeah,
it's not going to get any easier. We'll see how favorable the draw is to them. Slacks posted up, might go for a late sweep. Exotic announces the presence of his AWP. That will also liberate Slacks to get a little bit more aggressive. Walking through this. Hello.
Yeah, he's too busy focused on Sui. Don't know if he even caught Sonic.
Sin on the reload. Does Sonic want to waltz on through? Not through that grey screen. So Sin will join Hext on B. Slacks now reposes to join Lake on A, and Swish still has long. Looks like an A split. Georgian daps out long, the other three through short.
What's nice is that Slacks has arrived just in time to dispatch of the opener. Daps goes looking long. And George is going to suffer a similar fate if he dares try it. He's got to wait for the pressure to be amplified on A, and right now they're just staring at a smoke. In fact, look at this from Swisher. He's going to bring the fight forward. George versus Swisher confirms a second body.
Well, 50 seconds. They can see reroute on the mid to B right now, but their biggest issue is util. Sonic can smoke it, but that's really all.
Oh, Exotic could AWP it. Lake's actually active on that with an AK. Mid smoked, pressure applied. Bro making the move. Flank from Swisher is quick, but he won't be able to get the backstab immediately. Sin will be under scrutiny here. Set up with Hext. Oh, down they go.
Well.
Good flank from Swisher though, as we discussed. And that's a nice transfer. Catches Bro in the window. Bomb does fall into Sonic, falls into the site, falls in his favor. He's only got 13 points of health, and he's poking his nose out the window. Triple kill from Swisher in that round. How does the long player get 3 kills on a mid to B go? Yeah. Very impressive.
You could see that they were forced into it, even though it did look like the right call of the scenario. They identified the CT so that they understood they could isolate those B fights. Swisher's, I say, preference to play within those long doors has come off and paid dividends right there, so well done from him. But since the pistol, there's been no opening kills for NRG. So in the string of 4 since the pistol for M80, it's opening frags. A one-way street. We do get a tack timeout, but there's no coach behind NRG because he's in the server. So just to give them an extra 30 seconds to have a conversation about how they want to march forward.
Well, your coach can talk all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? So that's a real luxury.
It's a buff, I suppose.
If you think about it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Daps has been pulling his weight, you know, up until this point.
For sure.
Up until this point, I mean, we're obviously...
And now he's going to get a kill that we've said that, so that's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you wouldn't look at Daps and go, oh, you know, he's struggling more than a normal
He's not a
game
burden. Yeah.
You could see, and he even said himself, his aim was a little bit shaky in certain circumstances. He had a couple of weeks lead time of knowing this whole Nitro scenario. Well, Nitro had 9 months lead time, so I guess maybe they had a bit more than that.
Yeah, you probably got the heads up when you opened the calendar and did the maths.
Oh, wait, hold up a second.
Hold your horses. Oh, no, they can't get out long. No, when Swisher's in the server, sprays them down. Quick, easy, efficient fragging.
He's 9-1 right now. So this one's quick. Also got that B stream going on with the elimination games. I might go in and check in on what's been happening there. Have been laser focused on what we've got on our plate. Game Legion versus Rare Atom has come to its conclusion. I'll let you go find that on your own. And they've got the Huns versus Lin Vision coming up next. And they're just going to punt this one in. No dramas as Hengst will constrict Sonic's movements, gets the final kill, and all 5 staying alive. A dream start for M80. Their map choice.
It was Scout,
Okay, dangerous I will be.
Nice getting the listen in right there. As, we get the highlight of Swish just locking them down at long. But yeah, we got Mirage up next. And that's something that M80 are on, well, when we passed their game, it became 11 in a row. When they beat Paravision, it became 12 in a row. So they're going to be feeling extremely confident, especially if they pick up map number 1 to just get this done in 2. All right, is there anything that will spur us forward with excitement for NRG in this one?
I just think for NRG's T side, the fact that every time you've tried to venture long, it's just been a complete catastrophe. It started on the pistol, bearing in mind, you know, very long-centric. We've seen you walking into the AWP, we've seen you walking into the Swisher spray. Your T side options suddenly feel quite limited.
Yeah, and then establishing a default and getting the short control, you've been given it, but you've lost kills on extremities. So right now, Bro drops out the lurk smoke. Sonic and Daps erupt to grab the short control. So like overseeing business with the late tail piece of this on the AWP. but going through the motions, but already light on nades. They have smoke short. That's going to help them path forward against Slax's AWP. Slax is playing deep long. So Swish and Lake in combination will have to deal with the short plate. George coming to join them now with the bomb, and a well-timed smoke dropped at just sub 50 seconds.
I mean, Slax is so disconnected. He won't be, you know, game helper by the time they're committing.
Are they going, or are they just hoping to keep them in a 3-2 split?
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
They want the mid to be.
Okay.
Oof, jump again.
Yeah, he's got the info. Sin knows he's going to have a lot to do. Exotic picks up Swish. Nice shot from Sonic. Looking like they could buck through. Yep, they broke it in. Broke from the backstab. George has got the bomb through. Slax is all last seen top mid. Exotic got brought down, so a 1v3 quickly becomes a 1v2 for the German sniper. Elects to take the AK for the clutch.
Very winnable.
Making his way forward, he has a single flashbang that could prove useful.
There's lots of time now, but if he doesn't get a wriggle on after this smoke, that's going to slip by quickly.
Yeah, just as easy as that. Bro's ready for it, turns the flash. So NRG are on the board. You know, we were talking about the likelihood of this one being a game. A couple more from NRG.
Oh,
and it's game on.
Yeah, check their mic scenario there, Bro pointing that out. But just a sheer lack of kills for NRG within these first 6 rounds does mean that there is plenty of cash in the coffers. So there's 2 more buys available for M80 before they're broken. As we catch it again in the highlight, good AWPing from Exotic. That's what we want to see.
Window 2, window 2.
This is direct. 4 players over towards tunnels early. Might want to just set this up for a B execute behind the block utility.
Okay, well, they're going to stand and bang, and it's worked out for them. Hext and Sin open up the account.
I think you rumble now. I don't think you can go.
Sin nearly burned down there, forced to deploy his smoke defensively.
Sonic's got some space.
And if NRG do kind of, you know, find their footing, that's something we'll be saying an awful lot of. Sonic does a lot with low resources. Okay, Flash Slax off of his search. Sin on that low HP goes looking.
Lake's got nothing to block with.
Here's Sonic. Short sight, tries to catch Lake. He does tuck into ramp just in time. Geeky Flash, good swing with that. Slax has managed to catch Sonic. 5 on 3, he hears their commitment. Rounding this goose corner, it's going to be weird. Is it Slax that goes first here? Daps in the meantime, removing one of the B players. A lovely move from Slax, just jumps up, tracks Exotic. George is dead too. Slax has done it on his own here.
Just
Daps, yeah, there's nothing he can do. He knows it. He accepts his fate. Will bring through a rifle. And a 7-1 scoreline. So very brief celebrations for NRG. Straight back to M80.
So Exotic's the only man to bring them openings. One was on the pistol, and then was on the rifle round they converted. Here they lose the opener, and then the round kind of with it. The fact that they can't catch Sin, who's going to play in his own smoke. This is great from Slax, though, isn't it? The first one to Sonic, that one was nasty. Third one to George confirms the round, and oh, okay, well, there is going to be a bit of banter. These teams know each other quite well. Hex once wore that jersey.
Nice lurk, coach.
It's good fun, good banter.
It is good banter.
And Hexter's joining Lake, right? So the 2 of them in the server, they definitely could lay down the law in that department. The 2 of them have got big mouths. And Hexter's got bigger output since he's joined this team. I was always a bit like, well, yeah, no, he's mid. But in this team, I feel like he produces a bit more than he has previously, old Hext. Our official betting partner. Well, Slax's AWP has just been a nuisance, hasn't it? He's posted up long, gets Swisher and Pit. Lake aggressive. He's very aggressive.
Yeah, he wants to fight.
Well, at least he did. It wasn't with the W key, but he was leering forward. Backed off now that he's heard the presence. Into B smoke early from Sonic. They really want to be able to condition long, and you've already brought it up. They haven't been able to get out. And Swish, what a nuisance. Those sound cues go a long way in informing what's on the other side. It's tough. When you're playing Dust 2 and you're able to get short control, or you're able to get out the mid to Bs, but you're not converting a lot of rounds, it's like, oh, mate.
You normally have to do a lot of work just to get that territory and then not being able to find the finish off the back of it. So this is feeling miserable. M80 are running away with things. Lake's playing for mid to B. Slacks is playing ramp. Swish has got long on lock. Hexton Sin still partnered up on B. He's got the flash at the ready. Smoking a couple of mollies. Here's the go.
He got Slacks, a flash to his face. Pops up, does not connect. They've closed the gap. NRG starts strong. Bro with the opening. Lake unable to find anything there. Swisher on the long side. Swisher and Slacks get the job done. It's big from Bro though. Triple so far. Does enable the plant.
This is the B defenders. They know that.
Sin's quite quick to long side. Bro may be exposed. He's low HP as well, so going to have to cower behind that default box. He selected a good angle for this, though. He can peek on in. Oh, he had the advantage. It's up to Daps.
This is your time, coach.
A coach clutch. An opportunity. Oh, and he times it to perfection. Just one more for Daps. Whoa. Stabilize the aim a little. Just 10 more. Go on. Daps has clutched up.
Damien Steele, take a bow, son. Second round. You convert after you get into the side. Bro gives you the opener, and it puts a smile on your teammate's face as Nitro's not here. But remember, yesterday, that's no problem.
Okay, I'm doing sphere.
And nonchalant about things. That shaky aim on display, but regardless, that's the result he was looking for.
Yeah, that's the most biased casting I've done so far. But I mean, you've got to feel the energy.
We all see a little bit of ourselves in
that. Oh, 100%, Chad. That was a Machini TV clutch if ever I saw one.
Well, Slacks is getting a little bit more jarring. He's created himself a buffer to play around these mid smokes, but actually still on long.
Ooh, not easy shot to hit. Hex does get away with his life. It's one thing I'll say about Exotic. Watching his gameplay, he definitely does not play scared, regardless of the stakes in this affair.
Hello.
Ooh. Just a leg shot. Look at him go! He's actually got the opener. Sure, Sin trades. But B-side likely weak. Slacks might want to try and tend to that. You can see he's active towards this mid-line, investigating the doors. Just the Chris of the crisscross smokes.
Looks like a B finish. There's still plenty of time to reroute, but with the bomb and upper, Sonic's walking through.
Yeah, that low HP. Bro's just going to be demanded to trade. Bro has to do something. He's been really empty-handed on these B finishes. Even these B starts. Sin. Oh, they're lining up. They're just lining up. He doesn't have any issues. Doesn't see anyone, but gets 2 kills.
Might have to be the save now, boys. Just hold on to these AKs.
Bleak.
You got 30 seconds as well, and Swish has already taken a lot of map control by pushing through long, so you are really in a box right now. You're going to walk into the AWP as Slacks.
So positionally, was the plan there just to play the fade?
Yeah, I think they were hoping to catch them off guard while they were either searching elsewhere or playing a different position. Daps has the AWP bullet whistle by, and now we're just going to be holding on to these guns. So 8-2.
Yeah, it's a bit of a statement from M80 to start off this series. It's NRG's map pick as well.
They are hunting, and this could be after time.
Oh, Bro holding onto his AWP on just in time.
I'm surprised the swing didn't come in for the immediate trade there on that set. Like, I am so surprised that who was the other player in T-Spawn there?
I didn't catch it. Oh, you mean for the trade off the Bro
why are you not swinging immediately? It's the AWP.
He's bolting right now.
Doing? Yeah, look, it doesn't matter. You're winning. I'm just a little bit curious right there. What happened?
What stopped you?
Yeah, well, they're owning them.
Look at this smorgasbord from NRG.
They're getting a long pop, I think. Extinguishing gun.
Yep, okay. Well, Slacks is here, and he's ready on the blue bin. He gets one. Swisher as well with the contribution, and just, I mean, it's just Groundhog Day for them.
Shut down, denied.
Every time you go long, you end up losing the bomb, no less, as well. Hence the spam. They want to make retrieval of that as difficult as possible, but already, I mean, the round has just begun, but NRG are walking with a limp, a peg leg.
.21 kills between them right now. Bro with the most, Daps with a clutch. Exotic with a couple of openers. But a 3v5, and he's out mid.
M80 are playing this by the book. We've got 2-man advantage. We don't need to overstep. We don't need to fight. If you're deaf and you're sitting in that chair, you're going, yeah, you're just nodding along. You're nodding, you're happy. You know, everyone's getting a gold star today.
And Swisher keeps saying, still got bomb.
Yeah.
Still got bomb.
Problem is a lot of these rounds felt like they've been over in the first 25 seconds. So now with 40 seconds left, they will just peter on in and get taken out one by one. It's ugly, but Lake will find the trade. And now Exotic looking for the save. Surely take it away from him this time, lads. Dink and dead. There you have it. Okay, 92. Another drubbing on the cards right now. Schedule fans can't believe it.
This is outrageous.
Yeah. Rapid. Just going to go down and explore the 2-1 bucket of how it currently stands, because that's where the loser of this series will be falling. Fluxo, Legacy, Bait, NIP, Fnatic, and the loser of this. It's been a rough showing for the European team so far at stage 1 of the StarLadder Budapest Major. Let's hope that they can pick up their socks. Final round forced by. In through lower. Lake looking to take a fight. Sin's close mid doors as well, so if it is crisscross into mid to B, they are perfectly poised for this.
Oh, free headshot. Sin does well. Exotic does better. Nice trade, but that's not what you want to be seeing. Leave him alone. He's on your team. Puts down Exotic. Lake's on the very edge of that smoke. Maybe George can get funky with it. Yeah, this is inspired. However, Lake's kind of ahead of the play now.
Yeah, he read him. Now you're coming through the grey screen.
Just too easy, isn't it? George looking the wrong way. Shape it up nicely. Just looks like double digits on the half. NRG picking this map, and it does seem to be more than comfortable for M80. A Sonic 1v2 has
Hasn't had his moment yet.
something to celebrate. Next and Slacks are partnered up.
12
Feels
bullets.
like guaranteed trade potential unless he hits that instantaneous headshot on the first. They're not even considering this walk. Yeah, back is turned, and M80, they find 10 already. NRG's territory, and they've only got 2 rounds to boast. Is this where that Cinderella story starts getting brought back to reality? We'll find out after the break. Dust2 continues, and it's a bleak outlook for NRG. Sure, you've already turned heads. You took scalps. FaZe Clan falling to NRG in a best-of-1, but now you find yourselves here. It's a winner's game, and M80 certainly feel like they are winners today. On your opponent's pick, you already find 10 rounds, just 3 to take it away from them. And that would be halfway home to stage 2.
You get the pistol, we'll throw in the towel, and we'll quickly get on to Mirage, where you're currently 12 in a row. So the confidence brimming. Slack's posted up with the P250. George has had a very tough map, 1 kill to his name. And he put a bullet in the back of Exotic's head towards the tail end there. So the dots are not connecting in the way that he would hope, as Slacks has been looking sharp. Had some really nice AWP shots over on that first half. Hoping to do the same now. But right now this setup, Bro, George, and Sonic close by. So if it is a B play, which with Lake and Swisher rotating back over, it very much looks that way. So Sin will line up the smoke for the doors, then there'll be an entry flash, and they'll palm on in, see if they can flood the site. Oh, unfortunately, Bro's just left. George, this is on you, mate.
I think Bro's going to start being pulled back to the site.
Have to play through window. Oh, it's ahead of doors.
Nice shot, George does find Lake. Support required. Flooding in, good catch from Swish, long range. Bro still trapped outside of the site, concedes the space. Exotic, ooh, 2 chances. Brief, they don't connect onto the big box player. Shots are connecting from Sonic though. Charges into the site, Swisher hiding and actually evades them for a moment. They're onto the defuse though. Time is of the essence. Okay, NRG start off with a CT round, a necessary pistol converted.
I was on the POV of Slacks then. He got this like just stepped out, 1 tap with the USP into tunnels, but then Sonic does 2 of the same. So very nice shooting from Sonic. We said he hasn't had his moment yet, but there's some impact to help them get back in. This is it, Slacks back, strafes out, takes an Exotic, but Sonic with immediate trades. Great shooting for the South African. And Bro, yeah, I said that he was going to have to play in through window. It was tough for him, but it was about the retake. Him just staying alive with that kit, facilitating that quick old defuse. They're in with the force. A couple of Galils, Scout, and Tech 9s. Exotic plays forward on short. Sonic is jump spotting lower. George will worry about long from A, and Bro and Daps have to lock down this B bomb site. So you've had the first stage of the round go by. There's been no CT aggression, no pushes up mid, nothing into lower tunnels. Now you can start whirring through and take the map control. Here comes Exotic.
Yeah, set up by that flashbang, and he was caught by the lower tunnels. Occupation down. He's not going to be happy with that one. Hex, however, very much will be.
They're crunched on A. No short, no long. Here comes the fight.
It's just George here. Oh, wow. Perfect angle over the top of the smoke. Catches Lake just going for a walk, and George a leg breaker. Seems quite telegraphed as to where he's going to end up. Swisher doesn't want to reveal his position just yet. Let's Hex have a go. Bro ready for him. Receives.
Should need some help.
Yeah, and it's going to be Cinder will replenish the mid-cross smoke. Slack's trying to provide some overwatch from the plateau of long. He might meet Bro, you know. He's coming in for that long flank. Oh, nice shot. Sonic elevated. He gets a 2-piece. Slack's the last of all. Impressive scenes from NRG, at least in just dealing with the force buy.
Yeah, some nice shooting, and that's a confidence builder, right? This is a very tough comeback.
Can you drop one, Eric?
He can, and he did. So you're going to get hooked up with an M4. As we mentioned, for NRG, there was no pressure coming into this event because of Nitro unable to be here with the team. Daps having to stand in, but then you go 2-0 on day 1. You're a best of 3 away from locking yourself in for stage 2, and you're going up against a familiar opponent. The pressure exists now. It may have not yesterday, but when you went to bed with a smile on your face, you woke up with the reality of what today has in store. And as mentioned, same with Fluxo, you lose this game, you go down, it's going to get tough from here forward. There's a lot of opponents that you could be taking on that in best of 3s are going to give you a hard time. You see this eco that does actually have a little bit of investment behind it. And I'm not so interested in the pistol. Sure, they're going to help, but there are nades. So they could be smoking off the doors and flashing into B, trying to exploit the coach.
Dabs Could get his eeks here. Eagle bullet doesn't connect. He confirms at least a couple. They're not going to be playing too scared either. Goes in for the re-peek onto Swisher's Deeg. Bro arrives in support as well. They're struggling to find them. Swisher! What is that? Double Deeg opens up B. And now that smoke enables a little bit more than just a couple of kills. It could be a bomb plant. It could be around the pushing boat. They're coming. Charging in. P250 unload. Oh, and just on the last bullet. Hex holds onto it just in time. Sonic dips away. Spams through the smoke to make it a 2-on-2. Low HP, 1 HP on Sonic. They can't seem to finish him off. Finally, Slacks fells in, but he got another as well. Slacks in the clutch, and he delivers.
Yeah.
Naughty.
What a little sequence there. Take a bow, Swish, huge on the double dig. And you're sitting there going, okay, yeah, so they're giving Dap some opportunities. They're trying to bait out nades so that when the explosion comes in, they're not stuck behind a smoke or a bottle of flames. And they did exactly that. Now the smoke comes, now the flash follows, then Swish. Sure, it doesn't happen without those Deagle shots. And Slacks has to come up clutch, so beautiful work, 11-4. The story of the comeback dealt with already.
Ooh, Sonic's throwing caution to the wind here with some early aggression. Makes no secret that he's in the tons, and you can see Hex's reaction is the only one. Falls back, relays the information. Very light on long, but the block smoke was thrown, and it seems Swisher and Lake are going to respect it for now.
It's how much information did Hex get? He definitely knows about the lower push, but he may have heard one in upper, so maybe you know there's 2 players, maybe 3, depending on those sound cues, but you don't need to take a risk. You know that right now you have the firepower advantage. They've had to force back in, and they are rejigging. So from lower and upper all the way to 4A, we got to fight.
There's the flash to start it. Swinging on in. Swisher receives him comfortably. George has the M4 though. Gonna need to see him do something with that. Daps forced forward by the flame. Does very well to find Lake. Now George, is your moment. Double from George.
Bombs loose. They need to get this back.
Yeah, Slacks is gonna try. He's just walking through the smoke. No, there's a flash coming through as well. George will be caught by this. He is. Doesn't matter though. Tracks him while blind. The flash connected onto both of them, Exotic and George.
Molly might do it.
Yeah, I think it might, but he's actually just managed to get away in time.
And Bro's locked the door.
Hex might go looking for the way out, and Bro's got the angle. NRG find it over a bottle immediately. So sure, it doesn't feel good to be losing to a couple of pistols and some nades, but you immediately fight back.
Good stuff from George. Remember, 1 kill in the first half. Now he's up to 7 in total, so 6 in the second half of play.
Can you do corner, Mike? Yes. Spot last round.
Okay. Something long centric here. Asking Swish to smoke corner. Sin has the spawn. They could flash him out to get to blue bin. Rallier flashes Sin's out, but they're going to go through short. They're going to get crunched here in middle.
Ooh, especially if they turn their backs.
Bro's in lower.
Hang on, yeah, they're feeling the pressure. Bro does well to get the info and the kill. Swinging his Sonic. Ooh. Team kill, awkward. Swisher removing Hex. Zotic, nice one. Actually finds 2 on the swing. Swisher was brought low by Bro. And so M80, this one's over before it really begins.
And Sin went for the entry to take the long space. He was hoping to get into fight or get the space. He got the space, but no fight. It's the setup for NRG that wasn't ready for that type of a play, but was serving the purpose for that type of a play.
And you can see how that would have got uncomfortable if it wasn't for Bro's chip in. Like, as in, if those 2 of them, they could have got overwhelmed, a quick Tech 9 double dink, and things fall apart. But no, Bro, with his lower aggressions, managed to really put a thorn in their side and a spanner in the works.
Yeah, what you're hoping, I think, if you're M80 with that type of a call, you get the corner smoke in, and you hope that they fight maybe on that second timing, right? You get the door smoke in, the blue bin molly, then the flashes, you play ahead, or you wait on the corner behind the smoke, you maybe break it, try and catch them crossing pit. Essentially, this means resources dedicated towards long. But the round with the opener that NRG called meant that they were in positions to try and stifle that. So it's kind of easy to brush that off if you're M80. It sucks, and you want to get this map over and done with quickly because you've been running away with it. Mirage up next, but you're going to have to hold your horses for a moment longer. Next will be the Eco. Oh, Dink puts one on notice, but...
Hang on. He really had a chance for 2 there.
Good output from Sin.
Yeah, he's not going to get what he wanted.
So as mentioned, it'll be the Eco now, and this is one of those tough opportunities where there's really not a whole lot you can say about this. Maybe they have another Deagle for Swish that they can pull out. Slacks could go in with a Hero AK-47, but I'm sure he wants to get the ore pound to try and seal the deal, get this done quick as you like. So all in all, will just be a couple of upgrades. Yeah. They're going to get more best of threes, these two teams, regardless of the outcome right now. So when you look at the players within these rosters, nobody's played more than, I think, 2 majors. So this being the 3rd for some of them.
Right.
When you put that in consideration, their experience at this type of competition, the reason I put that emphasis is the pressure of a major. It's hard to define when there's so many events going on year round, and we know that there's some of a higher caliber, but it's the tension that comes with the quote-unquote World Cup, right? There's a whole lot more on the line and what you want to prove. Everybody wants that medaling game.
Oh, yeah,
that's a long way away from stage 1. You're going to have to win a lot of games at Counter-Strike from this point forward if you want to get there.
I mean, Swish's Deeg's already impressed. So I'm not ready to write him out, even if it is very low probability. Especially considering they're doing this silently.
I do like the fact that Sin is always bringing in a piece of utility. It feels very Big-esque, which once upon a time he was a part of.
School of Gob.
Right, so, but definitely with a better flair than what anything bigger up to. Opening kill for Sonic.
Nice shot from Exotic.
Might get the bomb down.
No, Incendiary will make things difficult. Nice tracking on the next, and even a Molotov frag as well.
Pushing a barrel right now.
He wants the 4th, but his teammates are going hunting for it. Sonic doesn't want to give anything away.
Imagine if there's such thing as a good North American AWPer. Last one of those was Skadoodle?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's been some time.
Exotic looks like he's got a bit of Skadoodle about him.
He has got a little Skadoodle about him.
All right, here he is. Your favorite.
Mr. Jackson.
Rory Jackson. All right, lads. Guns come out now. We got the AWP for Slacks. Let's just play a standard round. 11-7 is the scoreline. Let's not let him back in. Remember, no, actually don't. Don't mention the coach. Keep the coach out of your mouth.
I think that'd probably be wise at this point. But yeah, you had your flying, comfortable CT side. You know how good it feels where NRG are currently residing. You got a 10-2 half, so you just have to be able to do better than 2.
And you've already snatched away essentially an eco win. So you're already, in my mind, halfway there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's just, I mean, likely the sentiment being, let's just do it on the guns, as of course with a little bit more of a strategic flavor.
Slacks is getting boosted up with the AWP. Oh, well, he was meant to be so late to this, just to cover off the lower tunnel crawl.
Push.
Oh, I love this. Straight up the guts.
Oh, but Bro gets bested. And no trade available, but Exotic's committed to this. I love it, I respect it, and he's ready for the trade. It's belated, but Slacks is caught.
Gotta worry about lower. George needs to help him out here.
Oh, you're right, Lake should have the punish here. Oh, good shot from Lake. There's the George onto Hex frag. He knows Lake's there as well. Flash to support, should back away.
Good push from Daps into upper tunnels. Constricts the space right now and helps triangulate the position of where this finish is gonna come through. Now he's pushed through to T spawn. Lake looks aware that the push is possible. Sin slinks down mid, Swish will join him. So Sonic has long, George backs off to A. There's a gaping void for the mid to B right now. And Daps, does he play to contain or does he keep on pushing?
It's the back turn of Lake. Lovely positional counter-strike out of Daps. But if that's the B anchor, surely mid to B is the open runway, they say. As Sin and Swish go charging.
They have a smoke. They want to use it for tunnels or doors. I think just get somebody back plat or back site and use the smoke doors to try and channel them in through window. Hold on to that for as long as you can. So yeah, they are just going to play some jiggles, get the info, and then hold on to this smoke. This will force these choke points. So I love this from Swish right now.
It's going to feel really uncomfortable despite having that man advantage.
2 in through upper tunnels.
And so getting that info throws out the tunnel smoke to block.
They need to fight the mid to B player now.
Okay, Sin's ready. George, a dead man. Swish provides. Another from Swish. Falling into place now. Sonic up against it. No time for this. Sin has got it just by virtue of being alive in the 1v1 and M80. Sure, you did it with pistols. Now you've done it with guns. 12 on the board.
I love some of the little decisions being made from Swish right now. It feels like he has a very good read of these situations. He's had some great impact throughout. He was the man locking down long round after round, and now we're in the second half. In both of the rounds they've got so far, he has found impact. So just one more required to get them across the line. Just look like in a 2v3 disadvantage situation, it looked calm.
I mean, it's so clear that M80's comms are flowing, right? The fact that Daps kills Lake and immediately they put it 2 and 2 together.
Those are feel-good rounds.
Can they just quickly string them together, or is it going to be laborious?
Sonic wants to be a jarring force again against the default, this time postured forward on short. Do they molly him back, or do they try and flash off this line? Either way, he's on the line.
Ooh, jiggled out. It's a nice move from Lake, leading the charge here. A mid to be smoked, but he's hearing steps on short. Trying to decide where his attention is more valuably dedicated to.
He's restricted from rotation right now, is Exotic.
Yeah, bro's got to be careful. They're coming his way. Gets the info. They're accelerating. They are charging. Daps has got a big test ahead of him. He's eating the flash, but he hasn't been checked. He hasn't been checked. Oh, nothing from him, but it's enough for bro to find two. Oh, another 2-on-3, this time actually favoring the T side. Looks like M80 have done enough. Sonic and George don't dare push through the CT smoke, and so time will be very thin before they even get going.
Yeah, it feels like they're riding to the wall right now.
It
Sure,
does.
they've got the kit, but even still, now that the replenishers come through, you're being diligent, you're making sure no one's going to shoot you in the back, but every second you waste clearing these out is 1 second less to get into that site and get on the bomb. More utility to block. Call this one done.
And done indeed. Sonic the last to fall, NRG's pick, and it's only 7 is all they have to boast. A step closer for M80, just one map now separating them from the second stage here at the StarLadder Budapest Major.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is embedded in top of the throne of the speed. Are you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And make they stop me.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out that clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? Explain, 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 GG!
Born ready.
The first game we started insane, went 10-2 on the CT. We gave them the chance to go 12-11. I think important is that we took it home at the end.
Being able to represent NA as the one of 3 NA teams is something we're grateful for.
We messed up everyone's pick'ems and it feels great. We're here to just play.
There's a foundation and then there's a way that you can play Counter-Strike so that you consistently are good.
For me personally, definitely playing with more confidence, and I think my teammates are as well.
Everybody knows the calendar, so we're gonna have extra energy from everybody coming up and combine it with the stage. It's not granted to play in front of the stage.
We are very composed, but very hyped if things go good, so that's helping us a lot to keep the energy up and be focused on the game.
I would say our game plan was really just not overthink anything and play how we know how to play.
The Germans, they definitely helped with a little bit of everything, game sense, being fast, taking accountability. I feel like a lot of NA players don't take accountability.
Every mistake matters so much more. We're just trying to keep it simple.
I want to be the best team in the world. I'm not happy with just qualifying in the major. I want to be making stage 3. I want to be making playoffs.
It just feels great to start great because it just gives you so much confidence.
This is the fucking time.
Anybody can beat anyone. That's why the storylines of majors are so special, and that's why it's the best tournament of the year.
It'll be fun, for sure. Their plan is to win. I think they'll feel the pressure more. Also knowing that our coach is kind of fragging out, so.
Whether they cheer for us, whether they cheer for the enemy, we're gonna be absorbing all this energy from the fans. This energy, everybody gets leveled up. We have some hype men in our team too, so I think they especially will gain a lot from it.
I love this game, and I love everything about it. It's just insane.
Playing with the coach, the expectations aren't very high, so we definitely have leverage in that way.
If you don't ban Mirage, you see what happens.
I think today's going to be a good day.
It's winner take all, and nothing else kind of matters in the year.
Hopefully you guys have practiced a little bit.
There's going to be no mercy. We're going to leave it all in the server.
Dabs is coming for you.
You're watching the StarLadder Budapest Major, and of course it's NRG up against M80. M80 has just taken NRG's map pick, and I love during the break that you heard Swisher from M80 talk about how important it is being one of 3 NA teams here at the Major is such a big deal. Well, boy, you're 1 map away from being one of those NA teams in stage 2, and he's doing all the work to make sure they can get there.
Yeah, I mean, I love M80 as a team, just the vibe that they bring out, the energy they bring, and they're just so hyped. And every single player on that roster can have X factor, can have impact, and I think they're very, very even. But also, if you look from this game, NRG versus M80, I would argue that we almost have an individual to individual. M80 wins across the board.
And they definitely prove that in this one. I mean, I feel like every single M80 counterpart looks superior to the NRG mirror match on the other side of things. I feel like M80 just turned on a switch this season. I feel like it was kind of a little bit of a move with trepidation when they decided to get rid of Rek, who I always thought was very reliable, to switch it on with Hex. But they have way more energy now. The communication looks a lot more polished. They're playing off of each other in better ways. I think the mid-rounding's even improved too. So many aspects of their game leveled up in ways that I don't know if Hex directly contributed to that, but having one extra voice definitely seems to give this team a huge bolster.
But it feels like Hex has contributed to that. I mean, he struggled when he joined in the early beginnings, where he couldn't really find his impact, find his role as well. But now that he's settled in and actually contributing in the fragging department as well, they just look like a powerhouse from NA right now.
I'm not going to let you guys get away with this so easily. You spoke about the player-to-player comparisons.
Yes.
Give us some examples. Walk us through.
Well, obviously we have Sonic v. What's the counterpoint? Lake. I think Lake has just been really just shredding everybody in this stage one. I mean, there was one where we maybe said that there's a possible toss-up, and that would definitely be the op v op matchup. I think Slax has proven over the course of the season, maybe the year even, he's a more stable force. But for Exotic, he's got a lot more potential in my eyes. But I mean, you go IGL v IGL. I'm taking Sin over Daps today, even though Daps has kind of surprised me pleasantly. And I feel like the supporting cast with
Hex
George
and
and Bro, yeah, with Hex and Swisher versus George and Bro. Today, I'm easily taking Swisher and Hex.
Yeah. I completely agree.
Fair point. Obviously, let's talk about what we had a chance to see with Swisher and what he was doing. Because this is a player that a couple of months ago, Maui, I was in agreement with a lot of people who were saying, oh, maybe his time here is done. He has leveled up so much in the last few months to get to this point.
There was a real case that it actually should have been Swisher out the door instead of Rek in the offseason, but then they decided to stick with Swisher, and I mean, he has totally leveled up his individual mechanical ability. Some of these, and I love that in the green room, I think Devilwalk pointed out the fact that he goes anti-flash, he gets the spray. This is a moment where Swisher of 3 months ago does not hit that. No shame to the guy. I played with Swisher actually back in 2020-21. We were teammates, and I wasn't seeing that. And even earlier this year, I wasn't seeing that. So whatever happened in terms of, because he talked about the Germans making sure that everybody took accountability, I think they just said, Swisher, get in the damn DMs. And he has been thriving at this event so far because of it.
Yeah, and I think moving on to the next map of Mirage, we're going to see even more of this supporting cast. I think I love M80, what they do. Hexed on that B side, you got to be aware for the B pushes. But they're not scared to throw extra men towards that kind of, gambling on A side in gun rounds, gambling on middle in gun rounds. I think that's what I love about M80. They have kind of the balls to change the outcome of rounds.
We've got a little opportunity to see Swisher one more time on that Deagle. What did you think of this, Maui?
I mean, it was just sublime. I feel like that's the word I'm using to describe Swisher. Sublime Swisher, this whole event. I mean, beyond that, though, just kind of talking about the importance of having a guy that's looking this sharp. I mean, when we do transition into Mirage, his reads against Bait yesterday on Mirage, lurking out Palace, were just perfect. He was walking through smokes, catching people in the side of their heads. As soon as anybody on the map in middle, say it's Lake, say it's Sin, are creating any semblance of a distraction, and he knows that a support flash is being thrown over from the guy playing around triple, Swisher just immediately swings, calls him out. He called out, I'm pretty sure he called out Jame also at one point too. I mean, there were just some really, really surprising moments with how dialed in Swisher has been at this event. I think he's really, there's a few X-Factor players for their team, but I think Swisher, Hex on the extremities both have opportunities to pop off.
Yeah.
Does NRG have a mountain to climb if they want to try and equalize this series?
I think so, but if if anything is going to get them to that point where they have a chance on the second map, they need Exotic to kind of get to the peak of his performances to really carry this team. Like we saw him against, you know, FaZe, for example. We saw him against NIP, where he absolutely demolished on the server, got them entries, got their support riflers more space to kind of work with. So a lot of weight is on his shoulders. I would also look you know, towards Sonic. He needs to be fragging out, he needs to be vocal in his team, and he needs everyone to be sharp.
And the one saving grace for NRG going into Mirage is that their mid-defensive trio hasn't been disrupted by the fact that Daps is standing in. He's going to be likely just towards the B bomb side, playing the anchor, and then you still got Bro, Sonic, Exotic, all three of them just going to be still that trifecta for trying to stop the Lake Sin push towards middle. And we know that M80, they love getting mid control. Like, they love trying to get Lake into window, trying to get Sin up Connor up the short side. So a lot of the plays from M80 are going to meet face to face with the NRG core, the fragging core. The problem is M80 are on a 12-map win streak on Mirage right now. Like, it's been unbelievable to see the consistency that they have found by, in my opinion, just kind of modernizing that sort of Na'Vi default approach that so many teams have tried copying and pasting from last year.
Not only are they on the win streak, on the other side, we have to remind everyone at home, NRG is playing with their coach.
Yeah.
This may be the moment where they finally feel that.
Yeah, I think the surprise factor is over a little bit for NRG. You know, they came into the early games of day one, and a lot of people just maybe were overconfident going into an NRG matchup. Well, now M80, they're not letting their guard down. They're playing, you know, full out, and I think that is a little bit of the problem for NRG. So yeah, I have M80 kind of highly favorites to take this 2-0.
I think all three of us are kind of sitting on that side of the fence now, right?
Without a doubt. NRG on day one looked like, and obviously they're not a dead team, but it looked like a dead team buff team. I mean, the way that Daps was making live reads, walking through the smokes of opponents or even their own smokes, I don't think that he was able to get away with nearly as many tricks in the first map. So map 2, I think M80 are going to clean him up.
Let's see if you're right, Maui. We're going into game.
Yes, indeed. We are flying into our second and potentially final map of the day. Little bit of a mirage, Chad. M80, this is their pick, and their pick for good reason.
Yeah, the Dust is discussing the, 12 in a row, looking for 13, and they beat NRG on this when they had Nitro. So I think there shouldn't be too many issues with Daps. We'll see where this pistol goes, and then we'll get into a little bit more of the nitty and the gritty. 3 towards B, Exotic peppering through mid, and George A. And, well, unfortunately for George, they're all coming his way.
Yeah. I mean, George is in close proximity to the jungle. That's not gone well for him.
Where's his Jane?
Probably watching at home.
All right, well, the retake is on. Daps has a kit, has a smoke, and a flash. Just need to breach through ticket. If they can get to the bomb, they can get the smoke on it. There's always a chance.
Where's that HE going, bro? Behind
car.
default. Would be nice.
Flash and defuse.
Hang on.
He's on.
They gets the nice backstab, and yeah, it's going to peter out. Ooh, Sonic. He makes it more costly. Gets a couple of kills, stops it from being a completely clean sheet, but yeah, that's perhaps a sign of things to come here on Mirage.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 pistols for them so far, and I think this half will just be about going through the motions, right? Obviously, locked and loaded, wanting to get back to stage 2. That's where they found themselves M80 last major. This time starting at stage 1, having to go through the motions of the best of 1 into best of 3 Swiss stage. No! But I'll be honest, based off of the performance I'd seen from M80 throughout this year, it wasn't the same ones who were highlighting last year with Malbs and then late coming in, right? They were EPL merchants. They haven't really delivered the same level of punch. If you were coming into stage 1, I think you would have looked at names such as Gamer Legion, your Phases, Legacy, maybe Bait, as teams that you'd be considering to be part of the 8 moving on to stage 2. I don't think M80 or FlyQuest, for that matter, would be towards the top of that list. Now, they might be in the middle portion of that list,
sure,
but they'd be playing in the 2-2 games, not in the 2-0 games. So right now, the path of least resistance. You want to get from point A to point B as quick as possible. Well, it's a straight line, and looking to get it done in straight sets. M80 have a technical timeout. So, all right, well, we'll slow things down.
Trying to see if I can get any sort of indication if it might be an audio or a...
Well, we can't really see the other end. It's quite far away. On this end, it looks all right. Lake's playing with his hair.
Everyone looks
Sin's
happy.
doing the same. Swish is looking right. He's looking left.
That's the hard-hitting analysis I've been looking for, Chad.
Thank you.
Exotic is warming his hands with a hand warmer.
Okay.
That's the play-by-play.
Def is playing knee drums, the official terminology.
It's interesting as well, you'll notice that not everyone is implementing the optional neck pillow.
Oh, okay.
It is an option, magnetic, removable.
Well, that does make placement quite convenient.
It's a joy. You know, you want to go diagonal, you want to go for a cheeky vertical, you can do anything you want with it.
Upside down?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There's good options.
Don't know if the sponsor would be happy with that, but you could.
Well, look, Slacks has got his on. It's skew-if.
Just the right
Lakes
amount.
looks very straight. Exotics is straight too. Sonic, as we can see, not using one. And him and Bro. Oh, what can he see? They're playing I Spy. They can't talk. I don't know if anybody knows that. Maybe you should. During the technical timeout, you can't utter a word, unfortunately. Well, or fortunately, for integrity's sake.
You're allowed to take a sip of your drink, though.
Integrity Farms. All right.
Okay, looks like it was Bro related.
Well, I think maybe he wants something. Maybe he wants a beverage.
Perhaps, yeah.
Maybe he wants a hand warmer.
And here's proof they're not talking.
Yeah. Silence. We're going to hear clicks. We're going to hear keys. Well, we can see them moving around the server.
Yeah, the server restarted, so that might have at least an indication that the delay is being resolved.
I'm just having a look right now over on the B stream. That is with Jason Moses-O'Toole and Adam Dinko Hawthorne. We are seeing the likes of the Huns taking on Linvision in a 0-2 game.
I don't know what happened to Linvision. I don't know where my expectations were warped, but
they lost the source.
They've lost the source completely. The source is gone. It's not even in the bottle anymore.
Same as Sonic. He's taking his headset off.
Okay, well, this isn't a...
That's all right. We're not talking about buys or anything like that, so it's all good. But you're right. It isn't a promising sign. If let's think about this. Zaka to Tai Lu.
I mean, Zaka is the Chinese goat.
As I've been claiming.
That's yours.
Zaka to Tai Lu in place of G. We love G. He loves ice cream. G could say as the mascot.
Yeah, sure.
Or the sixth man.
Yeah.
Right?
Motivational
You can do
speaker.
all that. Yeah, you get Zaka. He joins. He AWPs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we probably need to do something about attack.
Probably need to do something about attacker. What about...
Yep.
Let me just go through all the European free agents. I have a list in my head.
Okay.
You get one of them.
Okay. Well, that was great. Really good suggestion.
Thank you.
Zontix?
Oh.
He's big in China.
He is big in China.
They love him in China.
They do love him in China.
It would be the perfect fit. I don't know if he wants to learn Mandarin.
I don't know, man. I think Zontix and Magix to Spirit is my call.
Okay, wow. All right. Wait till you see Spirit this time. You know, time is what teams need, Alex. And I think Spirit will have had enough of it by the time they rock up him.
Oh, yeah?
They're, in my mind, the fourth string team.
Yeah. So that goes, what, Vitality?
So if we go power
Falcons,
rankings.
Furia. Well, yeah, power rankings, it would be what? Furia, Vitality,
Falcons,
Mouse, and then Spirit.
But you know how I feel about Mouse, so that's why.
Spirit.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough.
Wait, we are in Torji's homeland, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Hmm.
I see a Torji fan. He's shown his Mouse jersey. Oh, dear. I apologize profusely. Looks like we are getting everything sorted, in a way.
Yeah, I mean, we do have 10 players back in the server, which is a very, very promising sign.
The game state has been restored to as it was after the pistol victory.
It's a good job that's not brown noise.
True.
Then we'd have an even longer technical pause.
Just a bit of hum.
Just
like
a
your
hum.
fridge late at night. You wonder where that noise is coming from.
Have you seen those
here we go.
videos of, like, you know, when you're the nap at your grandma's house? And it's always like she had a loud clock.
Sure.
Loud clock, hum of fridge.
Yeah.
And you'd always sleep fantastically, but there was always just
ambient noise.
menagerie
Yeah,
of
you need to know something's going on.
variety of noises.
You don't want to hear your heartbeat or anything crazy.
No, thank you.
Shucks. It's still up.
We just got booted. So they're resetting something. They're rejigging.
Okay, I'm going to see if there's a single player that's not moving. Hex is moving now. We do have a stationary lake. Could that... Daps is not moving. That's...
Yeah, but Daps is conserving energy.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Daps is conserving a lot of energy. That's good water right there. Stay hydrated. Oh, I believe they got their bags, NRG. So that's why they weren't wearing their jerseys. That's why they had StarLadder shirts on the media day, and then they had like this weird like mix of jerseys.
Of like whatever they could find.
But that's it. They were more ragtag. Now they're too uniform.
Yeah.
Right? You have to just be thrown together.
I mean, do you suspect that, like, you know, the desk sentiment of NRG kind of no longer being underestimated, combined with them being so tantalizingly close that you don't have that no pressure kind of tag anymore? Do you think that will compound into
that was some bot level stuff yesterday from NIP and FaZe, wasn't it?
It was.
What are we watching?
I don't know. It has me kind of, you know, feeling a certain type of way. Yeah. 'Cause it's like, this is the major, boys. You know, we've got favorites and they're falling. We've got... I mean, I feel like the major always has those underdog stories.
Of course, best of ones, you can have the upsets, but it feels like this one, right? All of the European teams have had a real tough go of things. Not a single European team was in a 2-0 game. Right? That's crazy,
FlyQuest
right?
are the first team into stage 2.
You have Australians, Brazilians, and then 2 North Americans. Sure, they have imports, but they still are from the North America, or from the Americas region, excuse me. So Europe is just in a tough spot. And if you take a look, in the 2-1 bucket, you've got two Brazilian teams. You've got 3 European, and there'll be 1 American, so North American of one of these 2. And then the 1-2, you've got, what have we got? 2 more Brazilians, 3 Europeans, and it'll be 1 Asian because it'll either be Lin Vision or the Huns. So Europe down in the dumps right now. And I know the better European teams are in stage 2 and stage 3, but still, you expect the caliber of Counter-Strike to be higher. And you can chalk a lot of that up to BO1s in a way. But if you look at the quality of Counter-Strike, right, it's just that they haven't even looked like they've had their heads screwed on straight. So, you know, I could say, oh, you know, they lost both pistols in a clutch and they lost the game. No, it's like they haven't even put the crosshairs in the right directions. They haven't been playing team-based CS, and that's a little bit confusing.
However, you know, you talked about the Ninjas in Pajamas and their underperformance. It does look like they kind of bounced back a bit today, right? Like that win versus NIP, 13-8 on Overpass. I think that was necessary as far as to regaining some confidence.
Against FaZe?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, and for
needed
FaZe,
that.
it's the complete opposite.
Oh, and absolutely not. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that right now. I mean, you need to look no further than for the community sentiment during a FaZe game. Just go look at any of the forums, your Reddits, your HLTVs. It's they're not pulling any punches. But that's because the expectations are so high.
Should we take questions from Twitch chat?
We should.
Okay.
Yeah, let's open it up.
Let me have a look. Who's owner watching? Owner's watching us. All right, let's take questions from owner's Twitch chat.
Okay.
Let's take over. Oh, he's watching videos. So maybe he can hear us behind the videos. But we'll take over his chat, we'll co-opt it.
Yeah.
And we will start taking questions. Any question? Nothing yet.
Can you hear us?
Still nothing.
That's okay.
They're all typing and spamming. He must have us on mute, which is fair enough. I'd have us muted too.
Yeah.
I'll give him a couple more seconds, and then I'll move to other different streaming platforms and chat options.
So we did lose our first team today, Chad.
Yeah, we did. Rare Atom.
Yeah, the Rare Atom boys.
Stuff.
I want to look at their results. As far as, like, did they get close to a game? Okay, okay, 13-11 is a game versus Imperial. And that game EliGE best of 3, how much was that? Okay.
Some people are typing in owner's chat talking to us. Someone said, hello, Sponge.
Okay, we're starting.
That is Liam G.
They can hear us.
Oh, I know Liam G.
He's always watching, Birchall.
Willie Var is in there too. But he's just watching strange videos and stuff. So, look.
I mean,
we're watching him watching us.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah. He's watching a dude who's watching another dude.
Talk about some dudes.
Pretending to be some other dude.
All right, I think he's getting it now. It feels, oh no, he's watching badminton videos. Okay, well, we've given him a chance. We gave him a chance, and that's all we can really do, right? I think I gave him more chances than he probably deserved right there. So we're going to move off of him, and we're going to move to people who, you know, want to take part in what's going on right now. So give me a moment. I'll even go, you can even go HLTV threads.
I mean, there was a couple that were interesting.
Was it directed to us, though?
Not directly.
That's a problem.
Yeah. Let's see what we've got. We've got FaZe disband for real.
Okay. Well, that is probably made by someone. Is it by Latvian loser?
No, it's just a kind of an emoji face.
Okay, we like those. All right, we're in regular chat now. What's going on here?
How's your pick'em looking, Chad?
Great. It's like us 3-0.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, that's true. You actually are like...
I'm one of very few.
Well, you need 5, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But we're in a good spot.
I am in the worst spot.
Well, if the Huns get eliminated, I'll get 2 for the day.
Oh, you're laughing.
Well, they're doing all right, I think.
I had FaZe going through. I had Lin Vision going through. What was I think?
Arix Panther says, can you say happy birthday to my sister, Ashley?
Happy birthday, Ashley.
Look at that. We're like, what's that website? Fiverr?
Cameo.
No, that's the one.
I'm in.
Yeah.
100%.
How much do you need to wish happy birthdays?
Nothing.
Nothing?
A firm handshake.
Okay. Well, I'll make sure you get that. Funky Mo says, hi, Sponge, hope you're having a nice day. You can direct things to Alex as well, guys. It's not just me. I'm Dope Man reading. Oh, someone says watch Flom. Yeah, we could do Flom. Let's head over to Flom. Let's see what's Flom. I can't hear Flom, but I can read his chat. What's Flom doing? Heading over to Flom's chat. Def standing up now. Got a cup in his hand. It's pretty good. Okay, now we're in. We're in Flom's chat. Lots of people saying nasty things to Flom.
Oh, that's kind of their thing, yeah.
That's their thing. It's like the Apex thing.
Yeah.
Okay. It's Freakazoid's birthday today. Oh, it's also Slax's birthday.
Oh.
Was it Freakazoid's birthday yesterday?
So everyone's just having a birthday.
It's Slax's birthday, everybody. It was Tacitus's birthday as well from the coach of Fluxo. He didn't have the best time, but Slax is having a pretty good time.
He certainly is.
It is Freakazoid's birthday. He's turned 33.
What's going on with everyone just having a birthday?
I don't know. They come around once a year.
It's mad.
Kassad doesn't like celebrating them.
No, but he doesn't like much.
It's okay to be grumpy. Slax has turned 27 today, Alex. He was born in 1998.
Okay. A 90s baby. That's what I like to see. You know, it's good to see some 90s representation.
Wow, think about Nitro's kid, born in the year 2025.
Mad.
Nitro's kid could see 2100.
And I reckon we will have flying cars by then. Right?
Damn, Nitro's kids.
Like, I know futurists, they thought the flying cars were coming a bit sooner.
Oh, they're on the way.
They're coming.
I feel them next 10 years.
Doesn't seem like it's kind of a priority, but don't know, maybe I wanted like a hoverboard at least.
Okay, well that's Back to the Future that really think about that, didn't it?
Wouldn't mind a hoverboard. Like, you know, those like rental things where you can get a scooter, but I could just be zooming around the city on a hoverboard.
Sure, it does feel dangerous though, doesn't it?
And then, no, because I feel like I'd be pretty good with the hover dynamics.
I've seen you on a scooter before,
right.
You know, right? And that was StarLadder Berlin 2019.
It was.
We
and
went
I still
to hospital.
have the scar in 2025.
We went to hospital.
We did.
Yep. Do you think we'll go to hospital this time?
I hope not. You know, I feel like that might have just been like a one-time thing.
Hugo keeps trying to get me to go in the sauna, and I keep telling him I'm going to have a heart attack. So if he gets me in there, it could be me going to the hospital. Would you come?
Oh, of course,
Okay,
mate.
all right.
Yeah, I'd be right there. I'd be doing the play-by-play.
Okay, well, and now they've cracked open his ribcage, and...
oh, gosh. Oh, my God. What on earth happened?
Oh, it's gotten very graphic.
That's one hell of a sauna.
Someone says we have flying cars. They're called helicopters.
It doesn't have wheels, though, does it?
And those propellers would do a lot of killing.
Yeah, a lot of killing.
Very dangerous.
Not sure about helicopters. Helicopters kind of freak me out a bit.
Me too.
Yeah.
You ever been in a helicopter?
I think I'd remember, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, so I'll say no.
Okay, I've been in a couple.
Have you?
Mm.
Well, I think I'm cool. Planes are already a little bit freaky, aren't they?
True.
When they do
the turbulence.
When the turbulence starts getting a bit turbulent.
Kind of accepting your fate. We have some pilots who are staying in our hotel, and today I was at breakfast, and I just see a bunch of them out there just on the balcony at breakfast, just having a cigarette, looking outside. It's like rainy. Yeah, I'm just trying to think what they're thinking. Like, oh boys, it's going to be a tough takeoff.
Yeah, I mean, we have the luxury of our job not really being weather dependent. You know.
True.
Like our day isn't determined by whatever the.
That could be the next extreme sport. Counter-Strike outside.
I think that's been done.
Oh.
Attempted, not necessarily achieved, but
glare on the screen, the bane of our existence.
I mean, that would be cool. Play some Counter-Strike in the mountains. Set up your Starlink or whatever so you can just game anywhere.
Someone said that their wife works as a nurse on a helicopter.
Works as a nurse on a...
That's what Jason's brother does.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so you're just like, because you're the response unit.
Yeah, so
you have to be there
it
ASAP.
would be terrible. You'd be responding to emergencies, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a fun job.
Certainly a whole lot more...
I think it'd be rewarding.
Yeah, rewarding than
also very grim. How is the caster's flight? Long, uncomfortable? Not long or uncomfortable.
No,
you and I flew directly in from London.
Yeah, but the turbulence did give me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies.
You need like a 2-hour flight from London.
It was easy,
to
mate.
Budapest. I had no idea. I've never been here before.
No, this is a first for me too. Got plenty of time to explore.
What's going on here? Chev's given me a new IP. Okay, Chev.
Oh,
we've changed server. All right.
That's a good... hang on.
Thank you, Chev. I won't read you the IP, Alex. I'll send you the IP on Steam.
Probably
Does
for
that
the
sound
best.
all right?
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, well, I'm just punching in the digits. The crowd's still making some noise, aren't they?
Yeah. I'm getting deja vu.
Yeah, but right now, we're still live, so that's the difference from yesterday. My pick'ems are all right. I got FlyQuest 3. Oh, we're underway. Hold up a second.
Wait.
Never mind. Forget about my pick'ems. We're underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. Let's get the... Oh.
Cheeky.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of vision on the edge of the smoke to Sonic. Investing in that Desert Eagle. Has a pot shot. And he's gone. So the conversation kind of ends there as far as the second round is concerned. M81 the pistol, for those of you joining back in. It was a very convincing A take.
I sent you the IP.
Thank you.
Well, this is perfect. We can take care of this during the eco. Go put it in the notepad document on the desktop for the other casters. Everything's great right now. Wonderful. Okay, just exotic. Last man to find. And he gets a kill for his troubles. Okay, Swisher goes down, but let's get into the guns. Sorry, everybody, about the delay, but we are back underway. We'll see if this one has any legs. If you've just been tuning into the Counter-Strike action, NRG versus M80 is a 2-0 game in the Swiss for Stage 1 of the StarLadder Budapest Major. Winner of this will go on to Stage 2 to join like some Astralis, Navi, etc., etc. We'll get to that later. Both of these teams, I wouldn't say were guaranteed not to be making it, but NRG with their coach playing, not in the conversation. Look at this pace out middle.
Yeah, straight away you see Swish getting towards the chair position.
And all 5 as well. So when you go for a call like this, the contingency is, well, if we get the space, great. If they want to fight us, we're all here to trade. So right now, this is a fantastic little start. So they can part lane top mid. They drop into mid smokes, and now they look to repause. Orge and Sonic float close towards ramp. Exotic playing from triple/ticket. Bro and Daps marooned on B. Just discussing that Daps is not part of the core fighting for mid. We'll see if they try and exploit him. George will be playing a block on the jiggles. Is the timing favorable?
Oh, George
Deep
might
smoke,
be through
isn't it?
that. Yeah, how long that takes, and you can get ahead of it as well. Lake opens up onto Sonic from the mid side, and it just falls into place. A lovely pincer maneuver. Exotic just the one. Sin brings him down, and that should be the end of the round. Looks like Bro's a dead man walking. Oh, Clem Lake with the tap.
Well, they know where Daps should be, and he's going to hope to hold on to this. So a slow start to a non-starter to a, well, maybe this one won't even get started. This is looking likely clean conversion for the third.
Just half by, I'm gonna test this. Window, just 3, 2, 1 window, okay?
All right, they're going to swing window, and Daps wants to half by. Get little nuggets of comms there. We'll piece together the rest. EliGE was the player there that, if not correctly traded with good space, he could have had a bit of a hard time, but Hex was happy with the flash work. As they jump out, they're going to test the waters of the underpass.
Oh, Sonic could be set for something here, and never mind, down the Molly Mac 10.
Stacks on B, so if they do opt for the B split, there is trouble. George is still down here. He's undetected.
Yeah, there's a real golden opportunity for the backstab, and he squandered it.
Detected now. EliGE adapts to find. Oh, and they are hitting hard right now. Maui was saying he's been impressed with Swish's form in terms of aim.
Oh, yeah.
Because I agree with the sentiment that I was surprised that it was Rek, the player, to get taken out of the team. I thought that he was doing a decent job in those anchor positions where Swisher maybe left a little bit more to be desired. Dabs gets himself on the board early. But yeah, the way that Swish is performing right now, then you can understand that choice. And Hex joining the fray. So Dabs will just look to see what else he can extrapolate from this round, but that'll be the next one on the board.
Yeah, and MAT are not playing, you know, silly games here. They're playing this one by the book. Not interested in giving Dabs any sort of extra cash.
Okay, 4-0. Remember, they're also on a 12-in-a-row Mirage win streak. EliGE are on a streak of their own in terms of matches. But I think that might be broken today, unfortunately. They're on an 11-match streak. 2 of those wins coming at the major so far. 1 against NIP, 1 against FaZe. Both with the coach, so...
Oh, betting partner.
That's the one. As, here we go, here we go. Keeping it direct, keeping it simple. Going to execute into A. George is here on his lonesome. Sonic and EliGE investigating middle, and well, they're going to have to path back quickly.
Oh, George has got a lot to do here. Hides out behind the triple box, flashes layered nicely, and Lake just leaping to his demise. An immediate trade from Swisher. Sonic and Bro find themselves behind that smoke, not able to connect on these spams of the smoke, and so CT is now under MAT control.
Have a kid, they have U2, but they're all coming from the same direction, really, aren't they? Daps needs to make a way in through CT, but how's he meant to get through this?
Hex is going to burrow into that smoke here.
Oh my god, look how stifling.
On the fade, nice catch. Exotic covers Daps. Pulls it into a 3 versus 4, and just like that, 3 on the floor. See you later.
All right, well, respect to M80. They are taking care of business right now.
Wow. You took out Mike, I love you.
What?
I think he was just impressed that they retrieved the orb. Didn't have to spend his own money on it.
It's nice. Oh, well highlighted there with the flash work.
Yeah, good layering of that. You can see how limited George's options were.
Was that a team flash? I think it was, right? Because then they execute, so Sonic's flash landing above. Did it catch him as well? Either way. Oh, EliGE found Lake.
Just like that. Top mid D. Oh, Dabs, that nade's got your name written all over it. Ouch.
Well, you'd like to avoid losing a round like this, wouldn't you? So let's see. How do they score the way out of a disadvantaged situation, M80? Dabs boosting up, will be able to hoover up a bit of space and give them a buffer over towards B. Hex and Swish not too far away to probe into this. Hex aware of the possibility. Slack still top mid with the AWP, and Sin just making sure nobody's pushing A. So they're hoping that there is more CT aggression on the menu to allow things to be drawn back into an equal playing field. And there it is.
As easy as that. Yeah.
Curiosity killed the Daps.
Crosshair looks like it could be there for Exotic. Same for Bro. Missed shot though. They are committing. Bro's Deagle is connecting. Needs a second, can't finish his meal. Exotic can. Falling apart for M80 a little. Saved by Hex as a quick 2 comes through. It's Sonic coming in from the short side. A quick swing and a fine. Oh, hang on, a 1v1. Slacks goes down. George delivers. NRG gets something going before it spirals, despite Hex's best efforts.
Okay, well, it'll be a full buy now. They'll be able to get Exotic the AWP. Everyone will be into the guns. Okay, going to set the AWP up for a pick towards A early, but just wants to go for the default. Does Sin. And understandably so. You don't need to do anything too crazy right now with the circumstances at hand. You go through the motions, what you practice, the theory that you discussed. Let's see if Lake's boost for Slacks can catch them here as we got now betting partner.
Oh, right between the two of them. Flash sets him up, Slacks gets away. So that boost they went for, not going to work out and pay off. Swisher in the Palace, though, maybe trying to catch timings. Maui highlighting how effective he was at catching that moment of vulnerability on his Palace lurks. The rest of his team going to try and sell on or occupy middle here. Window smoke arriving, keeping it simple.
They might fight for mid. Sonic's still in con. Bro close sure. I thought Exotic was going to start cheating on over it. He's just smoked over towards Apps to help out George. The flash is in middle, announcing presence, and the spam confirms it. So with a minute left on the clock, Swisher's evacuated Palace. He'll join the rest of the team. And the fact that he's gone over towards B apartments makes it feel like they want to go for a B split, but Exotic is already in market.
Nice little trick there to break just one side of the smoke to enable a clear.
If this is a B split, 2 players on short and 1 in market, this is looking like a very good setup right now for NRG to win their second.
Yeah, a bit of a solid read. Hex coming in from under, might try and clear him out, but Bro gets out of the line of fire. Steps are heard, information relayed. Swisher will have been hearing all of that. Sonic under scrutiny, Hex has opened him up. That might cause a pivot. Lake finds another. Bro goes down. Daps, he's going to get swung on. We'll see the trade from Sin. No, Swish beats him to it. Nope, empty-handed. Exotic unable to get anything going with his AWP.
It's tough because the setup looks so good. Right, they felt like they were in the perfect position to deal with that. Then they backpedaled. They lose the opening kill over towards Connector. That forces the setup to rejig. Exotic having to back off, say, we've already got 2 on B. You don't need me here as well. And at that point, it all just falls apart. So George just looking to save back into the winning ways for M80. And they can smell stage 2 now. Not only do they get another whole stage worth of play, if they continue in this fashion, they get a couple of extra days off, right? They get 2 more days off plus the media day. So that's 3 days until they'll have to get back in. More time to acclimatize, more time to practice. And the other factor is you don't have to show too much of your map pool. You've played Mirage 3 times. You've only played one other map, and that was Dust 2. So you haven't had to show what the rest of your map pool looks like, and that's solid for M80. You can work on more gimmicks. You can even come up with new stuff on the maps that you have played. Because you would imagine if you're going up against opponents in stage 2 and they've gone, okay, these guys have got a Mirage. Maybe let's not play them on Mirage. You're going to need something else in your back pocket to be able to turn to as a comfort map.
Yeah, I think people will just be using that best of 5 as an understanding of where the other maps lie. It was over in Fragadelphia just before their arrival here. It was a head-to-head between these two teams and a reverse sweep to convert it.
Yeah, there's a certain level of Counter-Strike that it's very reductive and it's hard to put your finger on, and I just kind of boil it down to confidence. And the way you distill that is you're talking about the conviction that players have with their swings or the trust that they have in their in-game leader's call, and the fact that you're not missing those beats and you're not doubting, you're going with the moment. That makes the big difference, right? So if teams can find confidence early, like FlyQuest will have done and hopefully M80 will continue to do right now, that could have real ramifications going into the next stage where there's quite a few names who are already there in question.
I'm curious actually to see what this play is. The fact that Lake's gone for a very quick walk, partners up with Hex towards B. George has gone for a more aggressive CT stance towards middle. And already they're just jumping at him. Oh, brutal! A flying Mac 10 and the B site's theirs. He's gonna molly it? That would be the round. I think they have to save this M4. Just as easy as that, M80. Damn, it's just getting better and better the more you see it. You'd think at this point, you know, Mirage, a map that you've not only demonstrated your prowess on, you'd think maybe it gets a bit stale, you know, maybe you start running dry on ideas, but there's just constant variety. We've only seen, you know, a half of play, but it's been all over the shop.
Yeah, and they're locked in as well, so this is really good stuff. There will be another buy round into the next, so they obviously only brought in a couple of guns to this one, making sure with the loss bonus, they will have enough to go for the buy, but this is, it doesn't feel brutal, it feels precise. And that's what's making it harder to watch, because it's not like it's clobbering time and they roll and it's bat, round over. It's, you know, they're outmaneuvering, the executes look good, the details are there. Doing a very good job.
What do you want? Just drop yours.
And looking calm. Understandably so. You've already won out the half. It's about how much more damage can you do. So there's Mac 10 in the hands of Lake. So what are they going to try and get up to with this? Oh, I think the odds kind of tell the whole story right there.
Yeah.
Bludgeoning.
Bearing in mind, FaZe lost to NRG.
Yeah, what does that say? I understand best of ones, right? Don't get me wrong.
We just watched M80 throw them around us too.
Yeah, exactly. On the B go.
Same again. Oh, it's horrible. You're flashed, you're in him, one of your teammates telling you you've got to move, you do make the move, and you just burn 100-0. Something from Bro on the short side. Lake can get him a long range, but Exotic catches it. They know where you are, running on out. It's a bit helpless. You can see just chaos caused by the rush into the B site, leaves nothing.
These are one of those games, if you're George, especially if they continue to attack this B bomb site a lot, your entire game is retake simulator, and when the majority of your team is dead, you can't even get there in time. You're not even in the game. He's won the one round for them by coming in clutch from short, but that's it. It's like time and time again. It's the same thing with your B anchor, right? If your mid control is not getting the job done and your A player's being overrun, and every time it's like, okay, so wait, you want me to go through vent room? We've lost jungle. You want me to go through CT, and they could be ticket, they could be up close triple, they're playing default, they're on the balcony, they're under. It's like, mate, how am I meant to even get back into this round? And those are the details that are less spoken about within the realms of Counter-Strike. But this is why when you focus in for Daps in this situation, again, coach, your anchor needs one, right? And you get that one, and then your short player gets another, and then trade, you've got a conversation. But when you're stuck with a flash in your face, some fire on your feet.
And I can peek B or something. We need some like advanced info, like taking a ramp or like.
Let's do mouse A, and the goal is this round. This is Mason. This is the round, okay?
Is it good?
So much. We're maybe getting more juice than we should be, but either way, right? Daps is correct. We need some info towards B. We can't be getting executed on, so you're either jumping through underpass, you're boosting up an AWP on a line, you're boosting up someone to be aggressive. Looks like George wants to fight towards like close ramp and balcony as well. We're doing mouse A. And the goal is, we didn't quite get there, but I imagine it's to win the round.
Yeah, but I'm more curious about Mason. This is the round. Ooh, what does that mean? The round where you pop off, perhaps? Let's find out.
You know, I can see it now. Swish and Hex doing their best Jimmy and Spinks. Lake's doing his exertion. Sin's doing Brolin. Slax is doing Torji. Oh, there he is.
Gets his opener, delivers, and then during that opening, during the attention draw and grab from mid, Swish gets himself to CT. How is he in CT already, bros? Can't believe it. Cheeky M80 have taken the side. And of course, if you're George, you know, you feel like you've got your pants around your ankles here.
Never in the right place.
Oh, they've hit my bomb site now, have they?
Sorry, everyone.
Sick one. And Sin's going to shoot him in the back of the head if Exotic doesn't cover. He can't.
Even baiting it out.
No! Damn, M80 look great. This is Counter-Strike being played at its best. Really impressive. Just, I mean, I love seeing this, like, not over-swinging, not going for the 50-50 when you don't need to. Gets his opener. That's enough to start the house of cards. George, you can see, pulled into middle after all of that hubbub. And I mean, Swisher was already in CT by the time that frag came through. Bro went down. You can see the Hex finding one out of Palace. So, yeah, just masterful.
Nice!
Cheeky from Hex through the smoke to close it.
Oh, they're having fun now.
This will be the 13th consecutive Mirage win. M80 definitely got a home turf. Okay, Bro finds output, so does Sonic. Spams through the smoke, Hex removing Exotic, and there's already a lot going on B. In fact, the bomb is the problem. Doesn't matter if you kill them all! Sin, a 1v2 for him in middle, he just takes them both. In the meantime, yeah, your site's lost. Dabs goes looking for him, might find the M4 upgrade.
What can you say about this one?
Not much. You can say that the team with all 5 of their active roster are winning.
Yeah, and we know that they want a revenge right from that best-of-5 final. I think this one still counts.
Oh, yeah. This is at the major. And, they could have 3 of their core. It would be
right, yeah.
Would count.
And considering, you know, you just flick through the players who are in this M80 roster, for a few of them this is their 3rd major. So there's not a lot of outings, a lot of nods, a lot of cap wears to an event of this caliber. So being able to progress from stage 1 to stage 2, that's a win within itself.
It's also going to prove very affirming for Hext and his decisions to leave and move over to M80. Seems crazy to me that he's only been in the M80 roster for 4 months.
Yeah, there's a few teams that have only made changes this side of the season, right? That just shows you how quick things have come to head in the second half of 2025.
What will this one be? Will they find 11? Looks like it's going to be a little Palace pop. Swisher investigates. Sonic's going to be throwing a block smoke. Is that what they were waiting for, though? Is that their go sign?
Go, yeah. Here they come.
Oh, down he goes.
Well, is there more to follow? Swish, is he on his own? Traditionally resides. And I think they can call it off now that you've been able to find yourself in this 4v4. You're looking for 11 on the half. You're talking about Hex. They benched him. So this is going to feel like more sweet revenge for him. Found himself on M80, and they're looking more hot to trot to close out the year. M80 trying to return to some of their successes of 2024, or at least highlights of 2024. But this would be a great boon for the confidence. Contact out ramp, contact out Palace, and an A fight on its way. Oh, not contact, util. Very meta util set there. Says Molly, covering smoke, and away they go.
Yeah, straight into the side. Exotic will scarp her over to try and lend a hand. Flashed in, perfect flash, good cover. That's what you want from Exotic. There's George as well. Pips him at the post, and now a man advantage for this retake, just to end with something to your name. Hext anticipating that jump up, doesn't want to play first, and Slax is only just now arriving on the Palace side. Anticipating that clear. George goes wide, does provide. Missed shot from Slax, they know exactly where you are. Yeah, you'll just sit the defuse at this point, you're locked in. Diffuse secure, no scope, sure, but it's not going to happen. 2 till 10. M80 just 3 rounds away from the second stage of competition. M80 within touching distance now. They can almost say it's theirs. A 10-2 half, looking to extend themselves to a 13th consecutive Mirage win, and it would be a big win by securing themselves a spot in stage 2 of the StarLadder Budapest Major.
We're underway with the pistol round in the second half, and they're going to need something to try and get this going, NRG. I don't know how much hope and belief you can have. You won the pistol second half of map number 1, sure, and there was moments, but then Swish's Deagle happened, so even if you're able to wear in with a couple, it's going to need to be more than that. Sonic is selling an A fake.
They're not particularly convinced. Lake's confirmed it as well as he hears the audible. A nice shot from Hex to set him up for success, and they've just got too many pistols, too many bullets. Spam them down. You can't split B when you've only got one prong coming in from the abs. And this guy trying to sell the fake didn't last long either. Sonic gets caught out. Sin taps him down.
Sit on that bomb, right? You know he has to come to you. As long as you've got some potent crossfires and team play set up, there really should be no way. Bro knows that is the murder hole.
Bit of an anti, it feels like. I mean, who starts 2 dual Berettas on short?
Yeah, I guess for a B play, you can get them as they're jumping out of the window, so like how versatile can it be? But that fake, it just nobody was buying it as Sin, bullet between the eyes, and that should be that, 11-2. And your choice right now as Daps is to force out the rest of the game or take an eco, you give over 12, and then you have to battle back in to win 10 consecutive rounds. Have fun with that.
Yeah. The Force also is like such a meek one. You didn't get any kills or like anything going, right? Like what are you supposed to buy with one extra $300? It's Tech 9s, a couple of Deagles, and a Dream. NRG. They've got 2 of the 3 wins required, but the third one has to be found in a best of 3, and their first challenge has proved a little too much to handle. So far, we haven't seen evidence that M80 are going to be tripping over their shoelaces. The same same conversation we were having about FlyQuest.
Yeah,
you know?
They're looking dialed in, and at this point, right, it's just about taking care of business. So nobody going aggressive and just trying to get the job done. It's still, that's practice what we have preached all throughout getting us to this point. You look at Plus TV Austin, right, home turf for a few of these guys, and
nice shot.
Not bad. Isn't going to get anything else for his troubles. The rest of them are going to be set up going towards A. Sins here, Slacks, and Lake rotating over as well. So the cavalry has arrived to defend this site.
Nice shot as well, just over the top of the box. Sonic loses his head, and Bro's just trying to bait him in so that George can find a kill. George suffering, struggling, and Sin is somehow still alive. How does he not go down after all of that? 3 kills from him, 12 in the bag. 1 single round is all they need.
Yeah, and returning to the last major for M80, they were able to win, I think, 1 game, right? So
yes,
they had something to their name. But here, I understand it's stage 1. Last time they started in stage 2. This is going to be a nice little confidence builder, right? You come in, a bit of a yawn there to the camera from Lake. It's a walk in the park, is it, mate? Well, yeah, I didn't think you thought winning your games would net you a matchup against NRG with their coach standing in, but either way, this is likely to be the final round.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I love about the American Counter-Strike. You know, they may not always have the best players, but they got the best banter. Lake with a double kill. Oh, it's just too quick, too easy. M80 making light work of NRG. Not even a game, not even a competition.
Yeah, these last 2 best of 3s, FlyQuest and now M80 have taken care of business. Stage 2 locked in, and they're going to be joining the likes of your Astralis of the world, Aurora, Liquid, Navi, 3D Max Passion, Tyloo, MIVR. M80 join that list, and they'll be happy with that. They just played really structured Counter-Strike. They took care of business. It didn't matter that there was a coach in the mix. And a bit of revenge, regardless of the circumstance. A long walk to the other end of the LAN hall.
MAT find themselves going through to stage 2 in style, a 3-0 and a comfortable matchup for you here playing against NRG. Obviously you played them not too long ago in a best-of-5 final. They did reverse sweep you, so I know it's just with Dabs playing on Nitro, but you felt like you needed to get the revenge in a confident way?
I mean, of course. We played the same 2 maps this last time we played them, and they kind of went the same fashion. So we came this match like extra energy, extra like motivation to really like show that we're the better team here. Obviously, they don't have their full lineup, but we still had a pretty good performance from us today.
I think a very good performance across so far this stage of the major, but I want to ask you, a lot of your team were telling me the boot camp you just had wasn't so good, but yet actually here you perform well. So how does that work out?
I mean, you have to make mistakes, right, to get better. So like when we were watching these rounds in review at boot camp, we're like throwing 5v3s left and right. And then we come here and so far so good. But Def made a joke even saying that like if we have a bad boot camp, we play better. So good thing.
So you need to play bad at boot camp to play well. Stiko, would you agree with that?
It happens. Sometimes it's a curse itself. But I want to see your uptick in the performance lately, and I want to credit it a little bit. We've spoken a bit. You started aim training, right?
I mean, a little bit here and there, a little bit of aim labs.
All right, so this is something that I want to talk to our viewers as well, because this is not something a lot of players do, but how do you set it? Do you think it actually helps you in terms of confidence, or do you see actual tangible results?
I mean, obviously I'm playing well, but like I can't necessarily contribute to the aim training at all. I think, to be honest, the most important thing is just confidence. And then like when you're confidently peeking, confidently aiming, and just everything like that, you're more likely to just kill people.
All right, so you said that it was a terrible boot camp, or worse boot camp. Was it in terms of the results, or did you have internal fights, or what is it? Is there something along the lines there?
No, we didn't have any fights. We just started rough like early on. We hadn't been in Europe in a couple weeks, so like it was a little bit of a catch-up. We were focusing on, at least early on in the boot camp, a lot of our weaker maps. So obviously there was some struggling results, but then towards the end we had better results. And there was no fighting or anything like that, just bad results, to be honest.
What a bounce back 3-0 start. Good luck further.
And I got to ask you, Swisher, we saw you guys at London, right, make it to a big playoff stage, and I know that didn't go the way you wanted, but you showed some positive signs, some positive results. After that, though, from the other European events, things did really start to slow down. So was it like a case of you went back to America, you could dominate there basically in most events, but then was there something hugely that you noticed was a change or something different that happened in order to connect like this now at the major?
I mean, I don't know. We just kind of like went into this like discussing, going like, hey, like last time at the Austin Major, we see Stage 1 teams like Legacy play really well, and then they just use that momentum to go on. Yeah. So we're like, we didn't even think that like starting Stage 1 is a bad thing. We kind of treat it as almost as a good thing. That like we can get our wins in here, get our momentum, and then take that forward.
That's a really positive mentality. So I'm guessing you're thinking for Stage 2. You've got that momentum now. You've gone 3-0 here. Confidence is sky high. Tell me about it.
Yeah, of course. We're excited to play all these teams. I think everybody's beatable right now, except for maybe like the top 1, top 3-ish. But everybody's beatable, especially in best of ones, right? So we're excited for those.
Well, I'm very excited to see you in that stage. Anything you want to say to all the North American fans out there who are supporting right now and seeing some North American success come to the stage?
Appreciate the support as always. NA, we're trying to make it great again because it sucks. It really, really sucks. But keep playing, keep training, and put in the work to watch demos, to be honest.
Well, I love those words, and I'll add to it, right? If NA sucks right now, these guys are the ones to look at for the future. Look at players who might be aspiring to come into this level, and they should be looking to say, okay, look, they're doing it, we can do it. We need the next generation of North American talent. Good stuff, Swisher. Thank you very much.
It really, really sucks, but they're trying to make it great again. Can they succeed? That is the question. They got stage 2 to see if they can, Maui.
Of course, not signaling political leanings with that statement.
It's not at all what I was
Swisher.
trying to do. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think he caught himself mid-sentence there. Not going to expand upon that one at all. Happy to see M80 actually make it through, though. Didn't expect the 3-0. I feel like they were probably themselves were a little bit surprised at the 2-0 matchup. But I think the wins versus Bait, the wins versus Paravision, that inspires me with a lot of confidence moving forward for this team because they can rely on their Mirage. It is deadly.
Yeah, I mean, they look confident, as you say, and a lot of players on different positions are performing well. I think for NRG side, you know, the honeymoon period is kind of over with Dabs, and they're going to get a little bit of a reality check now. They need to go back to the drawing board because there's going to be very, very tough matches. on the cusp for them, because going 2-0, you're essentially only going to get the best teams available from this point onwards, so they really need to, you know, get their game back going.
Do they have enough in the tank with Daps as the standard to be able to get through this stage? Because I do think the best of threes, as we've just seen, is where their shortcomings are shown.
I think one unfortunate thing is that NRG played M80. There's two teams that know each other so well that, you know, cutting half your playbook and playing a team that knows that half of the playbook doesn't really leave you with that many options when you go down in matches. So that kind of just gave M80, you know, a clear-cut chance to just read them really well, you know, and obviously we talked about the individuals being better part for part against NRG, especially now with Daps. So I think it's unfortunate. I think they still might be able to surprise a couple of teams, but yeah, this wasn't it.
Do you think that they have what it takes to get through this stage with the standard?
With NRG right now, I think that the 2-0 is a huge blessing, but also it's going to feel so bittersweet if they walk away 2-3. I don't really know, looking at the simulator, exactly who they're going to play as clearly as I did Fluxo, which is why I made a bold claim about them crashing out. So I'm not really certain, because the style of play that got them into this situation was great. I mean, taking down a FaZe clan is not something that most teams can really attest to, except for, sure, lately the FaZe form's a little wonky, but I still think that with the way that Daps wants to call and the way that he wants to make live reads against teams, a lot of these teams in Stage 1 are going to be behind him on the ball when it comes to him processing. They're going for a default. He's going to call for the right mid-round, and as long as his players can execute his vision, there's still a solid chance that they can find one upset victory.
Yeah, but the problem is, as you know, when you mid-round call and you haven't had set strats or utility set for the players and everyone knows them, sometimes you leave yourself with limited option. Maybe you wanted a call, but you can't really execute the idea as you wanted because of lack of practice. And I think that's kind of what NRG went through in this game, and it's unfortunate, you know, and hopefully they can go back to the drawing board, fix some of those things that Daps maybe feels like, I really wanted to do this round. Let's make sure that we can in the next game.
We'll obviously have a chance to see NRG tomorrow and in the upcoming days. M80, though, we're not going to see them till Stage 2, because here they are. Who would have thought at the end of today we'd be talking about M80 from North America, making Counter-Strike great again there, and FlyQuest from Australia. These are the two teams that have already kickstarted their major journey. That's mental. Those are not names you would expect, but this is what I kind of love about the major. It's anyone's opportunity.
Both their performances have been brilliant so far. I would almost, in a funny way, want to just see them clash, because I feel like they both were just blowing teams out of the water. I was so shocked at the form that both of these teams have come into the tournament with, and kind of from different sides. I think that for the FlyQuest side, they had, of all of the teams entering Stage 1, the least maps played for the past 3 months. So I thought, they're not warmed up. They're not ready for this. They're going to get blown out again. That's why I didn't even have them making it through my pick'ems. M80, on the other hand, it's kind of a, I did have them making it through, but I thought it was going to be like right on the cusp. So for people like Lake to perform as well as he did, for Swisher, I know he said that he doesn't think that the aim training is necessarily the reason, but dude, his aim is so crisp right now. It really looks good.
Okay, so let's take a look now, obviously, at today's matches. It kind of gives us an opportunity to see where we are. Two teams through to Stage 2. One team already on, probably not on the flight home just yet, but it's coming, Rare Adam. And then, of course, the Huns and LinVision still going at it. That's going to go to a third map, potentially, to see who of those two teams is going home.
Nightmare for pick'ems. That Huns are already up in the series. Very selfish, but of course, a lot of people are in this position in terms of viewers of the major that they thought that Huns were going to be one of the teams to crash out 0-3. And so LinVision right now kind of on a nightmare run for themselves, not finding the form that we saw from Austin. We're not getting the pop-offs from people like Amelia. I thought Gum was going to be coming in with way more game plans to anti-strat some of their opponents, but who knows? I mean, I feel like I don't know what happened between then and now to make LinVision look as weak as they are.
Yeah, and surprising game for me is Paravision losing to Bait. I think a lot of people would favor Paravision in that matchup. Bait looked a little bit shaky, but unfortunately for Paravision, too many rookies in one team coming here at Stage 1.
No one concerned about the fact that FaZe is going to be fighting for their life at the major? FaZe FaZe. What the hell? Like, they could lose tomorrow or maybe the next day whenever they're going to play, and that's it. They're out.
Yeah, I mean, it is shocking, especially with the experience that they have. But yeah, I don't really know what to say about it. There's so many things that's gone wrong for them. The individuals, they shy away from duels. They're not taking the space. They look like the team on the back foot pretty much all of the games that I've seen. So yeah, something needs to happen, and something needs to happen quick for them to kind of turn this around. I do think best of 3 scenarios will definitely favor them, and you know, best of 1s, everything can happen, right?
Some people are saying, what's the point of stage 1? These teams are so bad. It's for teams like FaZe to have rough roads. It's to build a storyline here, because we all are going to watch every single game as close as we possibly can. We all want to know, does broky get another chance? Does he find redemption? Because right now it is looking horrible for him.
I just want to remind everyone of the Shanghai Major Grand Finals. FaZe, that major, we also all had giant question marks and were like, what is wrong with this team? And they pushed it all the way through, and we spoke about FaZe Magic. But Magic runs out, man. Magic runs out. We're going to find out if FaZe's Magic's run out tomorrow. We're going to find out lots of stuff that's going on. But before we do that, I just want to give a big shout out to our sponsors, X-Play, Monster, Blacklight, bringing you all the action. And of course, everyone behind the scenes at StarLadder, making sure we get to watch all this incredible Counter-Strike. You can keep watching the incredible Counter-Strike, because like I mentioned, the Huns versus Lin Vision over on the B stream. We're going to say goodbye from here, but I would like to direct you there to see who will be going home. And we'll see you tomorrow.